Again, hey, welcome again. I want to introduce the Commanding General of the Washington Army National Guard, General Paul Sellers. Sir, thanks for being here.
I'm going to have to use my glasses on this one. Hey, what a great group. I mean, this is Pete, good to see you. Yeah. This is a wonderful opportunity. I missed last year's, but I saw all the AERs and reports and stuff. It was, what a great opportunity. And this looks like it's about double what the crowd was last year. So I'm super excited. I got an autographed copy of On Combat, so I'm already winning today. Thank you, Craig, for putting this whole thing together. I mean, there are very few people when I think of the types of leaders that can just kind of put something like this together, and Craig, you're definitely one of them. I'm excited to get the opportunity to welcome you all here to the Greater Joint Base Lewis McChord. I think most of us are guardsmen here. I don't know, there might be a few active duty dudes out there, but welcome. What is maneuver? I just literally Googled this because I wanted to kind of set the framework for you guys to understand. Now, I understand you guys have some, the leaders have some LDP after this, but just to kind of get the brain juices flowing, maneuver is a series of moves requiring skill and care. Think sequential planning in chess. It's also a carefully planned scheme or action, especially one involving deception. Think faking a jab and to set up a hook. A large-scale military exercise of troops, warships, and other forces. Now we're starting to think of more than two dimensions here, and not just sequentially. Which leads us to maneuver warfare. Google says that maneuver warfare is the use of initiative, originality, and the unexpected. And I know Craig emphasizes a lot of the unexpected. Combined with a ruthless determination to succeed and seeks to avoid opponents' strengths while exploiting their weaknesses and attacking their critical vulnerabilities. And is the conceptual opposite of attrition warfare, which we will also hear about today. Copilot adds that unlike attrition warfare, which focuses on direct confrontation and the destruction of enemy forces, maneuver warfare seeks to outmaneuver opponents, inflicting losses indirectly through tactics such as envelopment and disruption. This approach aims to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities while minimizing the need for frontal assaults, thereby preserving one's own forces and resources. I think you guys are going to get after a little bit of that with your Civil War era stuff. At a symposium such as this, which if you look up symposium, what does symposium mean? It's an ancient Greek term for like a drinking party. So we don't have the booze here, but at the symposium like this, we ask ourselves a lot of questions to stimulate innovative thinking and challenge our assumptions. We all have ideas on what maneuver warfare looks like. Similar to the old joke about opinions. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one. Most of them stink. My time back as a young SF officer, we said the same thing about tactics. Everyone's got tactics. Most of them suck. But it's no different with maneuver warfare. There's lots of ideas out there. We were all introduced to the concept of maneuver at the lowest levels in our training, where we learned our basic tactics. We learned the difference between movement and maneuver. Then as we progressed up the echelons in both staff and command roles, we see the maneuver picture get bigger and bigger. Our individual backgrounds also shape how we see maneuver. I started as an infantry platoon leader in M113s. That's how old I am. Transitioned over to Bradley's. The FM 7-8 was the foundation. Then I grew more as a special forces officer to see a wider variety of maneuver theories through my exposure to lots of different militaries in different countries, each one shaped by their individual cultures, their capabilities, as well as their equipment. That all shapes their ideas on maneuver warfare. We've always planned to employ our maneuver elements, looked for maneuver enhancement, discussed the forms of maneuver. Shout them out if you know them. Envelopment, Tom, I know you know all of them. Envelopment, frontal assault, infiltration, penetration, turning movement. Today we're going to talk a lot about maneuver warfare, and we have some of the greatest contemporary minds on the subject, and let me add, their opinions don't stink. We have, I'll just go, you have the full program there, so you have their full bios, but I just want to take a second to acknowledge them. We have Army retired Colonel Bill Edwards, who served as the Director of Intelligence at SOC North, teaches leadership and is an expert in drone and counter-drone warfare, who offers advanced technology solutions to governments and private industry around the world. We have Mr. Ian Brown, retired from the Marines, and has written much on military history and the future of warfare. He popularized the work of John Boyd, the developer of the OODA loop: observe, organize, decide, act. And that's what leaders do at all levels. But what I've seen, and I love this phrase, but when you send the Army to go do something, what usually does OODA turn into? Observe, overreact, destroy, and apologize. The larger the instrument that you use, the more unwieldy it tends to become. But that's why we are all learning here to become maneuver experts at every level. And when I think about like the Chinese military or most other militaries, they don't develop leaders down to the level that we do. So it's important that you guys are here to think through this. We have Dave Grossman here, who wrote On Combat and on Killing, and is widely acclaimed for his expertise on the psychology of killing and violence. His books were huge when I was a young Special Forces officer as we were preparing for the invasion of Iraq, just to think about mentally what we were about to get ready to get into. We have Lieutenant General Antonio Agudo, who commanded the 7th ATC in Europe and the 3rd Infantry Division and the Security Assistance Group Ukraine. Very recent and relevant experience at the highest levels of military service. Dr. Brian Steed is a retired lieutenant colonel who worked extensively with Middle Eastern militaries, as many of us have, in working with the cross-cultural influence in the Middle East conflict and history. He also teaches at the Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth. Dr. Jim Greer retired as a colonel and was the director of the School of Advanced Military Studies, also taught at West Point, mentored nearly all of our current 4-star generals. He has also been an innovator for Army transformation for decades, so he was talking transformation before transformation was cool. So we've gathered an amazing team of experts, and I am very humbled by their presence and really appreciate them taking the time to come and speak to us here today, especially coming to our small little corner of the world. Thanks again, Craig, for bringing this. I just want to add one more thing. I challenge each and every one of you to really think, listen, think, and ask questions as we get opportunities to. Think about how or if maneuver warfare actually changes. Think about micro-terrain. How many infantry people do we have out here? Okay. When you think about micro-terrain, and what was the reason you think of micro-terrain? You're thinking about low crawling. You're trying to advance on the enemy without them seeing you. But imagine yourself sitting there like this, low crawling. Now, look, what's that look like from above? You think, yeah, nobody can see me. I'm protected from direct fire. But that's not the way it is anymore. With the constant observation that we have, so what we used to think about when we were brand new infantrymen, a lot has changed. But how much does or doesn't that actually change our ideas for maneuver warfare? That's what I kind of want to challenge you guys to think about. So thanks again, Craig, for making the 2nd annual Maneuver Symposium a reality. And I look forward to all the lively discussions. Thank you very much.
I just want to introduce Ian Brown. So I'm unapologetically a John Boyd fan. One, he's an American theorist, which is great. He's not a Brit, German. He's American. Two, I love that he was about winning, how to win. And so when I first kind of became a maneuver warfare fanatic, and what's the definition of fanatic? You don't change your mind, you don't change your subject. So that's me. But anyway, one of the first books I read was a new concept for war. And I was like, man, this is fantastic. Who wrote this? And I actually read it a couple times and turned to find out it's Ian Brown. It's a fantastic book. And then he just wrote another one. And so I found him on LinkedIn. And thankfully, he accepted my friend request, so I was all happy with that day. I was like, oh, sweet, I have a friend. But anyway, with that, I want to introduce Ian Brown. And sir, thank you so much for coming.
All right, thank you, sir. Great, sir. Thank you very much, Colonel Broyles, General Sellers. I appreciate the invite to come here. I was invited last year, and I wasn't able to make it due to a work conflict, and I was really bummed about that. So I'm very glad that I have the chance to come and talk to you all live in person today. As Colonel Broyles said, I am online on LinkedIn. I'm also on virtually every other social media platform. I'm one of those terminally online people. So most of it is either Boyd, Wargaming, or New England Patriot stuff. So if that's what you're interested in, please come and find me on the platform of your choice, and I'm happy to chat and answer questions. And I'm honestly jealous, a little bit jealous that this event has been put together 2 years in a row now. It's the kind of thing I wish I'd had when I was still in uniform in the Marine Corps. We never quite got it, so I'm very happy to be here and talk to you about this. Okay, so this is nice because we can skip through this part really quick. I'm a retired Marine. What I do now is I'm a war game analyst at a defense company that still does a lot of, we do a lot of wargaming for the Marine Corps, other parts of the Joint Staff. I've written a lot of stuff, a couple of books and a lot of other articles, short stories, and I've had had my fingers in some commercial game design, war game design aspects too. What I'm going to talk about today is that second book that's up there, Snowmobiles and Grand Ideals. I've got a couple copies of this, of the first book, and then a copy of my card game about maneuver warfare that I'm going to leave here for you all, as part of your PME library to use or use as doorstops as you will. Next slide. What I'm going to talk about primarily today is Snowmobiles and Grand Ideals, because this was my effort to address a shortfall in John Boyd historiography, which is he never wrote anything down. It's a common lament. You can find the slides for his presentations pretty easily online. But as I was working on my first book for how Boyd impacted the Marine Corps maneuver warfare theory, I was digging into the recorded presentations, and I found the slides do not tell the full story. At best, they tell maybe 50% of the story. And there's a lot of really interesting, good context in the back and forth that Boyd is having with the people in the audience that he's talking to that the slides don't capture. So I was like, man, I wish I'd had these recordings when I was writing that first book. So I decided I would solve that for future researchers into Boyd. I would listen to those recordings so you don't have to, because the quality's pretty lousy, honestly. But that's what this book is. This is all the transcripts of all of Boyd's recorded presentations with the slides embedded. Not only hard copy, but it's also available soft copy from Marine Corps University Press, all for free. So what I'm going to talk about today is kind of like pull out from across all of those presentations, and not just the slides, but the things that he said to his audience. What are some of the salient points that touch on the theme here of fighting outnumbered and winning? All right, so before I start, usual disclaimer, these views are my own. They don't represent the views of my employer, the United States government, or any other entity with which I am affiliated. Okay, so any discussion of Boyd and the ideas of fighting outnumbered and winning, it has to start with the engine of Boyd's thought, which is one of the few things he did write, the essay Destruction and Creation, which he wrote in the late 70s, kind of shortly after he retired out of the Air Force. And I'm going to drive this home because I know Boyd is most well known for the OODA loop, but this is the engine that underlies everything he talked about. The OODA loop was kind of it was an output of these ideas. It was in many ways kind of a capstone of his many decades of looking at conflict and competition. But the engine under all of them is destruction and creation. So we're going to start here. All right, so the whole point of destruction and creation is trying to build a framework for surviving and surviving on your own terms. In order to survive, Boyd's assumption was survival requires constant decision making and then acting on those decisions based on the world and the reality around you. But the only way to make sure those decisions and those actions are in your best interest is to have the closest, the most accurate possible perception of what is a constantly changing, a constantly chaotic and uncertain reality around you, which means you have to constantly readjust and rebuild your own perceptions. So to glom things onto this model, he took things from 3 different areas of physics and science, which, we talk about warfare and competition. You're like, what does that have to do with the second law of thermodynamics? We'll get to that point. So the first thing Boyd pulled into his framework was Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorem. And this is the notion that you can't prove the consistency of a system from within that system. You need to step back and look outside of that system and look in to understand the totality of a system. The second thing he glommed on was Werner Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which holds that the very presence of an observer in a system injects uncertainty and disorder into that system. And the deeper the observer pushes themselves into that system, the more changes, the more erratic behavior they see, of which they themselves are the cause. They are in the system and they are changing it by participating in that system. And then the second law of thermodynamics is that third piece, which is that all systems trend toward entropy or disorder. And if you're in a closed system, that system is going to always tend toward disorder because there's nothing new entering that system to improve its condition. So how does this all fit together into decision making? So per the incompleteness theorem, you can't understand the nature of a system within itself. You need another system. From the uncertainty principle and second law of thermodynamics, attempting to understand that system from inside without stepping back, looking around at new information is only to cause more uncertainty and then create more disorder in that system and then push that perception of that system farther away from its actual reality. So if you're in a closed system, that's bad, right? You need, if you're making decisions within a closed system, your actions may not be matching what is required for the actual reality around you, which creates a very dangerous divergence. If you're making decisions that are untethered to reality, that's bad. And we can probably understand why that's bad, and not just in warfare, but in anything that requires a decision and action. So to counteract this, you constantly have to break down and build up the information that's around you. You have to constantly incorporate new information to keep pace with all of those changes around you. And the important point in this is that never stops, right? There's no point at which you're like, I know everything, I'm good, I don't have to read anymore, I don't have to study anymore, I don't have to learn more about what new drone systems are out there, right? Like, I'm good. You can never accept that point. You always have to be ingesting and adapting your understanding of the world to make sure that your understanding matches the world as closely as possible as it is. All right, next slide. Okay, so that's destruction and creation. It's entirely theoretical. It's a very abstract paper. The next thing Boyd did was, is there evidence in history to support this decision-making model that he came up with? So kind of the second element here of fighting outnumbered and winning, right, is Boyd looked throughout military history to try and look for evidence for that decision-making system that he had. And his presentation patterns of conflict was essentially his explanation to take that framework, look at military history, and see if there were any threads he could pull out that had a correlation with what the most successful commanders and militaries in history did. Did they use his decision-making model or not? And essentially his conclusion was, yes, the more successful commanders in military did have maybe not a explicit understanding of this system, but an implicit or inherent understanding of it. And he also found that those successful commanders, in both an understanding the system for themselves, they were able to take that dangerous divergence and flip it around and impose it on their adversaries, so preserving their own sense of reality and accurate decision-making on the friendly side and smashing that ability on the adversary side to render their various centers of gravity, their centers of power, not as effective. And Boyd kind of defined this as a new conception for waging war. That's a quotation I pulled to use for the title of my first book. And he describes this new conception of war as, and I'm quoting him here, generate a rapidly changing environment, quick, clear observations, fast tempo, fast transient, quick kill, or you can turn it around the other way to inhibit an adversary's capacity to adapt to such an environment, suppress or distort his observation by suppressing or distorting your signatures, always try to remain somewhat inconspicuous, at least more inconspicuous than he is, unstructure your adversary's system into a hodgepodge of confusion and disorder, thus causing him to under or overreact to your activity, which appears uncertain, ambiguous, and chaotic to him. And that's kind of a long way of describing sort of the classic maneuver warfare definition that appears in certainly Marine Corps doctrine, and as the general mentioned this morning, matches that. So Boyd would concede that this system would seem to require an almost unnatural degree of prescience and cohesion to be able to do it effectively. Are human beings capable of doing this? And he said that, yes, it is possible to execute this type of system and disrupt it in your enemy if you leverage a couple of other concepts that he spends a lot of time talking about in patterns of conflict. The first one is a concept called Fingerspitzengefühl, or fingertip feeling. This is a German term that describes a intuitive ability to look at a given situation, immediately grasp the essentials, and act. Another term for it might be the coup d'eil that Clausewitz talks about, Fingerspitzengefühl, just another German way of saying that. And he said that you can develop this fingertip feeling in your own people and in yourself by giving them constant and repeated hands-on experience under a variety of circumstances so that they build a repertoire of responses and inculcate decision-making and action as a habit, right? It's essentially, your football playbook. You don't have one play in the playbook. You've got 50 or 100 different plays, and you constantly practice the plays, variations on the plays, so that you have this massive library of plans and responses available to you mentally to apply based on the circumstance you see on the football field or the battlefield. The second thing you need to execute this style of war, this may seem deceptively simple, but it is absolutely vital, and that is the element of trust, right? Trust can be developed in the very process of developing Fingerspitzengefühl, in the process of developing the fingertip feeling, as you're training your people to have fingertip feeling. And through that process, leaders can observe the strengths and weaknesses of individuals, of units, and their ability to do Fingerspitzengefühl. And then you can use that knowledge to better direct your individuals and your teams in ways where their individual and collective abilities better complement each other, right? Some of your platoons might be better in one area than another. You know that because you put them out there and you've watched them operate. So you know if there's, an obstacle breach, you want to maybe put this platoon in charge of that because, for whatever reason, they've proven to be very good at it. Whereas if you're doing some sort of reconnaissance, there's maybe another platoon, they've proven, that they can do it because you watched them do it. You're going to put them in the position where they can capitalize on their strengths and mitigate their weaknesses. And he said that the whole process of building this, the end result is that you get an organization that almost functions as a family where you know each other so well, you've been through so many different circumstances, building that repository of responses that, like, if you're at a family dinner, right, like, you probably know who's going to talk politics, who's going to talk sports, who's going to drink too much. You simply know all these things because you've been among them and you've seen it. And so this creates a implicit level of communication that cuts out your requirement to take the time to go verbally or in writing direct somebody to go do something. They know that what you need to be done because you built that relationship inside of your teams. And you trust them to go do it using that implicit communication. All right, so this is what you want to do on your side, is using that trust and that Fingerspitzengefühl, build that cohesion to execute that style, that new conception of war he talks about. And then as you build this on yourself, you want to undercut that in your adversary, right? He talks about using multiple thrusts and mismatches, some real, some false, attacking the mental and moral bonds that let your adversary work together. This creates, where you are coherent, this creates discord in your enemy, right? Where you have trust, your adversary now distrusts what their adjacent units are doing. They mistrust the information that they're getting fed because they're starting to suspect that maybe their perceptions don't match reality. And this imposes paralysis and collapse on the will to resist of your adversary. So patterns of conflict is essentially looking through history and describing how militaries have used that successfully on their side and then impose that on their adversaries to undercut it on the other. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so looking at a third element in fighting outnumbered and winning, we're going to shift over to Boyd's presentation, Organic Design for Command and Control, where he really focuses on how to build effective orientation, that second O in the OODA loop, which is functionally the engine in the OODA loop that allows you to update your perception of reality, looking through different lenses and different filters, using your Fingerspitzengefühl and trust. And this presentation talks about how does this translate into a command and control system for your team. He notes in the beginning of this that a common view of command and control in the modern, arguably in the modern American military and other militaries as well, is We tend to be very technology heavy and top down in our view of command and control. He actually starts this presentation by noting a couple of very large C2 exercises from the 70s and 80s that had serious shortfalls, and like the more they levered technology onto these things, the worse they went, which sort of seems counterintuitive. But he notes that the response each time, what the institution tried to change, was not the right thing. Quote, he said that they looked at it, it's all a hardware mentality. Just pile in more hardware, make it more sophisticated, more channels, spend more money, and we're home free, right? And this is in the late 80s, you know, but it kind of sounds a little bit familiar probably to you in the audience today of, you know, technology, more information, more ones and zeros will solve all of our problems. Well, 40 years ago, Boyd was noting that's not the case, and that's not how you design a good human command and control system put on humans, not on hardware. So he kind of takes the definitions of command and control, and he looks at them in slightly different, more human terms, not in technological terms. So he acknowledges that what is command, right? Command is the direction and the shaping of what it is that needs to be done. This still comes from the top down, right? This is the commander's responsibility to articulate what they want done on the battlefield. But control is assessing how that direction works in order to modify it and shape it based on changing reality. But this comes from the bottom up. That changing reality is all of those feedback loops, those inputs from those units that are actually out there carrying out the mission, going back to the commander to inject that new information to the commander's OODA loop so that the commander and the staff can start using their own orientation to adjust and adapt. And so it's both a top-down and a bottom-up approach. And so he uses different terms because he wants to sort of change the perspective of the audience and how they think about command and control to talk about leadership and appreciation as opposed to command and control. Leadership is still the top-down part. It is the clear direction of what needs to be done. It is the injecting of action into the system to cause an effect in the system. But then appreciation is that bottom-up, and it's appreciation, you should appreciate what your subordinates do, right? Like you should tell them when they're doing things right, because that will encourage them to continue doing things and taking initiative. But it's appreciation in sort of a different sense of the word of looking, absorbing, and then from the edges, redirecting and reshaping that next set of actions rather than micromanaging and injecting from the top down without accepting any of that bottom-up feedback that you're going to need to make those decisions. And so he calls this a C2 approach that's based on, quote, the many-sided implicit cross-referencing of orientation, which he mentions regularly in his presentations. And his point is to sort of take like the mechanical, technological approach to C2 out of it and look, because computers don't lead and computers don't appreciate, right? Humans lead and humans appreciate, and that's why he's trying to change that perspective in the terms on how you articulate direction down and how you pull information from bottom up to make new decisions. All right, next slide. Okay, so a fourth element that Boyd we can bring out here in fighting outnumbered and winning. We're going to zoom out from the lower or more tactical levels and look at how this applies to the strategic level, which is what his third presentation, the strategic game of question mark, and I'll get to what those are in a second. This is how do we apply this in the terms of grand strategy, and this steps outside of conflict into the realms in between conflict, right? Into the realms of competition. And I want to spend some time on this because for a couple reasons. One is that some or many of you in this room may someday be in more senior strategic leadership positions where you're not thinking tactically anymore. You need to think about the larger picture and the things that happen outside of the brief periods of violence that are called warfare, right? Like we're all sitting here, we're not currently at war. This is the bulk of how we're going to spend our time, right? And God willing, we want to minimize the violence and maximize the time where we are deterring or preventing violence from having to happen. But so you may be in those positions where you got to think about what you're doing in those periods in between the violent periods of warfare. And the second thing to think about is, I'm going to take that back just a little bit and say, if you've ever heard of General Charles Krulak, he was a Marine Corps commandant back in the late 90s, but he talked about the concept of the strategic corporal, right? And this is essentially, we're going to go back down to those tactical actions where this is where many of you are still going to operate. Those tactical actions as the platoon commander, platoon sergeant, section leader, fire team leader, or even individual rifleman, your tactical choices can have outsized strategic impacts on the battlefield. You can have national or global level effects by your individual choices or those of your 4 or your 12 or your 30, what have you, soldiers to the left and the right. And this is especially important in the information-saturated battlefield that we live in today. We saw at Abu Ghraib how the poor choices of a handful of Americans severely undercut our strategic goal of stabilizing Iraq and undercut the message that we were there to help and not harm. And that was over 20 years ago, before every single person, I'm confident everybody in this room has at least one personal electronic device on them. I have like 3. I've got my Apple smartwatch, I've got my phone, and I've got my iPad in my bag. I am a walking, talking sensor, and so are all of you. And you can take those sensors and pass information, good or bad information, at the speed of 4K and 5G all the way around the world in the time it takes you to make that seemingly tactical level decision. Your tactical decision can be beamed to all the corners of the planet. So you need to be able to think strategically now, because your tactical actions are going to be under a microscope because of the information-saturated battlefield that we live on now. And so this is what the strategic game kind of talks about. It talks about grand strategy and how, and I talked about how most of the time we spend our time sort of in that strategic space, right? We're not on a battlefield right now. We're not currently at war right now, but we are in a period of pretty intense competition with people who do not have our own interests at heart, people who don't share our goals, people who don't share our values. I know Colonel Edwards talked about China, especially in the UAS space. They've kind of simply by operating in that space, they are able to share and gather information in a way that's very disadvantageous to us. But they're not the only ones out there who are acting contrary to our own interests. We talked about the cartels. You talked about Russia, and talked about some other actors that are out there. So Boyd's point in this is that you still need to be thinking strategically in between those periods of violence. And we still want to take those things we talked about in destruction and creation, patterns of conflict, and the organic design for command and control, and now think about them in those spaces of competition as opposed to conflict. So what are those things that he talks about in warfare that we still want to do in competition? Well, we still want to isolate, degrade, and disrupt our opponent or our competitor. We want to keep them from leveraging the assets and the centers of power around the world to their advantage. We want to close off their system by closing off their access to those sources of strength. And we can do this across a number of different planes. And I know these are touched on in the maneuver warfare placemat that you all have here in this unit, the physical, mental, and moral levels. So thinking strategically, how do we physically isolate our adversary? Well, we can look at countering their narratives by competing narratives of our own, and cutting off and countering their narratives using diplomatic, informational, or other means so that our message gets out to overwhelm theirs. Mentally, we want to isolate them the same way we would on the battlefield, with ambiguous, deceptive, or novel situations, as well as operating at a tempo that appears ambiguous and unpredictable to them. So I think an example of this strategic ambiguity, it has been the policy towards Taiwan that the U.S. has had for many decades now, and it's a deliberate policy of strategic ambiguity. We haven't said that we're definitely going to come to aid Taiwan should they be invaded, but boy, we sure messaged a lot of contingency plans that might happen should China decide to take that action. So whether, crossing different administrations and timeframes, whether we're more sort of strongly into yes, we will, or maybe we won't, the point is they don't know. And they have to include that uncertainty into their decision-making calculus as a potential deterrent factor of, well, if I'm 90% sure that they're not going to intervene, am I really still going to risk that 10%? Because that 10% could still really cause me a bad day. Maybe I need to wait, or maybe not do it. And then looking at the moral level, Boyd talks about this across all of his different presentations about using, highlighting contrast of values or goals, contrasting ours to our adversaries, or highlighting how our adversary fails to live up to their own values. Boyd talked about Vietnam as an example in this because that was very prevalent in the minds of his audience in the late 80s. But he talked about how, man, the North Vietnamese were really good at highlighting disparity between our message of being there to help and the things we actually did on the battlefield, right? Like we said we're there to help, and then we roll tanks through people's villages and destroy the village in order to save it. And the North Vietnamese are like, they say they're here to help, right? Does this look like help to all of you out there? Now, were the North Vietnamese hypocrites about this? Yes, absolutely. But they were much better at pointing out the disparity between our message and what was actually happening on the ground, and using their own propaganda to mitigate, we were less good at pointing out their own hypocrisy because they definitely went into villages and murdered people who didn't cooperate or who they thought collaborated, but they won the messaging campaign at the end of the day. So what does this look like today, right? How can we apply this moral contrast? So again, looking at China as our pacing threat adversary, right? The Chinese, they talk about how the US-led global order is exploitative, how it's abusive, how other countries should shift away from us and join them. And then what do, right? They take their so-called Coast Guard ships and they go ahead and ram Filipino fishing vessels, or they blast them with water cannons, or they interdict resupply efforts to Philippine outposts on Filipino territory. Or you might have seen some of those videos of the massive Chinese fishing fleets that are anchored off of South American shores, like strip mining the fishing beds that those countries depend upon, right? Like that is a golden nugget of hypocrisy between their message of our view of the world is better and who's actually out there exploiting who, right? When it comes down to it. Okay, so that's kind of using the strategic corporal in reverse is what he's getting at here. Next slide. Okay. But taking Boyd's discussion of grand strategy, how to isolate an opponent on a large scale, and during periods of competition and not just open warfare, I'm going to take a slightly different angle here and point out that Boyd has one last point on fighting outnumbered that I want to offer as something to think about. Next slide. If you don't have to, don't. What do I mean by that? In the strategic game and in patterns of conflict, Boyd talks about this over and over again. If you are outnumbered, if you're at a disadvantage when it comes to manpower or material, yes, you want to present your opponent with ambiguous, chaotic, deteriorating situations. You want to hit them from multiple angles and in multiple domains. You want your tempo and your freedom of action to exceed theirs. You want all the possible advantages you can get over your adversary, especially if you are, like I said, at a disparity in numbers and materiel. But it's hard to sustain those advantages, that tempo, to impose that chaotic situation on your adversary in the long run, and especially to remain ambiguous if you are only drawing on your own devices, right? You've built up a repertoire of options and patterns for your own people, but if you're the only ones out there operating on the battlefield, eventually you're going to run through all of your patterns, and now you're going to become predictable to your opponent if you're the only ones out there. So how do you stop that from happening, right? How do you, over the long term, continue to be able to press those advantages against your opponent? Next slide. This goes back to his very top level look at national strategy and achieving national goals, which is get other people to join you and actively contribute to your survival because your survival matches their own interests. I want to point out to that top note there, this is a slide from Patterns of Conflict, that this national goal echoes what Boyd talks about as the fundamental thing we wake up as human beings to do every morning, right? We want to survive and survive on our own terms, right? That's what our nation wants to do. We want to survive and thrive and do the things that we want to do and not have things dictated to us by other countries or our adversaries. And surviving on your own terms has a better chance of lasting in the strategic term, in the long term, if you're not fighting everyone around you, if instead you're developing a network of centers of power that support your own and which share your long-term survival goals and which can also act in your interest in those places, maybe outside of your direct influence overseas, that you might not be able to have a permanent presence or direct intervention, but you want somebody acting on your behalf or at least aligning with your values over in those places because that's good for you in the long run. Let's see. So what does this mean about doing all these things to your adversary and bringing all your friends along to do it? All right, we can look at this at a bunch of different levels, right? We can talk about the power of combined arms, right? You don't want to go out there with just a rifle platoon or rifle company. You want to bring all of your combined arms friends with you. You want indirect fires, you want drones, you want aviation, you want space, you want cyber. You want all those parts of the combined arms to help you, to present more patterns, more uncertainty that your opponent has to grapple with. Let's level this up looking outside of just the National Guard or the Army across a joint force. Hey, what's better than having just Army combined arms? It's having Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force tools and assets alongside of yours so that you can take all of those tools and smash your opponent in the face with those tools as well, because that's now a whole bunch of new dilemmas that your opponent has to deal with. Let's go further up a little bit. When we fight, typically, we're fighting somewhere else, right? We're almost always fighting an away game. But it's somebody's home field. For us, it's almost always an away game. But the people who live there have additional tools that we may not necessarily have, that we may want to leverage to go after our adversaries, to impose additional dilemmas on them, right? Whether that's regional logistics support, local knowledge and intelligence, or contributing their own armed forces alongside ours, so we're not the only ones who are spilling blood out there on the battlefield. Right? I know Colonel Broyles pointed out some of our Canadian allies are here today, right? I know that, on battlefields in the past, up to and including Afghanistan, the Canadians were out there with us, bleeding at our sides, and you knew the Canadians were there because when you rolled through Kandahar, what did you see? You saw a hockey rink and you saw Tim Hortons, right? That's how you knew the Canadians were there, and they were out there in the battle space fighting and dying alongside of us, right? They shared the burden. They were there. Their interests were aligned with ours. They came to help and to impose additional problems on the adversary that we were fighting together. So again, that's more tools in our hands to smash against our opponents' faces, to cause them dilemmas, right? To hit them from multiple directions, multiple domains, knock them on their asses, and keep them there. And I'm going to leave you with one final analogy to sum this all up. Please indulge me. This gets into a little more of my nerd side. Next slide. All right, so I'm sure many of you have seen Avengers Endgame, one of my favorite movies from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But I remember the first time I watched that final huge battle at the very end. This is how my brain works because I'm a giant nerd and because I've been living and breathing Boyd for about 10 years now. So this is just where my mind goes, right? It's just how I am. If you want to talk more about it, like I said, go find me on LinkedIn and we can talk about how my brain works. But love this battle, great action sequence, but the thing that popped into my mind when I saw this was this moment where the tables get turned on Thanos, and I thought, this is exactly what Boyd was talking about getting people on your side so that you're not trying to fight the whole war on your own. So if you recall, right before this moment here, Captain America is doing all of those things Boyd talked about when you're outmatched. Right? You want to impose surprise and the unexpected on your opponent. Well, first of all, Thanos didn't know that Captain America had super soldier serum coursing through his veins. So you remember from Avengers Infinity War, the first time Thanos rolls in to drop a punch, Cap kind of blocks it, and Thanos is like, "Oh shit, didn't expect that. Man, this I need to recalibrate here because that was unexpected." So now we get to Endgame, right? Wow, Captain America can use Thor's hammer too. That's a surprise, a little curveball Thanos didn't see coming. So Cap keeps layering on the surprise and the shock. He drops the lightning bolt on Thanos, right? He takes his shield, smacks him in the head. He takes the hammer and the shield and uses those to, 1-2 punches to constantly keep Thanos, to keep the tempo to his advantage, keep Thanos off balance over and over again. But that only buys Captain America a little bit of time. Eventually, Thanos figures out those patterns, and once Thanos works out those patterns, he starts beating Cap down, right? Because Cap has used all the tools in his repertoire. Now, Captain America could keep trying fighting on his own, and this picture right here, that little figure right near the sunset, Cap is going to fight the whole damn, legions of Thanos if he has to, because he's Captain America, and that's just how he is, right? But then what happens? Next slide. What happens is the other part of Boyd's point You bring in your friends, your joint force, and allies and partners, and now you can impose surprise and shock and chaos in vastly more ways than you can alone. You want to keep your enemy on the horns of a dilemma? Bring in all of your friends with more horns that you can use to impale your opponent. Next slide. All right? And that's what I love about Cap's expression in this moment. After all, everybody's coming through the portals, right? Like, he now sees that the tables have just been turned, and Thanos has now got a whole bunch of more problems that he's got to deal with. Thanos thought he won. Now it's an entirely new fight because all of these new things are pouring onto the battlefield that Thanos did not expect. And this expression here, again, this is how my brain works, right? Because I'm a giant nerd, boy nerd, maneuver warfare nerd. There's that initial look of relief, because yes, it's great. I don't have to fight Thanos, probably die on my own. But then that look changes, right? As more of them come onto the battlefield, the look changes, and as he's turning back and looking at Thanos in this moment, it is with the knowledge that by having all of those other groups on his side, his choices for imposing pain on his enemy just grew exponentially. Now he's got more avenues of attack, more domains he can operate in, more arms for the combined arms fight, and that look on Cap's face says, I don't have to fight alone. My friends, my allies are here too, and with our capabilities together, we are going to beat the shit out of you. All right, next slide, and that's it. All right.
Than Amos Fox. He's written many articles. Again, he's the editor of the Small Wars Journal, which I'm a big fan of. So again, sir, so glad you came. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so General Sellers and Colonel Broyles, thanks a ton for the opportunity. It's my first time back in the Fort Lewis area in about 25 years. I came here as a ROTC cadet and did advanced camp here back when it was here. I know the name's changed, but here we are. So anyway, thank you for having me. It's a great turnout, so thank you all for coming out. I know probably a lot of you were told to come out, but hey, you're here. So we got that going for us. The other thing I think is important is always for me personally, I like getting my biases out there, because when I sit in the audience, because I am a critical prick, I sit and think, what is this person's biases when they're up there talking? All right, so I'm just gonna lay mine out there for you so you have some of those. So I started off as I was going to be a football coach and a teacher, or I was going to be a teacher and a football coach. And so my background, my undergrad, and my master's were in secondary education. I ended up teaching coaching football for a couple years at Butler University before I came into the Army. And so the teacher, the learning, the coaching aspect of things is ingrained in my mind. And so when I look at something in the coaching world, as this season more than any others have made apparent, if you don't win, you lose, right? And you get fired if you're the head coach or if you're a coordinator. And so that aspect of you've always got to try and find the way to win got burned in my mind at a young age, right? In my early 20s before I came in the Army. And so I've always looked at things through that lens. It's always about what the hell do we got to do to win, right? And so if it isn't that, then what is it? And so that's a bias that I have and that I bring to the fore when I do everything I do. The other thing, so I retired as I was an armor officer, retired armor officer, did all armor officer jobs. My whole career up until the tail end, General Agudo was my regimental commander when I was in Black Horse. Sorry, it's still burned in my mind. So General Agudo was my regimental commander. I was a tank company commander for him at the NTC. When we went back to the decisive action rotation, so I got to participate in the fight against 3-3-ID many years ago, and that was what got the NTC moving back away from the Afghanistan and Iraq rotations and moving towards what was then called decisive action. I don't know what it's called now. But anyway, so there's that, right? And so when I look at warfare, I look at it through that lens, right, a tanker's lens, because I predominantly was in armored units. And so it's moving fast, shooting far, right? And doing so from a fairly protected position, at least in relation to a lot of other people on the battlefield. So that's one of the lenses that I look at things through. The other part is that I'm retired. I'm an international relations scholar. I focus primarily on conflict and war and strategy. And so now I don't have to be indoctrinated the same way that all of you do, right? And so I can look at things differently, apply different lenses, and talk about things, with a different language. I try and speak as much in plain English as opposed to institutional jargon as possible. And so that's also a bias that may get in the way of things. But those are really the big things that I wanted to highlight as it relates to that. All right, so that's me, that's who I am. I also, because I don't like seeing people look at me, take my glasses off so I can't see anybody's face, so now you guys can roll your eyes freely, and it won't affect me. I won't get that like, oh God, they're making fun of me in my stomach. All right, so I am a professor at Arizona State. I teach a couple of things there. I teach understanding conflict and war. I teach security studies, the future of war. Today's the last day of the semester, in fact. I teach that with Peter Singer, Ghost Fleet guy. And then I teach strategy and international relations and intro to IR as well. So teach a lot, and part of it for me is teaching is about learning. I enjoy learning, and really if I could be a full-time student and just get paid to go learn stuff, I would take that job. But unfortunately, that's not available. And then the other part of that is Small Wars Journal, which you already mentioned. All right, so my goal today really is to help get everybody thinking critically about the future of war, all right? Why is it that we believe what we believe? What are the things that are being advocated for, the ideas, the technologies, and why are they being advocated for as opposed to something else? Why are we advocating for the doctrines that we're advocating for? And are there other ways, different ways, better ways to approach war and warfare? All right, and the idea is to help prepare everybody for the future of conflict and war. All right, there are many continuities. This is a dirty word. I did a presentation in Paris at the École Militaire, pardon my French, literally. I don't speak French, but I did that a couple years ago. And when I got done in the Q&A, some really smart person in the back of the room stood up and was like, oh, you just talked about continuities. And I said, yeah, because they matter, right? And so we can sit and bang the drum about how all these things are changing and how there are these so-called revolutions in military affairs, but by and large, a lot of those become quickly just standard practice really fast. And so continuities are important to understand. And so we'll talk a bit about those today, but I want you to walk away not saying, this thing's a continuity and so it's bad. Legacy systems, artillery, right? We need to move away from artillery because it's a legacy system. All right, there are all sorts of legacy things, continuities that are still critically important. All right, and then lastly, for those of you who may touch .mil PFP, right? I want you to keep some of the things I say in mind as you walk away from here and touch those things, specifically as it relates to doctrine, organizations, right? Military organizations and training, because there's a lot of what's reality that's getting pushed aside for the sake of technology and trying to be cool and FOMO, right? Everybody's got the fear of missing out. Look at all the cool drones. We got to get drones. Well, I don't know that we necessarily do or don't. All right? And so I say all that to say, I'm not a maneuver fanatic. All right? I'm actually not a anything fanatic. I'm a scholar of war. All right? So I try and look at things empirically and say, what is reality and what does that mean for the future? Okay? So I've been sometimes called an attritionist. I initially got pissed when somebody said that to me, but then I was like, whatever, man, it doesn't matter. So, anyway, next slide, please. So I say that to say I've written a ton, right? And this is all, not all, a lot of it is empirically based research, all right? So again, I threw up a ton of crap just so you guys could see that I'm not just some dude standing up here talking at you, all right? And this is, I have over 100 publications, so this is just a very small select thing. But the book here, right, so this came up this week, all right? Doesn't actually say that maneuver's dead, okay? But the way that we think about it is dead, and we need to be thinking about maneuver differently. And I'll talk a bit about that here in a little bit. And then this book, Conflict Realism, came out last year. It talks about how we need to take a realistic and not an aspirational approach to thinking about and understanding war and warfare. all right, because aspiration's great. So I forgot to mention this at my intro. I'll skip it. All right, but we got to take a realistic look at things, okay? And we're really not doing that. We're taking a lot of aspiration, a lot of hope, a lot of FOMO, right? And saying that's what we need to be doing. That's the future of war. When in reality, there are many continuities that we need to consider moving forward. I'm going to talk a little bit too about air ground littoral. If I have more time, I'd talk a lot about it. I think it's great. Jim Greer has done a lot of good work on that, and that's what got it started in my mind. And then I've done a ton of work on attrition and maneuver and positional warfare. And so this is a quick story. So no kidding, there I was, decisive action, rotation 1202. Was that correct? I know you did a million, so did I. But anyway, so we just finished the DA rotation with 3-3 ID. I was at the squadron headquarters. I was in 1st Squadron, 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment. I was talking to my squadron XO, Jimmy Kimbrough. We were talking through things, and I was explaining what we did and what I was thinking and how we went about fighting. And he's like, hey, you know, this book I've read, it sounds a lot about what you're talking about. And it was Fighting by Minutes by Robert Leonard, which is a phenomenal book. So I went and got it, and I read it, and then that's really what got me on the path to standing in front of you right here, right now. So that's the other part is don't forget conversations, right? Leader to lead in any capacity can spur, I guess if you consider this a great thing, right? I do. This can spur great things, right? And so that conversation with him after that rotation, no kidding, got me standing here right now. Got not almost all that stuff, but a lot of that stuff up there on that screen. So don't underestimate or don't devalue the opportunity to just stop and have a chat with one of your people because it can be far greater than what you realize. So anyway, that's it. Next slide. All right, I'm going to talk about some stuff. This is where you're supposed to laugh. Next slide, please. All right, so the character of war. So again, as somebody that studies this, I want to go through and highlight my take on the character of war. All right, so contemporary conflict today, right? It's characterized by long wars of attrition. I'm sorry, I said the A word, but it's true and it's the reality of things, all right? And what we see is that whoever can strategically exhaust the other in terms of material capacity and or domestic and political will be the one who ends up winning. Why are so many wars so long burning right now? Long wars of attrition? Because those things haven't been positively affected, all right? Right now, we see positional warfare, which is often talked about incorrectly. One of the key things that are being conducted in terms of war fighting, right? And it's often conducted from urban terrain. Why? If you look at what Anthony King's written, he does a great job of explaining a lot of this. Cities have gotten bigger, urban sprawl has gotten bigger, interstate highway, I mean, hell, man, driving from Seattle to here is a nightmare, right? That's gotten bigger. All those things have contributed to the increase in urbanization of warfare, but then also armies are getting smaller, right? So whereas in the past, World War II, armies would consume cities and they would just be a micro event within a large front, that's not the case today. You have very small armies, and what do you do when you're attacked? What's the first thing you do? You take cover. You try and protect yourself. What's a city offer? Protection, right? And so when you think through, we talk about systems, right? What's the first rule of a system? Don't die. Right? Cities offer that opportunity. Don't die. Go hide in the city. Fight from the city. Now you find yourself fighting positionally. All right? The other thing, this is the nasty part also that people try and push to the side, but contemporary wars are fought for control of political and territorial things under contest, right? You look at Ukraine. Ukraine's being fought for territory. There's a bunch of other crap that's being said about it. At the end of the day, it's Putin doesn't want Ukraine to exist, right? Politically or as a geopolitical entity all on its own. So they're trying to take that territory, okay? Ukraine, on the other side of the equation, doesn't want to do that, right? This whole 28 points, 19 points, whatever it is now, I don't know, it keeps changing, right? One of the key things that Zelensky keeps pushing back on is giving up the Donbass, giving away Crimea, giving away those 4 oblasts that have been taken for the most part to this point, right? And so it's still about the control of territory, all right? And that is a significant requirement, which gets to one of the key things that I want everybody to take away from today. Contemporary conflict, right? Land wars in particular. It takes an army to win a land war. It doesn't take cool stuff. It takes an army. It takes people, infantry, armor, artillery, engineers, those types of things, because those are the things that provide the ability to control territory, control populations, and I'll talk a bit more about that in just a moment. All right. And again, at the end of the day, these wars are fought by armies. All the other services, and that's no disrespect, but they support what the Army does, right? Sometimes the Army, they're doing the shaping and enabling phase of things ahead of time, and so the Army hasn't arrived yet, right? Like, what if we can't get to Taiwan to help Taiwan because the Navy can't get there? Okay, well, it hasn't hit that phase of the war yet. I got it, right? But big picture, when we think about a lot of these wars and potential wars, that's key to understand. The other part is, and this is where I do think drones are important, so as I said, I'm not anti-drone at all. I've said that if you listen to my podcast, you'll hear me say that all the time, right? But, and I'm not, because the air-ground littoral is incredibly important to understand. I think Dr. Gura does a terrific job, and the couple things that he's published on that of explaining this concept. I also think that that slide that was at the beginning, there was a really good slide I thought that helped show the echelonment of capabilities. But that's something that we have to really truly figure out, because that is the key to allowing armies to do what armies need to do, which is move. All right. And so, again, we'll talk more about that in just a moment. All right. And the other thing is, all these great, cool technologies are terrific and they help, but they don't generate defeat. All right. And that's what we're going to talk a lot about today, is generating defeat. The other problem that I don't have on the slide that I wanted to highlight is we're getting tied up in looking at technology and what technology is doing, but we're not looking at how that technology enables defeat, helps support the ability of forces to control territory. And so while it's great that, pick your actor, they've all got all these drones and we do not, okay? That's FOMO. We can't let FOMO get in the way of understanding what's truly driving defeat, right? And so Ukraine had, whatever it was, 400,000 drones a month they're trying to produce. Zelensky said they're the worldwide leader in drone warfare. That doesn't matter. It's only helped them not lose the war. I will also say I'm 100% Team Ukraine, all right? But as a scholar, I look at this as objectively as possible, even though I've already tipped my hand on who I want to win, right? But now Russia has overtaken Ukraine, according to all the news coming out here in the past few weeks on being the worldwide leader in drone warfare. And so Russia has the manpower and the drones. Ukraine does not have the manpower, but the drones. And so when you look at that, right, it makes things even more stark for Ukraine. So you have to understand that just having the tools, right, having HIMARS and long-range precision strike and all these FPVs, that's terrific. But if you don't have the land forces to come in and control terrain or defeat the military that's occupying that terrain, then then you're set up for failure, right? Or at least stalemate. And again, that goes back to why we have positional warfare. All right, next slide, please. All right, key recommendation for anybody is don't change your slide deck the night prior and have brought slides with you that you printed 2 days ago. So some of these slides will be as surprised as you are when they pop up, because I don't have the deck in front of me in the same order. All right. So when we look at fighting, and to tie this to fighting outnumbered and winning, one of the key things that I think is important to understand is you don't really fight outnumbered and win, right? You may fight outnumbered and not lose, but you're probably not going to win. And I listed a couple things here, big picture, where, you know, we folks tried to fight outnumbered and win, right? If you look at Afghanistan, what did everybody ask for? All the generals in charge of the war. More people, right? I need 20 more thousand people, said Stanley McChrystal. I need 30 more thousand people, said David McKiernan. I got those out of order, right? But all these guys come along and they're like, hey, I need more people, right? I don't need more stuff. I don't need more Burger King. I need more people. All right, when you look at Iraq, the plan initially, right, Shinseki said it's going to take 500,000 people. And the Army said, thank you, sir, the door's that way, right? And then we brought in the 190,000 person plan, and what did we do? We went in and toppled the Iraqi military really fast, and then we found ourselves in chaos because we didn't have the people to control the territory like we needed to, all right? So you may win a battle, you may win an operation outnumbered, but win big picture. And again, I'm focused on big picture. I'm not talking like platoons here, okay? We got to think about it critically, and that's not going to help us win wars. All right, and then I got a couple of other things up here. I already mentioned Russia, Ukraine. One of the things too with Israel and Hamas, right? I talked earlier about all the drones going in there, but then after he said drones, he talked about the land force coming in behind, because part of that is occupying, controlling that territory. All right, and there's a difference between being there, sitting on the terrain, and just occupying it and then controlling it. And if you listen a couple episodes ago, in fact, I had Mike Kaufman on my podcast, and we were talking about this. And that was one of the key things he was talking about when he talked about Pervrovsk. I don't speak Ukrainian either, so when I try and say these words, they come out really bad. But that was one of the things. There was Russians there, there's Ukrainians there. Neither one of them really control the terrain necessarily. And so that's why it's been going back and forth. I think it's fallen, or maybe not, in the past couple days. So anyhow, next slide, please. All right, so what we got to be thinking about, though, is defeat, right? What is defeat? Defeat is very simple. It's causing your opponent to change their mind about fighting, whether that's the war, whether that's something finitely tactical, right? You have to drive change in their mind. And I'm sorry to tell everybody, but cognitive paralysis is nonsense and doesn't exist, all right? You can't, it's like anybody seen the movie The Minute Stare at Goats? Every time I hear somebody say the phrase cognitive paralysis, I envision George Clooney trying to make a goat fall over, right? From cognitive paralysis, okay? That's not what happens, all right? You have to iteratively engage the opposing force to the point that they say, can I keep fighting, all right? And so, next slide, please. I hope. There we go, okay. This is one of those ones where it's like, I don't know what's coming up. All right, you have to iteratively engage to change the situation, all right? So you're trying to offset, if you are outnumbered, offsetting the fact that you are outnumbered in a way that gives you an advantage, right, to change decision-making. And so you've got to iteratively conduct that in an adversarial context. And this is part of the problem with a lot of the doctrine that we have today and the concepts. Again, this is what I forgot to say at the beginning. Concepts, my last job in the Army, I worked at Army Futures Command. I was working on the Army Warfighting Concept for 2040. I love that job so much, and I love working at AFC so much that I decided to retire. Come on, that was funny. Dark humor, all right? But one of the things with that also was, that was supposed to be, we were supposed to have it done in 2 years. I call it like the Guns N' Roses Chinese Democracy album. It took 20 years for Guns N' Roses to make that album, even though it was going to be done in like 2 years, right? That's what that concept's turned into, apparently. I still don't think it's come out. I don't know, though. I've lost all touch with that. But anyway, you have to continually, iteratively re-engage and take re-engage in terms of fighting, however that may apply to whatever echelon, all right? Because, again, I'm not focused on platoons or companies or battalions necessarily. I'm talking big picture, all right? But you have to iteratively engage in fighting or engagement, right, and however you define that, to basically change decisions, right? And there's about 4 decisions. Do I continue fighting? Do I surrender? Do I negotiate? Right, and this is where we're at right now when we look at Russia, Ukraine, right? They're trying to negotiate an end here. Or have I hit strategic collapse, right? Have I exhausted all my resources? Have I exhausted my domestic will? Have I just exhausted the political will to keep this war going? All right? And so those are the things we got to be thinking about when we think about how we should be approaching the future of war and how we should be thinking about warfare, right? The forms of warfare. It's not there's one great omnipotent way of fighting. It's situational. How do I change the situation based off the things that I have? So next slide. Ah, man. The new slides aren't in here, but that's fine. We'll go with this. All right, so the big thing I wanted to say was that there's essentially 3 basic ways of fighting, right? Maneuver, position, and attritional warfare, or not. There's all sorts of people that have debated this. Unlike the people, back to the assholes joke from this morning about opinions and them all stinking, mine's not an opinion, mine's empirical research. So I think you could say mine's better, all right? But it is empirically researched most of the time. And you can look at my track record on all my publications to see that it's not just me ramming out something on Substack, okay? Trust me, if it was that easy, never mind. All right, so maneuver, I have argued, if you read my conflict realism book and a couple of other things I'd said, that's actually a subcategory of positional warfare. Positional warfare is actually the larger thing when we talk about the movement, the combination of movement and fire to gain positions of relative advantage. That's positional warfare. Sorry, it is. All right. The difference is primarily how close are you to whatever the objective is, and do you have room to move? All right. And so I'm going to set that aside. Attrition isn't this dumb way of fighting where you just roll up and say, it's like Terminator or Predator. It was on last night, in fact, so this is helpful. It's one of my favorite movies. It's one of the first movies I remember seeing as a very little kid, right? And there's a couple scenes, when Billy's standing on the log and he cuts his chest with the knife and he's like that. Like, that's not attrition, okay? That's the way it's cast. That's the way a lot of people say attrition is, but it's not, all right? And the other part is like with Arnold laying there on the ground saying, "Here I am, kill me." You know what I'm saying? That part, that's not attrition either. But that's the way a lot of people try and strawman attack attrition to make it sound like it's a 1-for-1 exchange ratio. It's all about solely using firepower and fighting stupid and doing frontal attacks. That's not what it is. Okay, it's far more nuanced than that. And again, if you go back and look at a bunch of the stuff, I've got a paper coming out in RUSI like today, sometime. Anyway, if you look at all that, you can look at that in greater detail, all right? But the one thing I do want to say is don't buy into a lot of the snake oil that's being sold, all right? There's a lot of snake oil in conventional military thought and strategic thought. And the way that maneuver warfare is cast as the way of fighting uber alles, right, is incorrect. All these things interact based off the situation and the conditions on the ground, your location and proximity to your objective, what your objective is, what you have on hand, all right, how much terrain you have to move in. If you don't have any room to move, you're not doing maneuver, right? Like if it's me versus you and we're right here, you're fighting headlong into that if there's no way to get around it. And my book, Maneuver's Dead, goes through and it lays out this idea of battlefield parallax, right? So the closer you get to something, like right now, it would be hard for me to flank you guys because the front's so wide. But if I was, a football field back, I could find a lot more ways to get around you to get to my objective if my objective happened to be the table there in the back, all right? And so that concept is really at the heart of the difference in when maneuver should be applied, when positional warfare should be applied, and when attritional warfare should be applied. The other part of that, philosophies don't win wars, so maneuver is a philosophy, whatever. Those don't win wars, all right? What wins a war is doing what you need to do to generate defeat. And part of that, a huge part of that is control, right? Being able to control the ground, all right? So the other part is multi-domain operations, all right? Sounds great. It's really cool. Got a book on that coming out. I went to the printer today. Everything happened today. I'm not kidding, by the way. Or this week or today. So that book will be up on Amazon really soon, too. But that's a co-edited volume on multi-domain operations that Franz Steffengati and I put together. And it's got folks from the US and from all over the world writing about some of the benefits and some of the shortcomings of MDO. But a lot of the problem with that is it's overly complicated, right? If you get hacked, it's going to be really challenging. One of the things I learned at the National Training Center, I don't know if you remember this, sir, but like, what do we do when we can't talk, right? You still got to be able to fight. And we were working through that even then. What happens when the radios go down? And we went out and did a lot of training before that first big rotation to work through a lot of those concepts. And we really fought in a very decentralized way based off the mission and the intent and the goal that we were trying to achieve, right? And so we just have to be careful when we think about things like multi-domain operations. We need to be critical of it and say, hey, here are the shortfalls, right? And again, what was it? Something one of my colleagues told me when I was a brand new lieutenant. He said something like, do what your paycheck is willing to accept, right? So go out and be critical of it, but do what your paycheck's willing to accept, or your spouse, because there's a lot of people that get riled up, as I saw yesterday with my, hey, here's my Maneuvers Dead book post on social media. Thank you. Where'd you go? Thank you. You were just one of a few, but it's okay. All right. But the other part of that is don't be afraid to push the envelope and challenge what your institution's saying, because there's reasons it says what it says, and those aren't always bound in reality. All right. And so you got to go out and think about why some of those things are being said. The other part, I've talked a bit about drones already, right? They're great for generating, shaping effects and enabling effects, but they can't go occupy territory. And I'll talk more in just a second on that. And then the other thing too with precision strike and standoff warfare, you got to really be careful with that as well for the same reasons. You could take this slide I'm going to show in just a second and do the same analysis with it, but we've got to really not sell off. The point is we have to be careful about selling off our soul in terms of land forces, right? The Army last year and the year before gutted cavalry formations, gutted MPs, gutted engineers, gutted all sorts of things to make cap space for drones and long-range precision strike and multi-domain task forces. And at the end of the day, that's terrific. But then what happens after all those things go in, right? After you've shot your HIMARS, you've shot your GIMLers, and you don't have anything on the ground to go in and clean up or to go in and consolidate gains. I hate that phrase, but consolidate gains. I hate that phrase because when FM30 came out in 2018, 17, I was in Iraq. I was a campaign plan manager. I was doing my SAMS utilization with 1st Armored Division, and that manual came out, and that was the buzz phrase we always had to have in everything. You got to say consolidate gains. So we made a smart-ass little thing on the wall, and it was a bottle of gain. It was a bunch of little bottles of gain, and it said something like, we're consolidating gains. All right. Planners, when they get bored or get pissed, do funny stuff. All right, next slide. Okay, this is the drone slide. So when I talk about a couple things that land forces have to do, all right, land forces have to be capable of taking territory, retaking territory, clearing threats from the territory, holding territory, sealing boundaries, and protecting populations. Within each one of those requirements, there's two baseline conditions, and you could probably dig deeper if you want, but for the simplicity of being able to get up and talk quickly about this, I've outlined two for each, okay? To take territory, and this one and number 2, because they're so similar, the conditions are the same. You have to defeat an occupying army, and you have to be able to control contested terrain. To clear threats from territory, the conditions are you have to remove the hostile threat from difficult terrain and then control the contested terrain. To hold territory, you have to be able to defeat counterattacks and control contested terrain. To seal boundaries, you have to control the nexus of the contested area, right? You got to be able to hold that and also prevent counterattacks. That really is part of it as well, right? And then to protect populations, you have to prevent civilian harm and collateral damage and control contested territory, all right? So again, controlling territory is paramount. Now, if you look at drones across the board, they can only do a couple of those things. Arguably, they can defeat an occupying army. Saw that in Nagorno-Karabakh, right? 2020, that's the thing that everybody wants to look and say, future of war, Nagorno-Karabakh. Okay, that's an outlier, that's an anomaly when you look at the history of war, and a N of 1 is not sufficient to validate anything other than preferred opinion. All right, so it can do that. It can also potentially defeat a counterattack, right, if you kill it before it gets to you. But aside from that, drones can't do any of the other stuff that's required in land wars, right? That requires, at least right now, human beings on the ground capable of taking, retaking, holding, clearing, sealing borders, and protecting populations. And so when we think about the future of war, we can't think about that at the cost of this, all right? And you can take this and you can change it out and you can remove drones and you can put long-range precision strike up there, or you can put standoff warfare up there, and you'll have very similar results, all right? This is like, I should have put it in here, I forgot. The underpants gnomes, right? Phase 1, steal drones. Phase 2, or get drones. Phase 2, phase 3, profit, right? that phase 2 part is what none of this stuff accounts for. It's what drones don't account for, long-range precision strike, and that's where land forces, to include Marines, are incredibly important and can't be sold off just to make room for all this stuff. All right, next slide. I think I'm going to skip this one. And then the last one here, my last slide. Go ahead. All right, so some things to consider. We have to be focused on generating and maintaining and restoring tactical and operational mobility. This is why I mentioned the air-ground littoral earlier. That's really what's getting in the way of mobility today. That and just the fact that a lot of forces are now like this instead of like this. And when you're like this, you can't really do things like move, which if you can't move, you can't do maneuver, regardless of what level you're at, all right? Then you're just fighting either positionally or attritionally. Hence, you have to understand positional and attritional warfare. Doctrine does not even talk about positional warfare, and it barely talks about attritional warfare, and when it does, it makes it look bad. It makes it sound like it's something stupid. And really, both of those are baked into our doctrine. We just call them things like frontal attack, turning movements, and other different forms of maneuver. All right, we've misapplied and overapplied the word maneuver because it's cool and it makes us sound really intelligent. All right, so let's see. So you have to understand those. That's the key. All right, you also have to build formations for those. So whoever leaves the room and someday ends up helping generate formations, that's one of the things you need to think about is these things are great, but they're the phase 1. Phase 2 is formations that can go control terrain, do that iterative engagement to change the mind of your opponent to quit fighting, all right? And you can't magic your way, you can't stare at goats your way to cognitive paralysis to do that, all right? You have to go fight hard to do so. All right. And again, the air-ground littoral is key for that. That's really something I've started shifting a bit of my focus to look more at that and write more on that and do more research on that because I think that's critical to opening up mobility, not maneuver, to help get things going again. All right. Zones of proximal dominance, that's the other thing we have to think about. We can't do everything everywhere, especially when we're trying to think through how do we do things outnumbered and win. Well, you have to have zones of proximal dominance, small areas that you're trying to dominate, not the entire battlefield, and then you iteratively move those things forward as you go. All right, so the last thing, so force structure, right? You also can't forget combined arms and joint operations, like was mentioned previously. All right, we really have to be thinking about that. Those are the elements that provide the ability to and again, these ideas aren't new. Combined arms isn't new. Joint operations isn't new. Everybody does it. They just do it within their own means, right? But we can't forget it ourselves. All right? The last thing I would argue is that we have to stop with the institutional jargon because it muddies understanding. We have to speak in clean English as much as possible and quit applying the word maneuver, for instance, to things it doesn't apply to. Like there are no maneuver forces. There's just land forces. Land forces do maneuver, they do position, they do all sorts of stuff, right? That's just an example, all right? But we got to try and do our best if we can affect doctrine or concepts or force development things in any way to speak in plain English as much as possible. So with that, I am done. Thank you.
General retired, Tony Agudo, done, you can read his bio, he's done lots of things, tons of things. He's currently helping us. He works with One Valiant as a senior mentor, so he has a vested interest in our success. What I think is fascinating is, he commanded Security Assistance Group Ukraine. Really, it had started up until 2025? 2? Yeah. No, you were there, you left in 24? Yeah, I mean, so I would argue there's probably fewer people in our Army that know more about modern warfare than General Gudo. So with that, sir, I'll turn it over to you.
My name is Tony Agudo. I did just retire at 24. I did retire from Security Assistance Group Ukraine, or SAGU. I noticed we have a couple of alumni in here. Thanks for what you guys did. What does SAGU do? We provided security assistance to Ukraine. What that means is we were the lead element for the United States in providing help to Ukraine. So everything from security assistance, equipment, training, logistics, supply, reconstitution, all came through our headquarters. But what we did do, and we don't talk about a lot, is we also provided operational advice. So, I mean, it makes sense, right? We're giving them these millions and millions of dollars of equipment from across Europe. We had about a 28-person or 28-nation coalition within our headquarters. And so I did retire in 24, and I found myself in this position of what do I do next, or what do I do when I grow up? I have found myself in this little niche. Don't ask me how. But what I do really now is I offer senior mentoring to militaries. I go to Taiwan. Me and about 13 of my closest friends senior mentor their military leadership, their senior military leadership. As some of you know, I also belong to a company work for a company that goes out and helps mentors National Guard brigades and divisions. So I do that as well. And then recently I found myself going back into Eastern Europe and helping them out as well. As a matter of fact, next week I'm heading back to Europe to talk about the integration of technologies into the Eastern Flank defense of Europe. So I'm in this little niche that why they picked a cavalryman to do that, I don't know. Just like I wonder why Craig asked a cavalryman like me to come up and speak when I have this esteemed row of people that I'm speaking with. So here's my disclaimer before I start. I am not an academic. Didn't even graduate from SAMS. They wouldn't let me in. So what I am going to talk to you about are lessons learned. These in some of the more recent security challenges that we have around the world. I'm going to caveat this with most of these lessons are my observations, coupled with the leaders I've talked to. They're not political. I don't come down on one side. I simply want to talk to you about some of the lessons that I have seen, and then somehow at the end kind of tie it into what you guys are going through and where you're going next. I believe you guys already heard I was the 11th ACR commander. Yeah, we'll talk about that too. But before I start, a lot of great talk on concepts, a lot of great talk on strategies. What I found most interesting is no matter who got up and talked, you're going to find it in the lessons that I've seen from Ukraine, from Taiwan, and from Hamas. You'll see a lot of that come out. How you interpret those concepts and how you fight them is what matters. How you lead them matters even more. I noticed a sign actually as I was walking back towards the bathroom. It's hidden way in the back. I actually wish it was up front. But basically said, let me see if I got this right. Culture destroys strategy every time. Culture destroys strategy every time. And you're going to see this come out as we talk. Culture. The very first OPD I ever remembered, I was in the Army for 36 years. I was a young company commander. And we're in a training area in Germany. And my then battalion commander comes up and talks to us about culture and how to fight. And I remembered that. Actually, he doesn't know this, but I carry that OPD, the same OPD that he gave us on paper with me to this day. And that thought on culture and how to fight has actually driven how I have grown up into the Army and how I led formations throughout my entire career. Next slide, please. Art of war is simple enough. Find out where your enemy is, get at him as soon as you can, strike him as hard as you can, and you keep moving on. Period. Now that battalion commander happens to be Dr. James Greer. It was his OPD. He probably doesn't even remember it. And I still carry that OPD with me today. Why is that important? You learned about 3 types of warfare, right? You've learned about different concepts of how to fight. The fact of the matter is, Bill, please. and build again. The principles of war do not change. We talk about convergence, mass, right? We talk about C2, we talk about fires, we talk about all this, but it's all based off these very simple rules, simplicity being one of them. And we go through the lessons, just keep this in the back of your head because we'll wrap all this together and where you're going here towards the NTC. Next slide, please. So what does this boil down to? Big debate, right? People use these words interchangeable and they're not. The nature of war does not change. It's violent, it's evil, it's bloody, people die, people get hurt. And it's political. What happens when politics can't solve a problem? We go to war. That doesn't change. The character of it, though, does. Right? These are all real pictures from Ukraine. Some of them I took myself. Some are just illustrative. But from UAVs to counter-UAS to EMI environments to low orbit satellite communications, yes, this is changing the character of war. How you employ these systems within the principles of war that I just had up there is what matters. And you guys are all about to go through this, right? Is the MFRC in here? The multifunctional reconnaissance?
We're building it.
Okay. Oh, we haven't picked it yet. Okay. Right? That is something none of you guys have seen before. The UAVs that can reach beyond line of sight long over your intel handover line is something you guys have not yet dealt with. Dealing with targets, for all you targeting warrants out there, and all you scouts out there, that you're just not used to dealing with and having to coordinate that with other brigades, other battalions, and the division, is something you're gonna have to work your way through, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But it doesn't change what your mission is. Your mission is to close with and destroy the enemy, period. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to talk about 3 security challenges. To my esteemed colleagues that are much more educated than I am, please don't correct me. These are my lessons. So as you go through from the Middle Eastern expert to, we're going to talk about Eastern Europe. I'm going to talk about 3 things. I'm going to talk about my lessons from Ukraine. I was blessed to be able to go spend about 2 weeks in Israel and run around with the Israeli leadership. Got to go into Gaza and learn their lessons. We'll talk about that a little bit. And then if we have time, I'll give you a quick pitch on what we're learning in Taiwan. I always found it helpful to kind of set the context before I go into lessons. This map is probably about 8 months old. So I apologize, I couldn't get a more recent one. Country of Ukraine. The blue line depicts where the Russians got to in 2022 when they invaded. This time at about 8 months ago, this is where the line was. So you can see the Ukrainians got back about 50% of the land that the Russians had taken. This is where they're sitting now, probably a little bit more to the west, particularly in here. When we talk about the oblasts and what they want to keep, it's really this. Right in there. But you can see the Ukrainians, not prepared for war, didn't have a reserve system to speak of, had no National Guard, managed to hold a much more numerically superior army from running over their country, and still to this day do. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what it was before the war. This is where they invaded back in 14 and took Crimea. This is where they were when the war kicked. This is where they were in 22 at the height of when they started to gain ground back. And this is approximately where they are today. To set some context, this Dnipro River is a natural boundary leading into Kyiv, right? So if the Russians ever felt the need to get to Kyiv, this area here is probably the easiest way to do it. Because of that, the Ukrainians have built pretty much a defensive wall in and around this area here, which is why they're slowed down. That and they're just tired. Both sides are tired. This black area here is the ground that's in dispute right now. So the Russians obviously have gained to where the pink and the striped lines are. In the peace settlement, they want this. They're called oblasts. Think of them as counties. Why is that so important? This is what they call the breadbasket. Provides about 85% of the grain to Africa and a lot of grain to Europe. It's their main economic, help me out here. Thank you. Export out of Ukraine. Right here in the city of Pokrovsk is a mineral mine. So when we start talking about rare earth minerals, we're not really sure what, well, I'm sure that somebody does, not me, but we believe a lot of them are sitting here on the edge of the breadbasket. This, Crimea, is the only warm water access that Russia owns right now, as opposed to going north. This port, and there's a port sitting right here, are the only two major ports that Ukraine has. This Black Sea is the biggest way they get their economy out of there. This is all just context. I'll get into the fight in a minute. But to kind of explain to you where we think they're at and why this is so important. So when you talk about, okay, you're going to give up a couple hundred miles, it's not just the ground, right? And it's not even the minerals. This little piece of ground right here represents about 4 million Ukrainians that would either have to become Russians and repatriate, or they have to come in and become refugees in their own country. Think about that for a minute. So what's really at discussion here is that ground, this access to the sea, which is key, and how much the Russians want the Ukrainians to build back up again. Because if you think about it, Ukraine is arguably the technological leader in some areas of the world for the military. If Ukraine is allowed to build back up again and Europe dumps all the money we have into that to get that technology, what do they become? Rich. What happens when a country who's worried about a border that starts to get money, what do? They build up their army so it doesn't happen again. So that's where we are right now. We're at odds on this piece of ground and how is Ukraine going to defend it in the next 5 to 10 years. And if they're not part of NATO and don't have security agreements, the only thing they've got left to do is to build it themselves, which they've arguably done pretty well for the last almost 3 years. Next slide. Okay. So again, I was there for 2 years, commanding SAGU. These were some of the lessons that I picked up on, and I'm going to go back to the map and kind of talk about the offensive in 23 and 24 and why we had problems. First thing, and you've heard this, ground matters. I don't care what you put in the air. I don't care what fancy radio system you have. The way they measure success is who can plant the flag farthest on the battle line. I showed you that access up to Kyiv. That's ground. The Russians have not been able to fly over Ukraine since the start of this war. Why? Because of ground-based air defense. That and they're scared. But that's another whole story. Ground matters. And at the end of the game, at the end of the day, if you can't take ground, you can't win a land warfare combat. You can't win in combat. I'm going to skip, we'll come back to 23, 24. Long-range precision fires. It is a game changer. Now, you still have to take the ground. You still have to exploit the success of long-range precision fires. But think about it for a minute for us old folks, artillery guys. You know, we would struggle just to get out to the CPs, right? We would struggle to get out to the support areas of a division or a corps. Now, we could shoot their headquarters back in Russia if we wanted to. We're going to talk about Hamas in a minute, but think about what Israel did to Iran in targeting all of their leaders. Long-range precision, particularly at the operational and tactical level, is a game changer. It could be UAV, it could be long-range fires, but you've got to account for that now because your rear, which only used to be 5 to 10 kilometers, now stretches to 20 to 30 because of UAVs. And they can strike you at 20 to 30. And if you're out in the battlefield, just assume you're being seen because there's really nowhere for you to hide anymore. you can use that to your advantage as an NBCT, right? I fought at NTC for 2 years. Never thought that place would seem small. When I go out there now and watch units play, it seems like the tiniest place in the world. Why? Because you could see past the gap now. You can actually shoot past the gap, and you can actually read the enemy quicker than you could when I was there. Which brings us to command and control systems. He who could decide first usually wins first. If you could see the enemy, get to your commander, get a decision based off his DSM, and you could react faster than the enemy, you generally won the battle. And you see it in Ukraine all the time. Now, they're only making incremental gains, but if they could read what's going on in the battlefield and react quicker, those gains were actually more concrete. Kill chains. Can't harp on this enough. It goes back to how fast you can talk, how fast you communicate, and how fast you can see the battlefield. Your kill chains have got to be quick, they got to be efficient, and they've got to be prioritized, right? How many times have you guys gone out to the field and you're calling for fire, you see the enemy dead set in front of you, and you're about 15 down in the AFATADS list, right? And you're just screaming for fire because you know your commander, this is the commander's main effort. Because that freaking AFATADS just bottled up your call for fire in a system that was built or designed back in the 70s, right? We, as an army, and the Ukrainians kind of figured it out, how do you break that kill chain so that your commander can get to the decisive point in the battlefield and support your fight? All right, I'm going to back up for a minute. Can you back up one slide, please? 2 slides, actually. 23, 24. At one point, we had the Russians on the ropes. Make no mistake, they were on the ropes. And that's when Ukraine decided they wanted to attack. Chiefly much against our better judgment, we said you should probably wait and build your army up a little more, maybe build up a reserve force before you go in, but they saw it too. The goal was to attack here in a supporting effort and then attack here as the main effort with the goal of cutting off what we called the land bridge and splitting the Russian forces and not allowing them to move back and forth. Simple, right? 8 brigades up one way, 15 brigades up the other. That was the plan. Fire support, intelligence support, everything was there except for our ability to give them long-range fires. But everything was there for them to do that. If any of you followed us, you know that's not what they did. We war gamed the hell out of that thing, at least twice, if not 3 times. We brought everybody into a big gym like this, war gamed it, threw it into the computers, and what they did was they split their forces evenly, 1, so they didn't designate a main effort. And 2, they added another access right here. So what would have been about 20 brigades and 8 brigades turned to be about 10 brigades across the board going here, here, and here. Russia, because of that, had the time to react. So they got stopped here. We made room down here and started a maneuver. Russia just simply picked up and moved their forces. And because they didn't have enough combat power to exploit strength, Russia was able to move around and stop the attack. Now, as you can imagine, there's a couple principles there that were violated, right? 1, it was no surprise. They made no effort to surprise what they were doing, to hide what they were doing. 2, they didn't follow the simple economy of force. What's your main effort? What's your supporting effort? And then 3, they didn't mass. You put 10 brigades across, 3 separate axes of advance, and their goal was, okay, whoever has the most success, we're just going to pick brigades up and move them there, which they never did. I bring all this up again because they were just starting the use of UAVs then, right? They just started to use them. But they could not figure out how to mass this new technology synchronized with the actual combat power they have to actually, if they had, in our estimation, they probably would have won. or at least gotten much farther into Ukraine than where they are now. Go forward, please. Keep going. And one more. Nope, I'm sorry, back up. Partners and allies. It got brought up today. Our coalition was 51 nations strong, 28 of which sat in our JOC. We will never go to war again without partners and allies, period. Almost a third of my JOC were Canadians. They took the hard brunt of training the Ukrainians while we provided the overhead. We will never go to war again without allies, period. We can't. Info ops. I usually ask this question, but I want to ask it here. Cell phones. You'd be shocked at how much intel you can gather from a cell phone. We found major Russian movements because the soldiers taking pictures of themselves as they were moving along. Or civilians on the battlefield taking pictures of Russian convoys traveling through Ukraine. It is a killer if you guys are bringing cell phones around. I mean, literally a killer. We lost a pretty significant JOC, Ukrainian JOC, before they decided to go into buildings because one of their kids turned on his cell phone and called his wife. Lost 10 people that day. Information ops matter. InfoSec matters. When was the last time we fought a long war? Afghanistan and Iraq notwithstanding. World War II? Korea? Most of the wars we plan for these days are what we call Desert Storm wars, right? One of the gentlemen that came up front said we kind of fool ourselves into thinking that our assumptions of our ability to overmatch and get to anywhere on the battlefield in the world, have time to build up all of our stuff, and then go into attack, those are all bad assumptions these days. You're fighting in a contested logistic world, and if we think we can get across the ocean untouched these days, we're sadly mistaken. Ukraine did not plan for this, and truthfully, if you didn't have the coalition providing the back end for the first 2 or 3 years of the war, at least the first 2, they would have lost. Last count when I left, which was a year ago, somewhere around 10,000 vehicles we gave them of all sorts. And that's not to mention the millions of rounds we provided as a coalition. Now they're starting to produce their own, they're building their own tanks, they're building their own technology. But at the very beginning, they were not prepared for it. And what was crucial, and we found out, we tried to get them to train, is you got to keep training as you go. You got to pass your lessons learned along. We'd have brigades that would do phenomenal stuff. I'd go talk to the next brigade. I said, hey, did you hear what the 33rd did up in pick a Ukrainian city? And they'd be like, no, what'd they do? They were very reticent because of fear of trust of their soldiers on what would get passed to the Russians. So for the longest time, they did not pass their lessons learned. So you'd have brigades doing great and wonderful things. You have brigades that were not. And none of the information got shared. It got multiplied even more when they finally did turn up a draft and do another mobilization, because they didn't have the base to, one, take the lessons from the field and train their soldiers, and they didn't have the training bases like we do to train their reserves. So they are where they are now, which is they're running out of manpower, particularly trained manpower, because they've lost too many at the front. Why do I bring all that up? Really, to take a sidebar to talk about you for a minute. When I was in 3rd ID going into 1st Army, we led a warfighter. We high-conned a warfighter for 38th Division. And I had a French DCG, deputy commander. And as a commander, as we all do, we get frustrated with what's going on in the game, right? We're not moving fast enough. They're not using fire the right way. We got to get them moving faster. We got to get them moving faster. And my French DCG looked at me and goes, I don't know why you're so mad. I'm like, I'm not mad. I just want them to do better. He goes, look, there's no country in the world that has the reserve capability that the United States does. He goes, France would kill to have something like this, to have an infrastructure like this. They could turn around and move reserves and National Guard pretty quickly in a fight if we needed to. That was kind of an eye-opener to me. And as I go into other places like Taiwan, he's absolutely right, because I work with their reserves. Nothing compared to what we do. Nothing compared to what you guys do. So I thought I'd put that quick plug in there for you. All right, I'm going to pause here. Any questions on Ukraine? I know that was kind of quick and dirty. Yeah, what's up? I'm only rolling my eye because I got to think about the environment we're in. He wants to know how they shorten their kill chain. A couple things. First off, communications, right? They operate mainly, not all, but mainly off of low orbit satellites, Starlink. We talk to them on Starlink. And then they operate off a thing called TAC, which we call TAC, ATAC. They call it the Ukrainian Tactical Network. It's a cell phone. You could actually buy that. You can actually get the app on your phone now, because that's how the Taiwans do it. And it's basically a common operating picture that looks amazingly like Maven. And they figured out if you push that through on a low orbit satellite through those pipes, it's relatively secure. Not completely, but enough so that they could pass information around. So when they changed the way on how they saw the battlefield, they changed the way on how they passed communications, and they would not use our AFATADs, which I don't blame them because I took the AFATADs out of the jock. It's just too slow. No offense to my field artillerymen. They use a system called Kropiva, or Kropiva. What it is it's a game with drop-down menus, and then once you're able to figure out rounds and targeting data, it inputs into the system, and you can almost literally take it, push the target, drop down, push that unit, drop down, push that system, and it would provide a solution. And then they could communicate that. The challenge was their systems, their actual firing systems were not digital. They were our old 777s. So by the time you got it to the gun, they actually had to feed the firing system in manually. But they took down all the pre-work. Now, that causes problems, right? Who has the authority to shoot? Who clears the targets? Who clears the air? Although they didn't have to worry about air too much. That would cause problems for us to do it that quickly. And I'll give you an example of how the Israelis did it. But to answer your question, that's how they did it. Any more? Okay, next slide. Israel. Not sure how much you guys know on this, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background, and then we'll kind of go into the lessons learned. An incredibly small country. We looked it up, or figured it out one day. 78 Israels could fit in the size of the United States. That's how small it is. And we have, what, 52 states? Yeah, 52. Gaza Strip, smaller than Miami Beach. And this is the Palestine-ruled area. This is the key to Middle East security, or it was. Why? Because Iran built what they called a ring of fire around Israel through terrorist networks, state-sponsored terrorism in and around. So Israel found themselves surrounded. Build, please. To the north, you had the Lebanese Hezbollah, LH. Arguably the strongest terrorist group was the strongest terrorist group in the world, right? They were armed, they had their own air defense systems, they had their own tanks, and they were quite large. Huge threat to Israel. To the south, you had Hamas and the Gaza Strip. We'll talk about them in a minute. Off to the east, you had Syria. At the time, had not had their coup, so they were considered a threat. And of course, you had the Palestinians that were living here on the West Bank. At any point, and then truthfully, you have the Houthis down here in Yemen they can affect either the shipping lanes or firing on them. So they were, in Israel's mind, they were surrounded. On October 7th, 2,000 Hamas terrorists crossed the border, literally went 3 kilometers inside of Israel, killed over 1,200 Israelis, captured 231, and 364 young kids were actually killed at the music festival, which you guys all know about. Okay, again, I'm not coming down on either side. I'm just giving you some context to how this went down. What was interesting to me, and I did not know this until I went into Israel, the 2,000 Hamas terrorists were followed by 4,000 citizens who did most of the atrocities. You guys can look it up on YouTube. It's out there. They did it while they were going. So think about it. You're in your little town of Puyallup, right, enjoying a festival, and 6,000 armed militants coming in to send a pound of you. There was an airbase maybe 2 kilometers from the site, and the division headquarters wasn't more than 5 kilometers away. No one saw it coming. But what that little incident did was throw Israel into a 2-year war that not only went after Hamas, it went after that entire ring in and around Israel. Next slide, please. Okay, to give you some context, they were faced with a decision. They say October 7th was horrible. October 10th was the day that they decided what they were going to do. They were either going to go into into Gaza, get their citizens back and take out Hamas, but they had this big threat up here that they had to worry about. They also knew it came from here. So the decision was made that they would hold off on going into Gaza first. They would take care of Lebanon, take care of the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then if it presented itself, go into Iran. Sorry, I was pointing to Iraq earlier, I meant Iran. And that's exactly what they did. 5 divisions moved up to the north. The Hezbollah, seeing what Hamas had done, had decided to probe the line to figure out if they could get in the game. Can you imagine if they'd actually coordinated that attack? What would have happened? But they didn't. So Hezbollah came in a couple weeks later, started probing the line, and figured out they couldn't. So what did the Hezbollah do? They backed up, went into holes, tried to figure out how they were going to do it, started bringing all their equipment and all their men into spaces to decide when and how they could attack. To an artilleryman, what does that provide you? Target. A target-rich environment. All of the air defense systems they had in hiding, guess where they went? So Israel took advantage of that, targeted the Hezbollah, killed the leader of Hezbollah, arguably the strongest terrorist in the world at the time, and the number 2 man in Iran. Killed him, and then proceeded to take out all their air defense systems in and around Lebanon. Now, you guys are all smart enough to see this, right? Syria, at this point, goes into disarray, takes them out of the game. So what does that leave Israel and the US? An air avenue of approach into Iran. So consequently, by destroying these air defense systems, them coming out of the game, Iraq wasn't playing, because we're still there. That left a clear shot for aircraft to go into Iran. So they went into an air war. It's called the 12-Day War, Operation Lion. You guys are all familiar with this. And they went out, and the Israelis took out, I'd say, about 70% of the air defense systems in Iran, give or take, which of course opened the door for us to go in and take out their nuclear strike. This whole thing was actually planned. It was a strategy to get rid of the Ring of Fire. And as that's going on, they're starting to make their move on Hamas. Next slide, please. I only put this up for one reason. Look at the population in that small little area. Those are all built-up areas. That is an incredibly hard problem set for anybody to deal with. So when they were talking about cities becoming the new defensive area, I can't imagine a harder place to fight than Gaza. And I'll show you some pictures in a minute. You can see how small it is. Next slide, please. Don't Those are actually pictures we took when we were sitting on the top of an Israeli outpost of Hamas. They wouldn't let, or Gaza, they wouldn't let us go any closer than that. Right behind there is the sea. That last row of buildings is the edge to the beach. And we were standing on a hill right next to that dump, so you could see how thin it was. This whole area here was actually as built up as that before it started. Now, a lot of people are questioning, why did Israel do what they did? Again, I'm not following either side. I'm just going to take a military perspective on this. As bad as those buildings are, as tight as they are, and as hard as that urban environment is to fight, the bigger problem was the thousands of tunnels that existed underneath the city. I'd show you a picture of it, but they wouldn't let us take it out. But it literally looked like, you know how an ant's nest is, right? You guys ever like pour concrete or acid or something down and pick it up? Okay, that's what it looked like underneath, or it does look like underneath Gaza. So they had a challenge. They had a challenge of clearing above ground, they had a challenge of clearing below ground, and they had to communicate in order to do that. And as you guys know, once you get into a tunnel, your communication systems don't work very well. So this idea of sending a UAV, a dog, and a human, they had to do that because once the human went in, their ability to talk becomes really hard, right? So this was, still is, the challenge that they face, fighting an enemy that doesn't play by the same rules. Next slide, please. Okay. This is a takeout from the operational lessons that the Chief of Staff of the Israeli Army sent to our TRADOC. I just pulled out some of the relevant stuff. You're going to see some of this starts to resonate with what we talked about in Ukraine and what we'll talk about in Taiwan, right? Joint combined warfare. Got to be able to synchronize your fires. Close air support for the ground. This one kind of caught me off guard. Combat engineering in the battlefield. That was the number 4 lesson learned. You had to figure out how to clear what you just destroyed. What they found is in order to get to the tunnels, they had to knock down the infrastructure that was before it. That's why you saw all that stuff leveled. It wasn't that they were trying to cause wanton destruction. They couldn't get to the tunnels until they knocked down the infrastructure that was before it. And in order to clear that infrastructure and truthfully help save lives, is they brought combat engineering up to the front, leading some of their forces, because that's the only way they could do it. Can you build, please? For you armor guys in the room who thinks tanks are dead, they said that was their number 1 killer and protector, were tanks and APCs in an urban environment. Now they have a trophy system, and what that really is a system that's on top that operates off a sensor. So as a UAV, if a UAV, they're actually built for IEDs initially. If a UAV approaches the tank, it will automatically slew and take out the UAV. We tried putting them on our tanks. It added about 8 tons more weight to the tank because we had to balance it. So we don't use it, at least not their version. We're trying to figure out how to do it. But they said the trophy system significantly helped them in protection in order to move in and around the city. One of the challenges they had is Hamas would go into the cars, take out the rear camera, and put them on top of corners, on street lights. So if it wasn't a UAV that was watching you, an enemy UAV, there's a damn car or a camera from a Nissan sitting on top of a light that you don't necessarily see. So they told us, anywhere above ground, you couldn't go anywhere without Hamas seeing you. And now you got to worry about that, and you got to worry about the tunnels below you, most of which exited either from a school, a hospital, or a graveyard. Which, to field artillerymen, do we target them? No. And they knew that. I'm just trying to paint a picture for what the challenges they had, so it kind of gives you a scope of the lessons they learned. This was key to them, real-time intelligence and flow. It's no surprise, right? They used beepers to take out about 25% of Hezbollah in Lebanon, right? They just blew them up one day. Boom, dudes are done. They found every single leader, military leader in Iran of their top tier, 5 of their top nuclear scientists and took them all out in the span of a night. That is real-time intelligence. There's actually a funny story. One of the pilots that actually flew it, they flew, and their percentage of what they thought they could kill that night was going to be 1 out of about 8, right? They had to take out 8. They said if they got 1, they'd be successful. If they got 2, it'd be phenomenal. So as they're flying in, getting ready to drop bombs, they get a call and told to stop and to loiter. Now, if you're a pilot, the last thing you want to get told is to loiter over a potentially dangerous area, right? You know, we said we took out all the 8A, we're not sure we did, but they got told to loiter. What real-time intelligence told them was all 8 of their targets, because they were getting scared, got called into a meeting. So those 8 targets went into the headquarters and now presented 1 big target. Took them all out, 3 bombs. So sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But if you hadn't planned it, you wouldn't even have that opportunity to do it. Real-time intelligence. I won't belabor you on medical, but they really have changed the way they do medical evacuation significantly. And it, according to their numbers, decreased the casualty rate by 70%. This operational learning during the war, Israel has mandatory service, so their reserve forces all got called up. And like you, they're not trained as much as the active forces, right? It's no offense, it's just how we do it. But if they didn't have a system in place to train the reserve forces as they were coming in or as they came off the line to train the next ones, they said they would have failed. They intentionally put up a system that allowed them to train their forces as they were fighting. This was key. They said at endgame, it was their fighting spirit that carried the day, their culture, their leadership that carried the day that allowed them to win. Next build, please. So we got to talk to all the division commanders and operational commanders, north, south, east, and west. This is the division commander that was in charge on October 7th. And this is the division commander who led the initial fight into Gaza. He did it for 10 months before he had to come out of command. Ended up taking over their special operations. Those were his key lessons learned. So I'm just going to take a minute with these for a minute, because some of these are very applicable to you. Integrating technology, right? They really didn't, I mean, they had drones, but to be able to turn around and use drones in conjunction with fire, in conjunction with close air support, how did they synchronize it? How did they integrate it? And how did they make it effective so it was a one shot, one kill? They had to learn all that as they went. They got their kill chain from call to fire to either a round or an airplane dropping a bomb to under 2 minutes. Think about that for a minute. Sometimes we can't even get our mortars to fire under 2 minutes. How did they do it? They'll tell you it was a lot of training, a lot of learning going on. But what they did do was change the way they did their common operating picture. They, like us, have something like Maven that they use, but they also use it across all services. So an Air Force guy sees the same picture that a ground guy does, which makes Link 16 seem a little bit antiquated. But that's how they were able to drop their kill chain down into under 2 minutes. Besides the fact I can't spell, nobody likes to talk about logistics. But he said that was the #1 lesson he learned. You can't move forward unless you're thinking back. If you run out of bullets, you run out of food, you run out of engineering equipment, and you don't have a plan to keep it with you as you're going, you were dead in the water, literally. And you saw how tight or how far or how little they had to travel. But he said the amount of munitions and people that they had to move around the battlefield, if they didn't pre-plan all their logistics to tuck up right underneath the front line, they wouldn't have made it. This I thought was interesting and kind of gets to the culture. He called it the TikTok generation. Soldiers were great. A lot of them were reservists. Some of them were just coming off the street and literally thrown into the line. What he said was, all great soldiers, incredibly strong, really wanting to fight, but you had to talk to them differently than what you were used to. To them, rank didn't matter. If you didn't talk to them in a way that would motivate them on their level, and I don't mean that demeaningly, I'm using his words, you become irrelevant, and you couldn't lead in combat. So what that meant was, and I think I have it in here somewhere, forward command presence. They very rarely stayed in their jocks. Commanders were out all the time. Now, I don't necessarily advocate that, particularly for you. You got to find that right balance, right? When you need essay, where do you best go to get essay? I would argue that a lot of times you need to be on the ground watching your battalions fight, right? I was there once, I see it. But sometimes you got to get, if you're trying to set conditions for battalions or companies, you got to be in a place where you could see the whole picture, what your fellow battalions are doing, what your fellow companies are doing, and it becomes a balancing act. The way they described it was some of their command systems allowed them to get on the ground much more, and then sometimes you just have to turn your jock over to whoever's there to fight it while you're on the ground helping with that fighting spirit. But it was always a commander, that leader presence, which they say saved the day in some of the hardest times. Rules of engagement. I thought this comment was interesting. Rules of engagement are for us, not for the enemy. So despite what you might see, and again, I'm only talking from their side, they followed the rules of engagement. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from Gaza were asked to leave and then brought back. Because as they went through city or block by block, they wanted to minimize as many civilian casualties as possible. Which, if you can imagine, that's not how Hamas saw it. Interesting perspective on fighting in this environment. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So at the end of the day, after we went around and saw all the commanders, we got to speak with their senior military leadership, the chief, the leader of Mossad, and a few other cabinet members, and Netanyahu. But these are the four things that they say gives Israel a qualitative military edge. Look at number one. Their ability to train, maintain, and employ their reserve forces is their number one qualitative military edge. Large investments in technology, point taken. Behind Ukraine, they're probably the second most, actually I would argue they're probably the most technologically advanced military out there right now. Intelligence, this I found interesting. The Mossad worked for the military during the war. Can you imagine if you tell the CIA they got to work for General Kane? The Mossad worked for the military for the war, during the war. Now, they had other things to do, don't get me wrong, but they took direction from them and where to look, where to gather intelligence. This whole idea of total agency, right, applicable to you. Some platoon leader out there in the middle of the battlefield is going to see something that nobody else sees. And if he or she doesn't pick up a radio, dating myself, pick up something to call the jock and let them know that one key indicator that your battalion or your brigade commander needs to make a decision will never get to them. And you may lose the initiative. Now, it's a little dramatic, but everybody out there is a sensor, right? You guys have all heard, everybody's a scout. That's why we pass PIR down to the lowest level. So at least you can, even if you don't know what it means, you know you were told to look for it and report it. Targeting awareness and operations. I'm not going to belabor this. Their targeting was phenomenal, if you think about it, and what they were able to kill, which then turned around to support their awareness, which then turned around and supported their operations. All of this, they said, led to the biggest advantage they had in this entire war, 2-year war. Bill, please. Surprise. Hezbollah didn't see him coming. Iran definitely didn't see him coming. And all of their tactical fights, they said they gained the upper hand because of surprise. Because all of this combined, the intel, the C2, the leadership, the training, allowed them to move faster with a plan to seize the initiative. And I know who said they hated to hear this, consolidate gains and keep moving. Next slide. Actually, back up. Okay, questions? I haven't been looking at my watch. I good? Okay. All right, next slide, please. All right, I'm gonna go through this real quickly. Taiwan, completely different fight, right? Fighting from an island. So Ukraine, in order to survive the first part of the war, they traded time for space. In other words, they fell back on land, able to build themselves back up and then go back on the attack, right? They could draw supplies off of Poland, Romania, wherever the coalition decided to ship it in. They had land to move equipment. That is Taiwan, surrounded by China, Japan, the Philippines. Think of it as one big mountain range surrounded by an island or plains. There is no east-west movement, right? You either go north, you go south. The center of gravity for Taiwan in their defense is their army. Because if you make the assumption the Chinese can actually get to the shore, all they have left is their army, which is why we're focusing on them so much right now. And that right there, where their C2 is, becomes hugely important to their army. That's their center of gravity. They have nowhere to trade space for time, right? It's still very defendable terrain, don't get me wrong. A lot of cities, a lot of hills. But the challenge is they can't pull back. And they've got nowhere to put they have no strategic support area on an island. Everything's pushed out to units. So their ability to keep the fight going will have to rely on allies. So what this fight really boils down to is their will to hang on and fight and our will to jump in the middle of it. That's what this fight, in my humble opinion, boils down to. Yeah?
I've always heard J00 or KCOM that they need to fight for 3 days. You fight for 3 days, and then we can jump in. And that's 72 hours when we'll be able to project force, do what Tim did, pull our folks out of Korea.
I wish I could tell you. I mean, the factors in that are so variable. Are the Chinese on an exercise and they just decide to take a left, right? You would hope we'd see the indicators and warnings of that. Most estimates will tell you we'll have a lot longer than 3 days to see the indicators and warnings. And then how much we decide to posture, those are political decisions at that point, not military.
It would have to go along with the king tide, right? The king tide is when they're...
Yeah, there's really only 2 times that would be beneficial to the attack, and it goes along with the king tides. Spring and fall. Same thing as Hong Kong, their exercise. Falls along the same way. They have their challenges. They've got a little bit of the FOMO syndrome, right? Hey, did that work in Ukraine? Can I get one of those? So an interesting story, and I give this to you as a caution. When Ukraine first got all of their UAVs initially from a push and what they were building, they decided to build their first UAV unit. So I went and met with them and talked to them about, okay, how are you going to do this? Let's talk through how you're going to use your UAVs. His response to me was, we're going to give 1,000 to each brigade and tell them to go after it. Okay, that's a plan. What do you want them to kill with these UAVs? What are their capabilities? What are you going to synchronize them with? What is your doctrine or strategy on how to use these things? And the first time they started employing UAVs, despite what you saw in the news, was kind of a disaster. Now, it didn't take them long to figure it out, and you see what you have now. But any bit of kit that you put into your system, into your unit, remember, it operates as a system. You still have to worry about artillery. You still have to worry about air power. You still have to worry about ISR. You still have to be able to synchronize all that to get it to a point of convergence or mass to get the desired effect you want your commander to have. I won't belabor that. We're working on this. fighting an integrated defense. We don't defend in our army, right? And if we do, we defend to do what? Attack. Okay, this is an interesting dilemma for them. There's nowhere to attack, right? It's not like they're gonna drive their tanks out into the ocean. So they get to fight an integrated withdrawal in order to let the Chinese go into the places where they want to kill them. That's the best way you could describe it. That only became part of their strategy about 1.5 years ago. Before that, they thought they can kill them all on the beach. And by the time we started really talking to them about it, we talked to them about, that's a plan, probably not one that'll work. So they're trying to figure out how to synchronize all this new technology, actually become joint because they don't talk to each other, and fight an integrated defense. And I would argue fighting an integrated defense is much harder than going on the attack, much harder. And the decisions a commander has to make in an integrated defense are much more complicated than synchronizing fires. So that's their challenge. Down at our level, they're all great kids. They all really want to do well, but they haven't been doing this for more than 1.5 years. So they're actually kind of starting at ground level. And then when you start talking about how do you stand up reserves and train reserves, because they all do national service, they got to kind of work their way through that as well. You guys kind of all see the common themes of these little, okay. Next slide, please. So what does that mean to you? Probably not a whole hell of a lot. Some dumb cavalryman came up here, told us about all the shit he does, and then he's gonna walk off the stage, right? Okay, your next big goal is what? Outside of fielding your new unit and figuring out how you're gonna fight it. NTC, you all realize that you're the first MBCT to go out to the National Training Center. The Army is counting on you. No pressure, but you are the first. You are the first to take this thing we call an MBCT, put it really in maneuver combat and test the systems, half of which you probably won't have, right? So we collectively are gonna have to figure out how to train yourselves and get better, and then figure out how we account for some of the systems you should have but don't. Make no mistake, the 11th ACR, the regiment, will kick your ass. Build, please. It's their house. That's what they say. You got a chance, you're right. The regiment will kick your ass if you let them. They know the ground. There's no better unit in our United States Army that does decision point tactics better, because they go out every month and do this. They will kick your ass unless you can get into their decision cycle. You have to be faster than them. I've seen it done. I've seen them beat. I never lost, but I've seen it happen, right? Too bad Ian's not here. You can do this, but you have to be what? Bill, please? You have to see them first, right? Which means you got to figure out how to get your intel and the systems you're going to get and use them to your advantage. Because you have to be able to synchronize them, you have to put them on the battlefield. More importantly, you've got to figure out, for you intel folks, how do you now all decipher all the information that you never got before and are getting now into relevant intelligence for your commanders? Think about it, right? You had a scout platoon out in front of you with a set of binos. If you're lucky, they had long-range vision, right? And they're reporting on the battlefield. How many mid-range Class 2 UAVs you have in the system, Chief? 4 or 5. I think it's 5, actually. They can see long beyond the National Training Center. Think of the amount of intel that will now come into your jocks, and someone has to be able to decipher it in a manner that makes sense and not over-report, so you don't think you have 2 regiments coming at you, but just 1. What that means is, and I know I've seen it in units now, because you have all these new systems, they're starting to overlook IPOE or IPO. You still have to go through and do your intelligence battle preparation in the field. Because all those systems are doing are confirming and denying all the work that you went through to figure out the enemy before you go out in the battlefield. If you don't do that, the systems do you no good because you're not confirming or denying shit. Excuse my language. You're just giving data to a commander, not intelligence, so that they can make decisions. You got to decide first. I'm not saying who on the staff has said it, but they hate MDMP. Someone in this organization says they don't like MDMP. Nobody likes MDMP. Nobody. And I did this stuff for 36 freaking years. But if you don't, and you don't do your IPO, you can't get to a decision matrix that allows your commander to make decisions to kill shit on the battlefield, period. And if you don't let them walk off with a decision support matrix that supports his intent, now, it requires him and all your commanders to give a good intent, which is harder than you think. They got to be able to visualize the battlefield and communicate that to you so you can get him a good DSM. But if you don't do the staff work to get him a DSM that makes sense, you will not get him to decide first. Once you decide first, your kill chain's got to be fast enough so you can kill first. Got to know where your guns are. You got to know who's spotting. You got to know who's got primary responsibility for targets, who are the alternates. All the same shit that I grew up on, except you can do it much faster than I can because of what you have. Now you just got to figure out how to synchronize it. And when the time comes, pile the fuck on. Kill them. Again, excuse my language, I apologize. Got me all excited. Right? You pile on and you kill them. Consolidate your gains, move on. You guys have all looked at the map at NTC. I could tell you the spots where the regiments are going to have problems, and it's usually around the passes, right? Securing the passes, getting through the passes, defending the passes, the same problems you're going to have, right? Up in the North 40, it's all there. But if you don't do the work before you go out there or before you enter into the fight and figure all that out, I don't care what technology we give you, it's not going to matter. Put it a different way. Build, please. See and understand the enemy. Use your NDMP to find the enemy. Fix your kill chain. Converge your effects. Or, let me put it in a much more simpler term. Build, please. And I will end this where I started. Before I walk off, first off, I can't tell you how happy I am that I get to work with you guys all the way through to NTC. My team was here earlier this morning. They apparently couldn't come back, but I wanted to, and you'll see most of them throughout the weekend. That's what we're here for, is to help you. We're all retired. To us, this is fun. So 24/7, we're here to help you guys be successful. You can do this. You will do this. And I am so happy I get to see it. Thank you for what you do every day.
Dave Grossman, I read his book years ago when I was a young pup. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with On Killing. I taught firearms to the U.S. Border Patrol, and he has a really good seminar called The Bulletproof Mind. I used to show it all the time to law enforcement professionals. I think what's really impactful to all of you, and as I set him up, is this idea that I think he gets after better. What I call is the quote, "Is this really happening?" piece. You know, as in law enforcement and military, one of the things I always worried about is there's this kind of like a psychological flank. When you're not accustomed to violence, and all of a sudden violence starts, there's a moment when you're not accustomed, you have to go into this kind of this shock. Is this really happening? And that time that we are trying to figure out, is this really happening, to me always worries me as a force that we're not accustomed to violence. And so, you know, I think he does better than anybody trying to address that and many other things. So I know everyone else doesn't want to listen to me, but listen to what Dave has. So I'll turn it over to you,
Well,
sir.
thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? Hey, I want to introduce something real quick, what the Colonel was just saying. Look, when we talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, and we talk out of the Bible, the DSM, it tells us whenever the cause of your trauma is human in nature, the degree of trauma is usually more severe and long-lasting. Now, you tell me, is there a difference between these two scenarios? Scenario one, tornado hits house while you're gone, put your family in the hospital. How do you feel about that one? Well, thank God they're alive. Scenario two, criminals break into the house while you're gone and systematically beat your family in a hospital stay. Now you feel any different? There's all the difference in the world. One's a random act of nature, a bomb from 2,000 feet, artillery from 10 miles away. We don't take those personally. A human being that looks you in the eye and snuffs your life out and kills your friends, that's a totally different story, do you understand? Now, the Guard right now has picked up a lot on the domestic mission. I'm the only person ever to be certified to train law enforcement in all 50 states, every federal agency. I retired from the Army in '97. I've been on the road over 200 days a year ever since. I hope to do it for the next 20 years or more. But the situation domestically is beyond anything we've ever seen. The wheels have come off the bus. We measure the problem with the murder rate. And the murder rate is a lie because medical technology saves ever more lives every day. You get that. Boom, we get it right away. Be part of that critical mass of people who say the murder rate's a lie. It's like comparing money over time without allowing for inflation. Tourniquets alone, everybody has a tourniquet. Cops, EMS, fire, citizens, everybody carries a tourniquet. Slap on your tourniquet, save a crime victim's life, you prevented a murder. Tourniquets alone have cut the murder rate to a quarter what it otherwise be. Count the number of dead people, multiply by 4. That's how many would be dead in our nation without that one factor alone. It's crazy, it's out of control. And now the Guard is being asked to be part of this internal threat. Now that's a different subject. I've given the Colonel kind of a pile of info on that, given some of the staff a pile of info. But let's jump in real quick, and I want to explain something now. I'm 67 years old in ridiculously good health. I think I can keep doing this for another 25 years, so truly. But my bride of 50 years is waiting at home for me, and she's not in real good health. She's had some recent complications, bad fall down the stairs while I was gone. She was 15, I was 17 when I proposed to her. We are from Arkansas. Yeah. 2 years later, a 17-year-old girl flew out to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and married Private First Class Grossman. Been on this ride with me for 50 years. So when I first planned for all of this, things change. That's maneuver warfare, right? You adjust fire, right? Things change. But I was planning to present before lunch, and I apologize if it inconveniences the way it worked out. But let's begin just real quick here with some nuts and bolts. Now, part of maneuver warfare is get out from behind the damn podium and maneuver, right? I've got a hidden agenda that I won't hide today. I'll talk about it. And that is to get out there and to maneuver, you know? And it's a mindset that begins with walking out and talking to people and getting out from behind the podium. But it also is about getting away from the damn PowerPoint. And death by PowerPoint is a punchline to a very, very dirty joke. And most people don't even know they know the punchline, don't know the joke. But just real quick, let's pop over to this, guys, and stay with it from here on out. My first book on killing, 500,000 copies sold, translated to 8 languages. I've got 17 books in print as of this spring when my next book comes out. But this lays the foundation. But more important, a lot of you know that book, and I'm so glad, but far more important is on combat. And about half of what I'll talk to you about today is out of this book. Now, this book and On Killing are both Marine Corps Commandant's required reading list, one of the great honors of my life ever since they've come out, over 20 years now. This book won the Ukraine Book of the Year award, and in May and June of last year, I was in Ukraine training their troops. And I got a couple of messages I'll be able to bring from there. I was 67 years old at the time, spent my summer vacation in the war zone. And it was a good ride. And I had a couple of critical points to bring out from there. But my goal today is about right of bang. And you'll see what I mean about not left the bang, not in the bang, but surviving after the bang and being the next one. You think, all right, my troops are veterans now. They've seen combat. They're going to be Napoleon's old guard, right? They're veterans now. Yeah, they're going to be Alexander's companions. No. If you're not careful, they're a bunch of snowflakes. You touch them, they melt. And we're going to talk about how not to be snowflakes. We're going to talk about how to survive right of bank and to build those veterans over time, because we're in big trouble and we're facing a major threat. Now, one of the existential challenges that everybody has in front of them is, how could a loving God allow these terrible things to happen? And one of my books is on spiritual combat. And the sequel to that is on spiritual warfare. That's basic training, and then on spiritual warfare, even if you're not from that perspective, that existential question that you've got to be able to answer. How could a loving God allow those things to happen? You can leverage your faith into your relationship. Bulletproof Marriage, it's an award winner, big deal, 90-day devotional. And the sequel will be coming out, Bulletproof Family, will be coming out in the spring. I commend it to your attention. But let's jump right in now to the rite of bang. And we're in the middle of a global epidemic of sleep deprivation. It impacts every aspect of what we do. It's eating away at the fabric of our civilization. And what I need you to understand is this: being sleep deprived is just like being drunk. Now, after 24 hours without sleep, 24 hours, you are impaired judgment. 24 hours without sleep, you're the equivalent of blowing 0.10 blood alcohol level. And what I want you to realize is the incredible link between sleep deprivation and mental illness. Now, folks, if you walked around acting drunk all the time, we call that mentally ill. On the second day without sleep, you're paranoid, you're aggressive, you're irrational. On the third day without sleep, you are freaking psychotic. Any graduate of Army Ranger School will tell about hallucinations on the third day without sleep, yes? Yeah, I mean, all been there, yeah? So folks, what's the one mental illness that involves hallucinations? Schizophrenia. And you are indistinguishable from a schizophrenic on the third day without sleep. The link between sleep deprivation and mental illness is overwhelming. It is the dominant factor in the global epidemic of mental illness. And we inflict it upon ourselves. Now, here's the key. The huge, overwhelming link between sleep deprivation and suicide. Now, folks, right now, it is physically impossible for you to take your life. The drive to self-preservation is too powerful. You cannot do it. You add alcohol, and suddenly it becomes possible. Alcohol inhibits the drive to self-preservation. Sleep deprivation works exactly the same way. Alcohol has always been a key component in suicide. You start looking, and it's always one of the components. But sleep deprivation works exactly the same way. Now, worldwide, there has been an explosion in suicide. Every age group, every demographic group, there's an explosion of suicide. What is the new factor? Not only is sleep deprivation a key factor in suicide, it is the most remediable factor. We can't do anything about your finances or your relationships right now. But we can get you some sleep right freaking now. Case studies add up. The chaplain told me a case study just last night of it. This guy's suicidal. He's out of control. I can't do anything. Put him in my car. He slept in the back of the car for 16 hours. What was his problem? What was his defining problem? He was freaking sleep deprived. Now, here's the key concept. Now, hang on to this. Don't let go of it. Sleep is a biological blind spot. Our bodies are really, really bad at making us get enough sleep because it always happened naturally. Every night, without fail, what happened? It got dark, and there was nothing to do. Candles and lanterns were rare and precious commodities. Little sex, little talking, rolled over, you went to sleep. And then we invented electric light bulbs and television and incredibly addictive video games and incredibly seductive movies and all of this other stuff. It serves one purpose: to steal our sleep. And so this global epidemic of suicide, Teenage girls, 10, 11, 12-year-old, teenage girls' suicide rate has tripled in just the last decade. Here's parenting 101 for the 21st century. When you send your kid to bed at night, take their cell phone away from them. No laptop in the room, no cell phone, no TV. They have got to go to the room and sleep. A cop came up to me during one of my presentations. He said, I had one of those teenage girls. He said, she was a good girl. She was an A student. She said, Dad, it's embarrassing. So you don't have to take my phone every night. You can trust me. Family policy, good policy. Phone, go on the charger, go to bed. It's embarrassing. You can trust me, Dad. Okay, I trust you. Keep your phone. He said, a little while later, she took her life. He said, my little girl took her life. And we never knew the hell she was living in until we looked at the text messages on her cell phone. Night after night of ceaseless, relentless, vicious bullying. And you can't just ignore that. We're not wired that way. He said it was heart-rending. She was up, he said they were tag teaming her. They were taking shifts night after night. And he can't just ignore that. It was heart-rending, seeing her up all night long trying to defend herself. He said, I realized my little girl was bullied to death. What I didn't understand until now, why didn't anybody ever tell me? She was sleep-deprived, tormented, and bullied to death in front of my eyes. He said, I can't ignore that text message in the middle of the night. How can we expect our kids to? He said, the one thing on earth could have done for my little girl was take her phone every night, let her turn off all the bad stuff in this world. Who's going to be your mommy? Who's going to make you get that sleep? You understand? Who's going to make your troops get that sleep? So the link between sleep deprivation and suicide is huge, and suicide has exploded worldwide. I've lost a little brother and 2 nephews to suicide. Nothing will shatter a family. Nothing will destroy you worse than suicide. If your loved one is murdered, you blame the murderer. They murder themselves. You spend the rest of your life saying, how could I have been a better brother? How could I have been a better uncle? Do you understand? And this explosion of suicide worldwide, there's a new factor in the equation. Now, folks, there's also a huge link between sleep deprivation and traffic deaths. The #1 killer of American teenagers, the #1 killer of teens is traffic deaths. And of course, there's a link between sleep deprivation and traffic deaths. It's obvious. Truck drivers and airline pilots and 20 other professions require by law to get enough sleep for a damn good reason, right? There's a huge link between sleep deprivation and the opiate epidemic. You see, sleep deprivation creates chronic pain. We've all had a bad night's sleep. Doc, I heard all the time, give me a pill to fix. You don't need a pill, you need more sleep. And you need to knock off the damn caffeine that's stopping you from getting deep cycle sleep. More about that in a few minutes. But folks, the opiate epidemic, fentanyl alone is an opiate. Every year, we lost a little less than 60,000 people in 20 years of the Vietnam War. Every year, we lose more than that just to fentanyl. Now, last year was the first year it dropped below the Vietnam War level in 1 year, mostly because Narcan's everywhere. Once again, medical technology. How much worse would it be if we didn't have the opiate antidotes everywhere? Do you understand? Why opiates? Why are opiates a drug of choice suddenly? Why not meth? Why not crack? Why opiates? Well, again, the sleep deprivation creates chronic pain. And when you're sleep deprived, the addictive influence of opiates are greatly amplified. Do you understand? So here we are, and just for what it's worth, there's a huge link between sleep deprivation and Alzheimer's and dementia. Overwhelming. Just do your own research. I want you to go online and look. Sleep deprivation, mental illness, boom. Sleep deprivation, suicide, boom. Sleep deprivation, traffic death, boom. Sleep deprivation, pain, boom. Sleep deprivation, Alzheimer's, boom. How many idiots out there say, oh, well, I'll sleep when I'm dead? You have a decade of Alzheimer's first, you idiot. And we're destroying ourselves, eating ourselves alive. So look, there's nothing tough, there's nothing macho about going without sleep. Any 10-year-old girl in a slumber party can do it, right? Try to make that 10-year-old girl go a day and a night without food. She will kill you, she will eat you. But she will voluntarily go a day and a night without sleep. She's not a nice person the next day. But you see, it's that biological blind spot. We're being blindsided by it. So folks, here's the key. If you're sleep deprived, you're 5 times more likely to get PTSD, 9 times more likely to have major depressive disorder, and 6 times more likely to have suicidal ideation. If your soldiers go into battle sleep deprived, they're freaking snowflakes. And there is a drive to escape from battle, to escape with video games and movies. I trained a brigade of the 101st Airborne Division, punching out to Iraq. Brigade Command Sergeant Major came up, said, on our last deployment, I was Battalion Sergeant Major, he said, we were in combat ops during the day, barracks at night. And so I told my troops, it's lights out at 2200. The CSM said, if I catch you playing video games after 2200, I will take your video games. He said, a week later, I had a closet overflowing with video games. He said, these are good troops. They wouldn't disobey an order. They cannot not play those damn games. The games give an illusion of control. They give an illusion of progress. But all they do is steal your sleep. And so I was in Ukraine, and half of what I did was talking about this. I had just a brief window. My grandson just got back from his first combat tour. My son's retired after 9 combat tours, 3 Bronze Stars. This terrible meat grinder of a war in Ukraine. What if it was my grandson sitting in the audience? What if my son? But with the translation, I had about an hour. Small groups, anything bigger becomes a target, right? And half the time was spent on sleep and sleep management and sleep hygiene. But case studies, folks, it was 1975, 1976, Private Grossman, Sergeant Grossman, 82nd Airborne Division. We had Vietnam vets all around us. We wanted to know what combat was like. And we're asking them, and they wouldn't say. It was like this taboo topic. I realize today it's like asking about your sex life. Huh? Hey, how's the sex life going? How often do you get it on? What's your favorite? You're not going to tell them. But if Masters and Johnson came up in a scholarly study, you might tell them. So fast forward 10 years, Captain Grossman, West Point psychology professor, writing a book on killing. I'm interviewing people and they tell me things that they've never told anybody in their lives. And the burden of responsibility when they tell you these case studies, these things they never said, this is horrendous. This need to get that info out, to write this book, to disseminate that info. So here I am in Ukraine, and these case studies are bubbling up. I got young captains, majors, lieutenant colonels, mostly company and battalion commanders, right? And one young captain, probably a company commander, he says, and it's a case study, he's sharing with me. He said, the Russians always bombing us. You never know they're going to bomb us, so you can't sleep. Wrong. World War I, World War II, troops can sleep through anything. The research is clear. You're tired enough, you will sleep. He said, you can't sleep. Wrong. He said, so I play video games, see? So I just play video games. His friends all look at him like, why are you sharing this? But this is a case study. This is his deep, dark secret. He's telling me, you're right, and there's a problem there. I would rather play those video games than sleep. They give an illusion of control. They give an illusion of progress. Another young captain said, I have terrible, terrible nightmares. He said, I don't want to sleep because I have nightmares. Not sleep is not going to make that any better, right? I mean, it's obvious. But he said, so I watch movies, see? So I just watch movies on my phone, see? So I don't sleep, I don't have nightmares. Once again, this burden's been placed on your shoulder. This case study's been given to you. This thing you've never told anybody else. But the movies give an illusion of escape. They give an illusion of control. The video games give an illusion of control. Every year, the video games get more addictive and more seductive and more immersive. The head of Netflix said their competitor is sleep. Do an online search. Netflix, competitor, sleep. Boom, their corporate policy is to steal your sleep. Their vast amounts of research are dedicated to creating a product that's so good that you never sleep. They don't care that they're killing people. Like selling tobacco to children in the 40s and 50s. They don't care. They just want to sell their product. Do you understand? You know, I do a lot of school safety training. And I tell a state school safety summit, we're going to talk about keeping your kids safe from violence, but odds are really good you haven't had a kid murdered. Bet you got a problem with mental illness out there. Anybody think the world is crazy? Anybody think they're all crazy out there? They're paranoid, they're erratic? You're right. They're all sleep deprived. We're in the middle of a global epidemic of sleep deprivation, and the solution begins with you. I bet you got. I told all my school safety folks. I bet you got a problem with traffic deaths. The number one killer of American teenagers. I bet you've had some suicides and some drug overdoses, closely competing for the number one killer. Oh, and by the way, the link between sleep deprivation and obesity is overwhelming. You want to control your weight, soldier? Control your sleep. You understand? And you want to walk out that door and save a kid's life? You want to walk out that door and save a kid's life? Teach them three things. Number one, the number of hours sleep that they need. As an adult, you need 7 hours of sleep. You cannot get by on less than that. So look, the U.S. Armed Forces made a bunch of troops suck real bad to get this data. So listen up. Here we go. Now look here. Here's what we got. Look at these guys. Now here's the guys who they're firing artillery. This is an artillery battery. There's 4 batteries firing fire missions every waking hour of every day for 20 days straight. Here's the guys getting 4 hours sleep. Man, they were kicking butt. Look at what they're doing. Yeah, for the first couple of days. And boom. There's the guys getting 5 hours of sleep. Yeah, they're doing great things. And boom. And when 6 hours, boom, here's 7 hours. Now look now, zoom out. The experiment was ended early because these guys were destroyed human beings. After 20 days of firing fire missions, basically every waking hour of every day, they were destroyed human beings. In a battery of 80 strong, bold, brave American soldiers, not one. So, I'm just fine. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Not one. The guys that got 5 hours of sleep in an entire battery, not one said, hey, I'm just fine. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Nobody. It is not humanly, physically possible to sustain yourself on 5 hours of sleep, and yet we don't know. We're eating ourselves alive. We're destroying ourselves, and we don't know it. So teach them the amount of sleep that they need as an adult. When my second grade teacher told us cigarettes kill people, I went home and hid my dad's cigarettes. Ever do anything like that? Yeah. So folks, tell them how much sleep they need. Here you go, quick and dirty. You'll find this online anywhere. Boom. Babies, 12 to 16 hours. Toddlers, 11 and 14. Preschoolers, 10 to 13. School-age kids, 9 to 12. Teenagers, 8 to 10. Adults, 7 hours sleep minimum. So teach them the amount of sleep that they need, number one. Number two, teach them to sleep in the dark. Our bodies are designed to sleep in total darkness. This is Amazon's #1 best-selling sleep mask. It's just shy of 100,000 5-star reviews, 100,000 freaking reviews for a sleep mask. They made a line of adult toys, and then they invented the perfect sleep mask. Now that's all they make, yeah? So tell those kids a couple things. The number of hours. You want to walk out that door and change the world? Teach our children the number of hours sleep they need. Number two, sleep in the dark. Make the room as dark as you can. I'm a huge science geek. I'm always updating my data, my research. I have a major study in the sleep lab. Totally dark room, bathroom light is on, the door is shut. The light coming under the crack of the bathroom door is enough light to stop your body from producing the melatonin that you need to sleep. So you need as close to total darkness as we can get, and combine it with the mask. But the final step in the equation. Now, being a military leader is about self-mastery, right? We all agree on that? And the final step in the equation is to control the freaking caffeine. We are in the middle of a global epidemic of caffeine abuse, of mega doses of caffeine in our body. And folks, you have got to shut off the caffeine a couple hours after lunch. Somewhere around 13, 14, 1500, shut it down. Switch to decaf. If you can't control the freaking caffeine, then you're a drug addict. And you should not be placed in control of American soldiers' lives. You understand? And if you're abusing caffeine on a daily basis, when you need it, it's not there for you. You're putting mega doses of caffeine in your body. There's nothing macho about going without sleep. And there's nothing tough. There's nothing macho about pounding down alcohol. And there's nothing tough. There's nothing macho about drinking copious quantities of coffee 24 hours a day. Do you understand? Look, sleep is a battlefield. And if you can't control your caffeine, you have lost the battle. The half-life of caffeine in your body is about 5 hours. That means that caffeine you took at 5 p.m. is still at half strength when you go to bed at 10 p.m. And it's making you have bad quality sleep. Caffeine doesn't make you not sleep. Caffeine makes it easier to stay awake and harder to have quality sleep. Guard your sleep, protect your sleep. Caffeine is the enemy of good sleep. And so folks, coffee is good for us. The research shows that coffee drinkers are living several years longer than non-coffee drinkers. I think maybe because the other stuff is just so bad. But once you get beyond about 3 or 4 cups of coffee, the positive effect starts going way downhill and becomes very, very bad for you. 1 or 2 cups of coffee at breakfast or tea, 1 or 2 cups of coffee at tea at lunch, boom, you're good to go. The energy drinks are poison. 2 major Department of Defense studies on the energy drinks. Why don't we know this? Why isn't this everywhere? 2 DOD studies on the energy drinks. In an academic environment, the one taking the most energy drinks were the ones most likely to fail. There's nothing in those energy drinks but a mega dose of caffeine, sugar, and stuff to make you metabolize it quickly. Before an athletic event, before a PT test, 1 energy drink is not a bad idea. An hour later, you crash. Second one feels good for 10 minutes, you crash. Third one feels good for 5 minutes, you crash. But folks, in a tactical environment, the single greatest predictor of tactical failure, as measured by nodding off on the job, was the energy drinks. The ones taking the most energy drinks were the ones most likely to fail academically. The ones taking the most energy drinks were the ones most likely to nod off on the job in a tactical environment. You've got to use it effectively. Look, you drive your family home for vacation. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, your head is bobbing. You ever been there? Those are called micro naps, yeah? That's your body saying, stupid, stupid, stupid. Yeah? You should not be behind the wheel of a vehicle right now. So will a cup of coffee keep you awake and save your family's life? Or you've been abusing caffeine on a daily basis, you need it, that's not there for you. You're on extended maneuver warfare operations. Tempo, tempo, tempo. We're sweeping around the enemy days on end. You're kicking ass. As you start slamming into the wall, is caffeine there for you? Or you've been abusing it on a daily basis, you need it, it's not there for you. Understand? But this is all about right of bang. This is all about surviving after the battle. And being sleep deprived means that you are absolutely hammered. So folks, look what else we got here. Now, here's a good book. I wrote the foreword of the book. I recommend it. If Sleep Were a Drug. If sleep were a drug, you'd go broke buying it. But it's free. It's one of great life. Dr. Leah is the FBI's sleep doc. I do a lot of work with them. I wrote the foreword of the book, If Sleep Were a Drug. But here's some great research. I want to lock this in. It says the association of sleep deprivation. The bottom line, if you're sleep deprived, your body's already under stress. And if you're sleep deprived and the bad juju comes down, you're 5 times more likely to get PTSD, 9 times more likely to have major depressive disorder, and 6 times more likely to have suicidal ideation. You did that to yourself by being sleep deprived, playing that freaking video game. Leaders, kick them in the ass, take their stinking games, take their damn phone. Make them sleep. It's blindsiding us. An entire civilization is being blindsided by this technology. The video games give an illusion of control. Anybody ever play the game and suddenly it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning? Got no idea where the last 8 hours went. It's time to get dressed and go to work. Yeah. They do that on purpose. Look, if somebody showed up morning formation drunk, you'd kick his ass, right? If somebody showed up sleep deprived because they played freaking games all night long, they need their ass kicked. That's him say, oh, dude, you're talking straight to me. That's okay, you didn't know, but now you know damn well I'm right. And you can't keep doing business this way. It's not acceptable to show up to work drunk, and it's not acceptable, I played the new game all night long, didn't get any sleep. No, you got a sick baby at home, stay up with a sick baby, we got you covered. You're on freaking social media, you played games, you watched movies all night, you need your ass kicked. That's not acceptable, do you understand? And yet they're so addictive and they're so seductive. And they give an illusion of control, an illusion of progress. You're fighting an entire industry that spends billions of dollars designing movies and videos and clips and games that are so seductive that they steal your sleep. Do you understand? Right, so the three factors we can put together there, just to give you a quick nugget on this, there's an outfit called ValorNet out there. You're going to hear a lot more about it. ValorNet. And bottom line, FORCECOM, CENTCOM, Fort Bragg, what happened on Fort Bragg was fun. One unit in Fort Bragg began to take this. Now, it's an AI-driven wellness program, but at its heart is one of the best sleep management programs out there. And within a couple of months at Fort Bragg, everybody said, the experiment is over. We're done. We want what they got. We want it right freaking now. And boom, it's like that. In less than a year, boom. But at its heart, it's a great program. I recommend it. But at its heart, it's just a very, very good sleep management program. All right, so that's the first half of the equation. The other half of the equation of right of bang. How many have heard of post-traumatic growth? Yeah. How many have heard of post-traumatic stress disorder? Everybody, right? Now listen, there's a path that we have to weave here. We've got two dangers in front of us. The first danger is the pity party. Hollywood loves the pity party. The tormented, haunted veteran comes home from the war scarred for life. There are people like that, but they're rare, right? How many of y'all saw Saving Private Ryan? Now, you saw what the World War II veterans lived with. And they came home, and they were the greatest generation. They were strengthened by the experience. That's that World War II generation, the greatest generation. That's that living example of post-traumatic growth. Do you understand? Post-traumatic growth. And Nietzsche said, what doesn't kill us only makes us what? Stronger. And those World War II vets would tell you that. They'd smile. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. And of course, Nietzsche stole that from the Bible. Romans chapter 5, we glory in tribulation. For tribulation work of patience, patience experience, experience hope, and hope maketh not ashamed. The idea of being stronger from the bad things in life is not a new idea. The pity party, waving the victim card, that's a new idea. Do you understand? And you don't want nothing to do with it. And there is so much garbage about our troops in the media. The vast, vast majority of our cops, I'm out there training my cops every day. Folks, 2021 was the all-time record number of cops murdered in the line of duty. In spite of medical technology, in spite of body armor, all-time record number of cops. 2023 was the all-time record number of cops shot in the line of duty. I'm telling you, violence at levels never seen before. In the midst of all of that, they're faced with this challenge of post-traumatic growth. But there's a generation that's been told combat's going to break you. So folks, the Vietnam veterans really were spit on. The Vietnam veteran was spit on and condemned and attacked. And the media led an attack on the war, and it became an attack on our troops. And it's all in my book on killing. It's true. It's irrefutable. But today, instead of attacking them as villains, they're all victims. The victims of an evil war. And they all have PTSD. And they're all suicidal. So how many of y'all heard 22 veterans a day take their life? Yeah, but here's the key. Veteran means anybody ever served. And we had something called the Cold War. They went on for a really, really long time. And they were all drafted. And they all served. And they're all veterans. And of those 22 veterans a day or 17 or whatever the number is now, yeah, only one or two are from the GWAT. And that's one or two too many. And folks, the vast majority of those 22 veterans a day are 70, 80, and 90-year-old men who served for 2 years in the Cold War. And their death is a tragedy. Every suicide's a tragedy. Suicide among the elderly is a totally different story. But the 22 veterans a day, the vast, vast majority of them are 70, 80, 90-year-old men who served for 2 years and got out and never got within 1,000 miles of combat. Do you understand? But they want you to think they all have PTSD. And I'll show you the data. I've got this slide. Well, we run about, of those who are in combat, about 5% contract PTSD. I'm at British international conferences. There's always some Brits, oh, the British troops are under 5% PTSD. Why are the Americans so much higher? They're not. But we give partial disability. And here's the key. No pity party. Go on that life and death event believing it will make you stronger. Truly, truly, we've got a generation out there that's never been told. They never lost a game. They got a consolation trophy. Do you understand? We call them the snowflake generation. You touch them and they melt. Because they got no option. There's no option on the menu except, oh, I got PTSD, I'm broken. And so they got to know there's another option, and that option is post-traumatic growth. Do you understand? Well, it's easy to tell them that. We got to explain what's going to happen to their mind and body and how to deal with it. And that's the critical point I want to give you right now. What happened to your mind and body, how to deal with it. But see, the other half of the equation, no pity party. If you think combat will destroy you, then it will. If you've been told all your life that all combat veterans are suicidal and they all have PTSD, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Instead of calling our veterans villains and baby killers and spitting on them, now they're all victims. They're all suicidal and they're all homicidal and they're all PTSD, and they're not. They're a new greatest generation. Do you understand? But this expectation that combat will destroy you, that's right a bang. They get to the first combat, they're broken, and now you don't have Napoleon's old guard. You don't have veterans. You have a bunch of broken people that go back to a society instead of being the greatest generation. So half the equation is a pity party, but the other half the equation that we're fighting, no pity party, no macho man. No macho man. Or the macho gal. Plenty of them out there. I retired from the Army in 1997. Starting in 98, I've been on the road full time. And it was 98. I was trained in Miami PD. An old Miami detective came up to me. He said, Colonel, you tell these kids, don't be the macho man. He said, I got in my shooting was eating me alive. Now, most soldiers, most cops kill somebody, and they're just fine. But people are offended by that. Grossman says he kills somebody. Just, what do you want? One-shot soldiers, one-shot cops? Use them one time, throw them away? Those World War II veterans, they weren't destroyed by what they had to do. Do you understand? So most people kill somebody, and they're just fine. But some are not. And that's okay. And we're there for them. He said, it was 2 years of hell after my police shooting. He says, I was losing my mind. I was losing my family. I was losing my job. He said, finally, I tried to macho it out for 2 years. He said, finally, just before the divorce, my wife convinced me to get help. 2 months later, it was all over. I could have been it at any time. He said, the docs are really good. And we're really, really good at treating PTSD. And he come out the other end with post-traumatic growth. The Air Force brought me out to train a whole base in Florida, and it was their mental health week. Friday, I had all Friday morning, and the commander, the full bird colonel psychiatrist stood up first and said, listen to what Grossman's got to say. But first, I want to tell you something. We're really, really good at treating PTSD. But you got to let us know. Do you understand? You got to let us know. And you will come out the other end with post-traumatic growth. Right? So look, no pity party, but no macho man, no macho gal. If there's a problem, deal with it. Weave a path, a balanced path between these two obstacles. Look, balance is hard. Beware the danger of the left. Beware that pity party. Beware the macho man. So what I want to do is explain what's going to happen to your mind and body in a life and death event, and then how you re-experience the event and how to deal with that. I was a West Point psych professor. I didn't graduate West Point, came up through the ranks, but what a cool thing to be teaching at West Point, you know, and the top psych minds, top militants put their heads together. What do we want? All these West Pointers know about this psychology stuff. At the top of the list was this, the sympathetic nervous system, fight or flight. And then the parasympathetic nervous system, sometimes called feed and breed, sometimes called rest and digest. And we told our cadets, think of your body like a military unit, right? The sympathetic nervous system, and by the way, when you put them together, what do we call it? Sympathetic, parasympathetic fall under anybody? The autonomic nervous system. That's important, the autonomic nervous system. It's not under conscious control, it's autonomic, but we can bring it under conscious control. That's the important part. All right, so these are the guys in the front lines with the rifle, right? This is the infantry and the armor and the front lines. And then the parasympathetic, they're the maintenance folks. They're the cooks, the clerks, the bakers, and the mechanics doing the maintenance job, right? So you're asleep at night, your unit's on stand down. You're doing barracks maintenance. You're in total maintenance mode. You don't have a guard at the front gate. You're asleep. You wake up in the morning, hit what we call homeostasis. Folks in the front lines with the rifle, maintenance folks doing their job, back to sleep that night, wake up the next day, rocking on, and somebody tries to kill you. Now what? Boom! Total sympathetic nervous system arousal. Digestion, we don't need no stinking digestion. Blow the ballast. Folks, one major survey in World War II, about half the veterans of intense combat would admit they pissed themselves. It's a normal stress response. They pissed themselves. Welcome to combat. About 80%, about 20%, about 1 out of 5 would admit that they crapped themselves in combat at one time or another. So folks, in the 80s and 90s, I interviewed hundreds of World War II veterans and Vietnam veterans. And again, they would tell me these things. 2 different World War II veterans, 2 different ones told me, oh, hell, 20% admitted they crapped themselves. All that proves 80% were what? That's what he said. Not for us to say. Now, with modern training and modern stress inoculation, it's far less likely to happen. But the point is, way up here in sympathetic nervous system arousal, you got total mobilization of assets. You understand? Digestion, secondary, right? And then there's a parasympathetic backlash. Boom. Napoleon said the moment of greatest vulnerability is immediately after victory. The moment of greatest vulnerability immediately after victory. Why? When you let your guard down, it's more than letting your guard down. It's an actual hormonal crash. And you can't get back up again. You understand? So avoiding that roller coaster ride is a critical piece of the equation. But let's talk about this crash, and let's talk about rite of bang. I'm going to give you another model to tie this together real quick. Once again, we're going to divide it in 2 parts. We've got the part of it we're going to call the forebrain. Inside the forebrain goes everything that makes us human. What happens in your head that will never happen in your dog's head. Let's call it rational thought. All right? Now, along with the forebrain, part of it I'm going to call the midbrain or the mammalian brain. Just to get you oriented, here's your little beady bloodshot eye looking out this way. Right? Inside the midbrain goes everything every living creature has in common. What do you, the bacteria in your body, your dog, and the grass outside have in common? Well, forgive me, there's a joke. This 1950 psychophysiology textbook has now become the norm. The function of the midbrain can be thought of as the 4 F's. The 4 F's are fight, flee, food, and reproduction. And so this whole business of this roller coaster ride, here's the key. When you're angry, when you're frightened, the forebrain shuts down. There's no rational thought, and the midbrain reaches up and hijacks the forebrain. Now here's the key. The puppy, I call this the puppy inside, he blows a hole through the screen door and the hole is still there. This is a survival mechanism. You fought a lion, the smell of that lion, the sound of that lion, just going past the lion's den. And the next time that happens, you smell the lion. You go past the lion's den, you hear the lion, and boom, you're on this roller coaster ride again. Re-experiencing the event is not PTSD. Having that sympathetic nervous system kick in when you don't want it to is not PTSD. It's normal. When I was a kid, I got in fights all the time. We moved a lot, and I liked to fight, and I was good at fighting. Today, we got a generation, anybody fights, everybody gets expelled. Do you understand? They've never been in a fist fight. They never had their bell rung. They never played a hockey game. You know, the Canadians, they all understand this. They got it down, yeah. I was at a fight one time and a hockey game broke out. Yeah. But so folks, they never had that sympathetic nervous system arousal. They never had this happen. And they're in combat, boom, sympathetic arousal. Nobody warned them it was going to happen. But that's okay. We kind of expect that. But here we are a week later, a random gunshot goes off, boom, heart's pounding, gasping for air, you're drenched with sweat. I got PTSD, I'm broken. No, you don't. How you deal with it will decide whether or not it becomes PTSD. Having the sympathetic nervous system kick off is normal. It's even good. People pay big money for that. Roller coaster rides and bungee jumping, yeah? Scary movies and action movies. All those things are designed to kick off the sympathetic nervous system. Well, we like it. But you gotta know what it is. We teach at West Point, 2 different musicians, right? A little musician, she says, every time I get on stage, my tummy is rumbling and my heart is pounding. I don't think I can do it anymore. Snowflake. The rock star says, every time I get on stage, my guts are rumbling and my heart is pounding and I can't wait to do it again. Rock star. You understand? 2 different people are having the exact same physiological response. They're just dealing with it differently. You understand? But you're warned that the puppy will come for a visit. You'll re-experience that event. You cannot not think about it. You will literally drive yourself crazy trying to not think about it. You got to make peace with the memory. That's the key. You got to separate the memory from the emotions. Arkansas State Trooper, first gunfight. Bad guy's down, he's alive. He and his wife, a week later, watching their daughter at a swim meet. What do you suppose pushed this guy's button? Starter pistol went off when I didn't expect it. Boom, heart pounding, gasping for air, drenched with sweat. His wife thought he's having a heart attack. He didn't know what was happening. But he's the old generation. He just pushed on through. He went out to the range, he pushed on through. But what if he'd have said, I can't go to swim meets anymore. I hate 4th of July. I can't qualify anymore. I'm broken. No. See, nobody had to tell that World War II generation the bad stuff will make us stronger. Nobody had to tell their children. But there's a generation out there that's never been told that you'll re-experience the event and it's normal. I got in a fist fight the next day. I walked back in school. My tummy was rumbling. My heart was pounding. Yeah, that's normal, right? I just trained the International Associated Hospital and security administrators just 2 weeks ago. And the security guard gets punched in the face in the emergency room. Now he can't go back to the emergency room. Every time I go in the emergency room, my heart starts pounding. I can't do it anymore. I'm broken. I have PTSD. I'm done. No. What you got to do, you got to get back up on the horse. But here's the key. We have tools to control the sympathetic nervous system. One of them is breathing. Right now, your breathing is not under conscious control. Your breathing's autonomic. Everybody take a deep breath in through the nose. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out. Hold it, hold it. What'd you just do? You just pulled your breathing from unconscious to conscious control. And when you control the breathing, the whole autonomic nervous system comes with it. But one of the most powerful tools that we have to separate the memory from the emotion is a big swig of water. Take a knee and take a swig from your canteen or your Camelback, you understand? That big swig of water sends a powerful message. It's a parasympathetic process. Look, a deer's being chased by a wolf. He stopped and get a drink. I'm really thirsty. I can't get a drink. I'm being chased by a wolf. Just the very fact that you stop, you breathe. It sends a powerful parasympathetic message, right? So here I was in the 80s and 90s interviewing World War II vets and Vietnam vets by the hundreds, and I knew that they began to re-experience the event, something counterproductive was happening, or make them stop and breathe. Today, we put that bottle of water in front of them. And they talk about what happened, and every time they start to become emotional, they stop and take that big swig of water. A friend of mine is one of our nation's leading therapists for a major federal law enforcement agency. And one of their feds gets in a deadly force incident, they fly her out and she debriefs them. But now she debriefs them and she puts a bottle of water in front of them. And as they talk about what happened, every time they start to become emotional, she makes them stop. Take a big swig of water. And from the very beginning, separate the memory from the emotion, right? And she told me, she said 14 years of practice, 6 years of college, and that stupid bottle of water is doing more good than anything I've ever done. Yeah? Now, if you can't leash that puppy in by yourself, the doc's got a whole bag full of tricks. And one of the tricks is EMDR, eye movement desensitization reprocessing. So the autonomic nervous system, the puppy, is a very simple mechanism. You can only do one thing at a time. And following motion is one of our most ingrained senses. So what you do with the EMDR is the eye is following a visual stimulus. And while the puppy's in a front yard chasing a ball, and you talk about it and you think about it without the puppy coming along for the ride. Do you understand? The brain is always rewiring. It's a big jumble of shifting noodles. And if you can just talk about it a few times without the sympathetic nervous system coming along for the ride, you separate the memory from the emotion. I presented and then was part of a panel at Fleet Day in San Francisco a while back. The big Navy ship, the hangar deck was turned into an auditorium, and the question and answer session just very quickly became a discussion on EMDR. And very often, just 1 or 2 EMDR sessions completely separates the memory from the emotion. And you come out the other end, and what do you got? Post-traumatic growth. You understand? And so that balancing act, no pity party, no macho man. And let's tie this all up with one last slide now, quick and dirty. Again, I had just an hour in Ukraine, and this is kind of what I was putting together. It's always evolving. I think I've always got new data and new ways to show it. But here's what's happening to people in combat. Diminished sound. Now, one of my books is on hunting. One of my most recent books is on hunting. I believe, from a lifetime of study, the single best way to prepare for combat is to hunt. You don't hunt, go with your friends that do, see what it's about. All you hunters out there, hunters, you ever notice something? You shoot a deer with your high-powered rifle, right? You one shot at the range with your hunting rifle. Without hearing protection, your ears will ring for the rest of the day, right? You go to shoot a deer. It's a still, calm morning. Boom, people a mile away hear the shot. Hunter, what do you hear? Nothing. How many experience that? Help me out, raise your hand. Come on, yeah. That's the response, shoot a deer. How much more so if the deer were shooting back, yeah? The shots get muted in combat. How in the hell could we had 500 freaking years, 5 centuries of gunpowder combat, and not let people know what every hunter knows? The shots get muted. Now, the shutout is in the auditory nerve. The ear is still being hammered. Wear hearing protection when you hunt. Or be a deaf old geese, but it's a pain in the butt, you understand? But these are the things, we've got to send people into combat knowing these things are going to happen. We're negligent if we don't do that. And by the way, hunting, it's not about whether or not you're the hunter actively hunting Bambi out there. It's about whether or not you're the predator or the prey. Throughout the history of our species, we've been in the middle of the food chain. There's things that hunted us and things that we hunted. But it's no fun to be hunted. We don't like to be hunted. So the question is, are you the predator? Are you the prey? Have you made a conscious decision to do the things you can do to keep yourself and your loved ones safe? Or do you live your life in denial? Are you the predator? Are you the prey? Are you the one that's a scary thing that goes bump in the night? Or do you live in fear of things go bump in the night? Do you do the things you can lawfully, legally do to protect yourself? That's the sheepdog. Now, those of you that read on killing, I recommend far more on combat, but at the last piece of the equation is on hunting to understand. All right, auditory exclusion. Slow motion. And by the way, even an old buck sergeant from Arkansas figured out that adds up to 101% there. Sometimes both happens. And here's what's happening now. Every time both has happened, it goes like this. You caught by surprise in an ambush. Boom, boom, boom. Shots overwhelming. You start shooting back. The shots get muted. What's happening? The body is focusing intensely on the sense it needs most for survival. When you start shooting back, the eyes dial in, the ears dial out. All right, now this is important. Tunnel vision. This is about, you know, one of the rules on the wall in the latrine. Don't maneuver as somebody's shooting, and don't, you know, and shoot and maneuver. But see, you give the bad guy tunnel vision. You hold him by the nose, and your friend comes and kicks him in the ass. That's maneuver warfare in a nutshell, right there. Do you understand? You give them tunnel vision, and then you come around the flank and kick their ass. Autopilot, you don't rise to the challenge, you sink the level of your training. Slow motion time. I've had hundreds of people tell me they can see the bullet in combat. I've had dozens of people tell me that I could see the bullet leave the barrel. I could see the bullet enter their body. And it freaks people out. But here's where it gets really important. Memory gaps. Half of all trained seasoned cops had blackouts, memory gaps. And here's where it gets really important. 22% have memory distortions. I could dive in and give you case studies, make it come alive, but very often people remember something bad. So here's my final point now. Write a bang. Do your AAR. Gather everybody together. Everybody has a bottle of water in front of them. Talk about what happened, just like you would in a training event. But now we fill in the memory gaps. No, dude, that didn't happen. Now we sort out the memory distortions. We fill in the memory gaps. We put the pieces together. We learn the tactical lesson, and we separate the memory from the emotion. Keep doing that after action review, that hot wash, that debrief. In combat, that's what's going to make you survive right a bang. Do that debrief, and whenever that sympathetic nervous system starts kicking off, take that big swig of water. From the very beginning, separate the memory from the emotion. And if you can't leash that puppy in by yourself, the docs are really, really good. But one last time, now just set aside the fact that somebody's trying to kill you. Set aside the fact somebody's trying to kill you. If you're sitting here right now, boom, tremendous sound, autopilot, slow motion time, blackouts, hallucinations. That meets every definition of a psychotic episode. Combat is a psychotic episode. And you need to be warned. And we are negligent if we send men and women into battle and don't teach them this. But what are you going to do afterwards? You're going to fill in the gaps and sort out the memory distortions and separate the memory from the emotions. As you go about that most magnificent of all endeavors, to place your mortal body in peril, to protect our nation and all that we love, apply these lessons. Move into the future. Sustain yourself right at battle. And may God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you.
Hey, I want to introduce Dr. Brian Steed. He spoke last year, and I think he overall was by popular demand. We all asked him back for this year. He wrote. He just came out with a new book, Narrative of War. I'm almost 3/4 with it. It's great. I kind of asked him to kind of go off, kind of do what I wanted him to do this time. He wrote a really great book called Wars and Rumors of War. Loved it. He's great at battle analysis. He has a construct for doing battle analysis I've never seen. So what I asked him to do this year, and this is kind of my pitch, so not his, I asked him to show us how he does his battle analysis framework, keep it in fight outnumbered one theme, and go. So that was kind of his intent. So with that, Brian, I'll turn it over to you.
Am I on? Yeah, I'm on. I can hear myself. Okay, so I'm going to violate some rules a little bit because unfortunately I realized that I probably can't do a full-blown battle analysis with the time. So what we're going to do is I'm going to talk about the system, and then I'm going to give you some examples of ones that you can do, and I'm going to talk movies too. I'm going to give you 4 films that you have to watch. It'll be a burden, but the holidays are coming up. These can be, and they're all great holiday movies. They're not a Christmas movie like Die Hard, but which is a Christmas movie, by the way. But anyway, we'll save that debate for later. Okay. Wait, now am I working? And click. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I warned the general that I was going to refute something he said. So normally when we say this lessons blank thing, the first word that comes after that is lessons learned, right? Okay, and then we think about, look, where does that come? That's our first phrase, lessons learned. So as soon as I got in the military and I heard this phrase, like you use this all the time. You do something stupid and you're like, oh, that's a lesson learned, right? You probably say that to yourself. But is it? Really? Like what determines that you've learned something? Okay, right. You don't do that thing. You change your behavior. If you have no behavioral change, it is not a lesson learned. So, and I don't feel bad because the general got these from the Israelis. I spent 2 years of my life as the TRADOC liaison to the IDF. So I am really, really familiar with how the IDF both fights and how they talk about how they fight. So it is sort of sad that the first lesson that they gave up there was the civilian presence within the maneuver area presents a major challenge. In 2025, is that a lesson learned? No. I was there in 2010 and they experienced or observed the exact same lesson in Operation Cast Lead. They observed or experienced the exact same lesson in 2006 in southern Lebanon. It's sad. I love Israel. I like the IDF. I respect them. They have not learned this lesson. Okay, so to pitch it as a lesson learned is a problem. And I say that because this is a thing that's really important when you're doing a battle analysis or any analysis. So you're doing an after-action review. Don't confuse a lesson experienced with a lesson learned. Okay, now the Army is particularly great at lessons recorded and sometimes lessons consumed. We're really good at lessons recorded. We're probably the best Army on earth at recording lessons. Okay, we've got a whole thing at Fort Leavenworth that does this Army Center for Army Lessons Learned that records lessons. Some of you might actually consume some of those lessons. You should, because what every person up here who's been to the National Training Center will tell you is there is not a mistake that you will make at the National Training Center that 496 previous units have not made. They've been recorded, written down, and published. Okay? It's all there. Okay, so this problem about learning lessons is a fundamental flaw that we as human beings have. We experience lots, we might write down a few, we consume even fewer, and we learn almost none. Because if we don't change our behavior, like a lot of you heard from Mr. Grossman, a whole bunch of stuff about sleep. Now, I actually wrote it down. I don't know if I'm actually going to get 7 hours sleep. Like, he's right. I know he's right. I recorded it. I have consumed it and told my wife by text, I need to get 7 hours sleep. She's been telling me that for 20 years. So, am I going to actually learn anything? We can all lay bets. Anyway, I'm no longer a betting man. Okay, so, obviously, okay, but why are wars different? I want you to think about this. I asked my student this question. Carl gives an answer, right? I teach at Leavenworth. I have to quote Clausewitz, right? So I love this one. War is more than a true chameleon, okay? So what is he talking about? Well, this cat right here, well, he's not a cat, he's a chameleon. That's a chameleon right here, okay? But what does he do? Sometimes he changes his color to match his background. Sometimes, because chameleons are freaky, he'll change his texture as well. Okay, so wars do that. And what Carl is getting at, see, is that they differ. Wars differ, and what was great about the general's remarks is he gave you what's going on in Ukraine, he talked about Gaza, and then he talked about what might happen in Taiwan. 3 different environments. The wars in those 3 different places are more different than just if I picked up the Russian army and the Ukrainian army and moved them to the Gaza Strip and plopped them down, or I picked them up and moved them over to Taiwan and plopped them down. Obviously, geographically, wars would be different there. That would be like the chameleon just changing his color, right? But what Carl will tell you is because of the policies involved, because of the passions involved, that those are going to be different for those 2 armies if I move them anywhere else on planet Earth, right? So a whole lot more is going to change. So if you want to understand why war is different or how war is, you have to study it by more than just one-off. Right? You need to get more than how it changes colors. So like a lot of people, like my department is lousy with dudes who study the Civil War and World War II. And like that's their academic thing. And what's crazy is you talk to the guy who his PhD is in, I can't even think the operation, the one that goes into Marseille. Southern France. Dragoon, thank you. I should know that as a cavalry guy. Okay, Operation Dragoon. Like that's his whole specialty. If you ask him to talk about what happens in Okinawa, he isn't much better than I am as a Middle East historian. Okay, and it's sort of funny. Why? Because he sort of studies war like that color changing thing, not appreciating all the other aspects. Okay, so I'm going to talk about 3 ways wars change in a bit, and it's going to be ideology, governance, and technology. Like those are the 3 things that cause wars to be different no matter where, but we'll see that in a moment. But here's how you ought to study history, okay? It's in breadth or depth, breadth, and context. The unfortunate reality is I'm going to give you a bad example because I'm not going to give you proper depth today because I only have a few minutes. I can't do it in the sufficient depth to really explain it. But that's what you want to know is how war is different or what about a given battle that you're studying or war, what about it makes it unique? Okay, so I need to understand it sufficiently to understand, okay, Churchill hated Hitler so much that he was willing to get into bed with Joseph Stalin, whom he also hated a great deal. Okay, that's a very specific dynamic, right? Because if you have to choose between the 2 ideologies, I'll say something crazy, right? Communism has killed way more people than Nazism ever has. So why on earth do you get in bed with this creepy ideology to fight this other creepy ideology, right? But Churchill does, and you have to understand that about Churchill to recognize why he does. And that's also why we get into bed with Uncle Joe, is because Winston's already in bed with him, and we choose to get in bed with Winston. It's a California king, so it can fit us all. Okay, so it's okay. Okay, so you got to understand it in depth so you know what makes each war unique, weird, it's never replicable, that part of it, right? Because you're never going to get that same set of personalities, dynamics, tsunamis, whatever happens, okay? Then the second thing is you got to study it in breadth. So I have to study enough different battles or wars. That's the chameleon walking, anyway. I need to study enough of them to recognize where they're common. What gives me some commonalities that I can now draw as potential lessons This is where, as the general showed, he showed the principles of war. Well, that's where those principles come from, because people have looked at enough breadth to say, generally speaking, surprise is a good thing. Okay, economy of mass is a good thing. But yet, you could study specific battles like the Battle of Chancellorsville, where Lee will divide his inferior force in the face of a superior enemy to attack them. He violates the principle of mass. He does so to achieve the principle of surprise. So you can violate principles, but you should do so knowingly, right? So you understand it in sufficient breadth. And then what you want to understand also is the proper context. So if I'm going to go down to this well, it isn't enough that I just know how deep I have to go to find water, so where the water table is, but what's the soil composition? What is the water quality? Like, is this good water in this well, or do I need to just go to another, right? Like all those details, that's part of this context that we're going to talk about. Okay, so I mentioned these three already. These three things consistently make wars different. And I put them in order of importance, okay? Because you're all North Americans, I can say that, and that's true of our Canadian brothers as well, okay? We're all North Americans. That means we're all technologically fixated. We think tech is everything. That changes everything. When I teach my students, like they always go tech this, tech that, like that's, World War I was the way it was because of machine guns. World War II because of bombers, or whatever particular branch they are. They pick their thing. And yes, those things matter. Technology does matter, and it does change why one war is different than another war. But ideology, and we'll talk about that a fair bit, and I gave my little brief definitions of what I mean by that, that changes war as well. And governance is not government, okay? So for example, we teach Napoleon. I'm not really a Napoleon guy, but I got to teach him for a living. So when Napoleon creates the corps, as a combined arms entity, that is a governance change, okay? Because he's organizing for war. So militaries affect governance of war. Governments can also have different aspects of governance of war. Local leadership, we'll talk about this with each of the battles that I introduced you to. So I would argue that to fight outnumbered and win, which contrary, this is great because I'm going to disagree with a little bit of something everybody has said, probably something Dr. Greer's going to say. I hope I'll be prescient enough to disagree with something that's going to be said. But I think there are times where people have fought outnumbered and won. Now, I think the point that was made by Dr. Fox is a bit correct in the sense that that doesn't necessarily mean you won the war. So the examples I'm going to give, in some cases, they did win the war. So it is a little bit of that. Okay, so here's how you should structure a battle analysis. Basically, you have contextual information, and then you have analytical information. And ideally, what you do is you provide this context all down, okay, so what is the war? Where is it set? Okay, geography matters. You all understand that because I don't think everybody here is in the Army, right? So Army people inherently understand the importance of geography. Or terrain, as we tend to call it. Geography is a step up from that. But then who are the units that are there? What are the key leaders? Because personalities matter in this business. Okay, I could just change leadership and I get a different fight. We see that, the Ulysses Grant quote was shown. Grant is a radically different commander than all of his predecessors, even though some of his immediate predecessor anyway, had all the same access to the same tools and toys that he will turn into success. But they're not Ulysses Grant, and they don't get success out of it. And then you look at what is the grand strategic context, so what's that big global picture that's going on, or maybe even a regional picture. What's happening operationally? Where does this battle fit operationally? And then I skip a level. Okay, so I'm a fan of Edward Luttwak, who talked about 5 levels of strategy. You have technical, Like that's like, imagine like you clearing a room. Okay, clearing a room is a technical level of a strategy. I'm not actually having, I'm not doing, even though we said it didn't exist, I'm not doing maneuver, right? I'm not changing formations. I'm just going in how one tank fights another, how two fighters do a dogfight. That's technical level strategy. Then you have tactical, operational, theater, and then grand. And so the notion here is you skip down and then you talk about what are the technical things? Are there technological things that are different or unique about this battle? We'll talk a little bit about that with each of the battles we give, okay? And then we get into, like, a lot of people fixate when they think of a battle analysis on a tactical chronology or on the tactical events, like who shot who and how did this go? And it's sort of like the play-by-play. But that's not really what you want. What you want are what were the key events that caused you to get these lessons, okay? So the lessons are what you're talking about, because you can't talk about everything. You have to pick, okay, what were the key things that happened? And then how did battlefield leadership play in? What was the significance of this battle? Was it just a nothing, or did it actually produce any demonstrable effect? And then we get to this idea of lessons learned. But really everything, as you do this study, like when you're putting this together, you should identify, okay, what are the key lessons from this? And then what does anybody reading this product I'm producing have to know to agree that these are in fact legitimate lessons? So if you're writing it, as I hope your brigade commander assigns everybody to write a battle analysis, I think that would be great, especially since I don't have to grade them. Then that's how you ought to write it. So this is my battle analysis for Rorke's Drift, which we're not going to go through because we don't have the time. Okay, but I actually have it. It's in the package you have, so you can send it out to everybody. Okay, I am gonna come to this stuff, but I want to give you some breadth and talk about more than just that, and then connect it to Rorke's Drift. Okay, so I want to give a couple. I'm going to give three from three different sacred texts. So I'm going to give one from the Bible, one from the Book of Mormon, and one from the Quran, okay? Where in every case, they fought outnumbered and won. And in all three cases, not only did they win tactically, but they won operationally and even strategically, okay? So the first one is the most successful when you look at the ratio, because they were fighting against 400. If you're familiar, I saw at least one chaplain in here, so I'm giving the chaplain a task to go look up. You can school everybody on the Battle of Gideon fights. It's recorded in Judges. But the Midianites have come into the land of Israel, and they're just tearing everything up. And the Israelis are really angry, and they want to fight back against them. And they're like, oh, how are we going to do it? By the way, the Midianites are what we would today call, they're like the northern tribes of Saudi Arabia, okay? If you've seen the movie Lawrence of Arabia, they're the Hawattat tribe-ish, is what you could think of. But back then, they were called the Midianites, or it's that same geographic area. And they're tearing up the area. And so Gideon has been selected by God to lead the people of Israel. But God wants to teach the people of Israel a lesson that he is in fact God. And so he doesn't want Gideon to go with too many forces. He pairs them down, and he goes through a series of selections. And they're random selections, and that's sort of the purpose of the point. We're not going to select the 300 best guys. We're just going to randomly select this down to where you only have 300 dudes. Supposedly the enemy army was 120,000. We're just going to call that biblical hyperbole, okay? I don't think it really was, but I'm not going to question God. We'll just let it go. Okay, so he selects them down. They're going to go at night. He divides them into three companies. They're going to surround them. The Midianites are all camped in this one valley, and they're going to surround on the high ground around them. They're putting lamps inside jars, and then they're going to carry those jars up onto the hills, and then on a signal, they're all going to blow their shofar, which is a sheep's horn trumpet, and they'll blow that. They'll break their lamps, or they'll break the jars, exposing the lamps of light. And that's really all they're told. And then they're going to go attack the enemy. Okay? So all of this happens. And what happens is, from the sounds in the hills and the lights in the hills, the Midianites think that they are completely surrounded, and they start panicking. And in their panic, they start fighting each other, and they basically kill each other in the desire to get out of the valley. And so these 300 don't really have to go down and fight. So hey, it's kind of a nice win. Okay, so we can jump to the Book of Mormon. So the Battle of Manti, we have this guy named Moroni who's in command. He has an army that's less than half the size of his opponent. He divides his force, his smaller force, in the face of the superior enemy, and he puts them in a position where there's a river crossing, and he uses that river crossing as a way to weaken the enemy. And his guys, or at least some of his guys, are all armored up, whereas their opponents are sort of fighting like you could imagine tribal warriors, and they're basically just with loincloths and nothing. So you got guys with armor against guys without. And this sort of freaks them out. They run into this. And so, and it's during the river crossing that the attack happens. And in so doing, he causes a panic. One of the great things about it is you see this leadership lesson where the commander of the army, during the fight, as it's about to turn, is running around reminding everybody the purpose of why they're there, which is this is going to be important for the general lessons coming in, just as it's true there. Okay, what? Okay, there we go. Okay, so why did they win? So just going back to the same three. So both groups saw that they were the people of God. They were led by a prophet or a righteous individual. They were selected, a select few chosen. Oh, I talked to her already about the danger area, and then you talked about the jars, horns, and then in this case, the armor, the surprise, and the river crossing. Okay, they all had one. Okay, so now we'll go to the Quran. And the reason that, I added this one just yesterday because I spent the first 3 days of this week with the MARSOC unit that's deploying to the region, or to the Middle East anyway, and we were doing Middle East stuff, and Badr came up, and I'm like, holy cow, I knew I was talking to you guys on this topic on Friday, and I'm like, I didn't have Badr in there, and that really, you ought to know about that. Most of you don't, because I teach Middle East history to majors every year, and they don't know any of it. So I'm betting, since you guys aren't getting ready to deploy, you probably don't know either. So the Battle of Badr is one of the most important battles in Islamic mythology. And I'm going to call it mythology. I'm not saying that to be rude. Like every Muslim on planet Earth, you could say the Battle of Badr, and even if they can't describe it, they know of it. Okay? Everyone. It's that important to them. And it's one of the first battles fought, it is the first battle fought between the Muslims and the Meccans. And for those of you guys who are going, wait, I thought Mecca was a Muslim city. Okay? The Prophet Muhammad leaves Mecca to go to the city we now call Medina, that was then called Yathrib. And there he is living, and they're about to attack a Meccan caravan, and the Meccans are coming up to war. The Muslims are a bunch of ragtag rebel kind of people. Like they are not an army, whereas the Meccans have a bunch of guys with lots of combat experience. And so you see the numbers, it's ish 2 to 3 to 1. If you listen to certain Muslim guys talk about it, it's way more than that. It's like 10 to 1 or even 100 to 1. And so the Meccans come up. The Muslims have already sort of looked into the valley. They think they're going to come up into. They plug up several of the wells in that location, and then they sort of poison another well. So the Meccans arrive. They don't have access to water. Okay, you guys live in the Pacific Northwest. Spoiler, that's important in the desert, water. And then this issue of camels versus horses is kind of a deal. Anyway, and so Arab battles are very flow-oriented. There's a lot of attacks and counterattacks, and it just sort of flows back and forth. Very few of the early Islamic battles ever happened in a single day. Usually they took multiple days to play out. And in this case, it does happen in a single day, and they wait for the Prophet Muhammad to give the command to go. Prophet gives the command, they attack. The Meccans flee before them. And in the Quran, we have these 3 verses. These are all 3 from the Quran. And you see, and one might say that this makes us not count, okay? But thousands of angels will fight on behalf of the Muslims in defeating the Meccans. Now, I'm not trying to make this a class on Islam or on the Middle East, but the word Islam means submission, as in submission to the will of God. And a Muslim is one who has submitted their will to the will of God. So just the very title, Muslim, means something with respect to ideology. It means you are one who has submitted your will to God, okay? And so, why, again, their ideology, they are the people of God. These other guys are infidels, okay? You have a small but devout group, and they are commanded by the prophet of God. And then, of course, the camels, wells, and I'm going to put angels under this part. That's as a technology part. That's why they win. Okay, now, for those of you guys who wonder, like, why do I really care about Badr? Okay, I put these other things of Badr, and there's more that would show up. But these are just ways that other people still use the Battle of Badr to connect. So part of the popular mobilization forces in Iraq are called the Badr Corps. Oh, why are they called that? Because they want to say that, like the people who fought at the Battle of Badr, the angels of God fight with them. The Iranians and Houthis both have made missiles that they call Badr. Again, they're like the fingers of God, just like angels of God, going out to deliver God's punishment to the people that the Muslims are attacking. Okay? And you'll see Badr show up over and over and over again. It always matters. Okay, last time I talked about narrative. This is my way to get narrative in there. Like this is all part of this. Okay, so now we can talk about some modern history. Okay? And I chose ones, well, it actually just worked out this way. These are all 3 movies as well. So here are your 3 movies. Okay? So you have the movie Zulu, We Were Soldiers, and Black Hawk Down. Okay, so here's my I also teach an elective on movies. My Life is Wonderful. I love it, okay? And so one of the things they'll say is from a history movie, you can ask for 2 things, but you're only gonna get 1. Sometimes you get none, okay? You can ask for it to be literally true and almost no, because it's Hollywood. And they don't tell anything literally true. Spoiler, I guess, for some of you maybe. But no, you're never going to get literal truth from a film. Ideally, you can get metaphorical truth. This is why Lawrence of Arabia is a mandatory movie if you're ever going to the Middle East. Because that movie, while literally not true, is metaphorically true. Okay, and by that I mean Lawrence, like the meeting that you see where he gets Prince Faisal on his side, that specific meeting with those specific people, no, that never actually happened because some of those people are fictional. But the fact that Lawrence showed up in Faisal's camp and within hours had more influence than any other British officer, that did happen. So metaphorically, it's true. Okay, and for the same reasons that they show in that scene, he had more influence. So metaphorically true. Now, I would offer that the closest thing to a literally true movie is Black Hawk Down. Like, they do a pretty good job of getting that pretty close to reality. There are still some things that are wrong, but that's pretty close. But all 3 of these movies are metaphorically true. They are true enough to get the points across, and that's why I would recommend them. Okay, so let's talk just a little bit about it. Rorke's Drift. This is, we have 140 British fighting against something like, we don't really know, but ish thousands of Zulu warriors, okay? The British are winning because of their training, their discipline, and their weapons advantage. So this is a place where there's a massive technological advantage, where the British have a breech-loading infield rifle, the Zulus have short stabbing spears. Okay, and it's going to matter, and this is why you get some of the results that you do. Whereas at LZ Albany, you have well, it depends. Initially, it's only a couple of hundred, but then you'll get maybe around the full-blown for LZ X-ray. I said Albany, sorry. Oh, and that says Albany. It's LZ X-ray, sorry. I'm reverting. There's a second battle at LZ Albany, and that doesn't count. But anyway, LZ X-ray, you get about 600 max, and they're going up against about 2,500. And they win in part because of the training that occurs, which is something they do show in the movie. It's only in snippets, but each of those things happen. Now, I'm going to be honest. I both love this movie and hate this movie, okay? And the reason why I love this movie is my first unit was 1st Squadron, 7th United States Cavalry. And as a result of being the guidon holder for 7th Cavalry, we would host the regimental reunion every year. And so Hal Moore and his LZ X-ray crew showed up, well, every 2 years at our headquarters. And so we got to meet them. We got OPDs with them. Like, they talked with us. So like, there are things in this movie that I know happened, not because they're in the book, but because Hal Moore or Sergeant Major Plumley or Joe Galloway told us that's how it went down. And so in some ways, the movie catches a little bit, some snippets more than the book, which is why I kind of like it. There's a couple parts that are a little annoying, and then that's why I don't. But anyway, but the training part is fantastic, and I'll bring that up a little bit as we go. Okay, so. And then Mogadishu, I bet most of you guys have seen Black Hawk Down, but you've got 100-ish dudes fighting well more than 1,000, really thousands of people running around the streets of Mogadishu in this fight. And it is obvious why they win. Like, it's sort of fascinating. We often don't talk about Mogadishu as a win because of the strategic things associated with it, and particularly because of the dragging of the pilots' bodies through the streets. We sort of attribute that as a loss. But when you look at what the numbers are, there's no way that isn't a win. Okay, it's an amazing success. So here's a couple things to think about. Okay, what motivates you and your opponent? I'm gonna beat this point a little bit later, so I'm not gonna say much about it now. How do you and your opponents fight? Now, it's kind of funny, you ought to know how you fight, you think, right? But a lot of times we don't think about it. It's sort of unconscious. We just sort of assume we're going to fight this certain way. We're going to do according to our doctrine. But most people don't know why we're going to do it that way, okay? And it's sort of worthwhile thinking about that. And do you or your opponent have a technical advantage, okay? This is going to matter. So we talked about this. This is sort of my chart. We kind of did this for the first group. So I want to spend a bit of time here. So it may sound funny. I think, oh no, it's later. I have the quote. Okay, I'm going to use the quote from Sergeant Bourne later. Okay, but this notion of being a British soldier, I'm going to talk about this soldier warrior thing in a second. And then at LZ X-ray, you have U.S. soldiers. And then I put in Mogadishu, yes, they're U.S. as well, but the idea is these are elite, what we now consider tier 1 soldiers. Okay, these aren't just average dudes. Whereas the guys at X-ray were average dudes, just well-trained, okay? You see this governance issue. You have this British discipline, which is going to come back, but this aspect of how the British Army functions and that they're going to be able to stand in ranks. There's a great scene in Zulu where they're doing front rank fire, middle rank fire, rear rank fire, and you're seeing at that moment exactly what British training and discipline can deliver. It's a great scene in the film, which is, again, why I'm recommending the movie. Okay, and that's that coordinated drill. And then, of course, you have the breech rifle, the breech loading rifle against stabbing spears. Kind of a significant advantage. And you get a kill ratio of 20-1, which is pretty amazing. Okay, LZ X-ray, the kill ratio is much lower. Why? Probably not shocking. You have almost no significant technological advantage. I mean, there is one, but at the soldier level, you have AK-47s against M16s, okay? Roughly equivalent, depending on your opinion of both weapons, okay? But what you see, and one of the things I love that the movie shows, and it only shows it in a snippet, and it jumps out at me because Hal Moore said how important it was. And that was a training, I called it next up training. But one of the things he does, and again, they show it in the movie, but it's only like 10 seconds of the movie, is a helicopter's coming down and he grabs the platoon leader and he says, "You're dead, who's in charge?" And the platoon sergeant hesitates. He says, "He hesitates, he's dead. Who's in charge? What are you gonna do?" And that's when the sergeant, who's gonna be important later, says, "We're getting off the chopper," and then they take charge. That is something that Sergeant Major Plumley and Hal Moore did all the time. They would walk around and regularly be, like every time they did training, they would take down leadership so that it would force sergeants, corporals to step up and take charge. And both of those men gave great credit to that particular behavior as being why they were so successful. So I'm just gonna, like that for them was one of their key lessons learned. Like that's how you get successful, okay? And then you see just really good leadership at the platoon and company level. And then, of course, obviously, you have air mobile, which is radically different between the US Army and the North Vietnamese Army. And then we are able to stack up the United States Air Force, aerial rocket artillery from rotary wing, and also artillery-delivered ammunition when the North Vietnamese could not do that. And then, of course, in Mogadishu, you have tier 1 dudes, guys that we cannot even admit exist, right? And these guys, best trained people on the planet, best trigger pullers literally on Earth, are put in a position, and then we give them little bird strafing support all night long and additional minigun support. Now, yes, they would have liked to have had Bradleys or an AC-130. There's some other things. But with what they had, they delivered tremendous violence. Okay, and that's why you get that outrageous kill ratio in a modern era, which is kind of crazy. Okay. Now, this is a thing, I think it's weird. Throughout my career, the Army has gone back and forth on this warrior emphasis. And I don't know why, to be honest. I don't want warriors. I value soldiers because soldiers are powerful, because soldiers have loyalty to something above and beyond their tribe or their particular tribal leader. Soldiers are committed to their oath, to their loyalty, like their training, their discipline matters. That's what makes soldiers different than warriors or fighters. I can go anywhere on earth and I can find warriors. There are great Arab warriors. Okay, I'm not going to say the second sentence. Okay, let me pick somewhere else. Okay, there are great warriors in some other culture. There are not necessarily great soldiers from that culture. In fact, I can think of some cultures that have no good soldiers because they don't do soldiering. They do warrioring. They do fighting. Okay, so don't devalue that term soldier, because what you see in this is that every one of these cases, this is why I have the word soldiers up there. The guys who win are soldiers because they can continue to fight even though the odds are against them. Warriors or fighters might be like, hey, this is dumb. I'm going to live to fight another day. And I'm going to move on. Okay. So I jokingly tell my students that we are the American Army historically is a French cake with German frosting. Okay? Because our traditions, our history, our behaviors are really French. That's where we got them from. And then after World War II, I don't know why, because we beat them, we then started to smooth over all of this maneuver terminology and so forth because we stinking loved it. And we thought, oh, you guys were great. And let's face it, they have good uniforms. I don't know. So I give the Germans some credit, I guess. They're snappy dressers. Okay? So we smear over this German frosting on this French cake. But when it comes to Clausewitz, as much as people will think we like Clausewitz, we don't give him much credit. Because if we really believe this, we would talk about will. If will is what determines the fight, why don't we talk about it? So I spend a lot of time, I talk about this quite a bit in the book Narrative War, as I'm trying to wrestle with, okay, what generates will? And so I use the word virtue. Some of my students didn't love that, and so they suggested values. So regularly throughout the book, I have both. I say virtues, and I'll put in parentheses values. But there's something that generates your opponent's will. It generates your will. And you need to figure out what that is, because that's what fuels and maintains you in the fight. Okay? There's a point in the movie Zulu where there's sort of like a rap-off. Okay, so the Zulus are doing their chant, and then the Welsh guys start singing, and they sing this. This is the song they sing. I'm not going to play the whole thing. We could actually do it, but I'm going to go over time. But men of Harlech mean men of Wales. That's what the term means, okay? And so this idea you see is this notion, and this is, of course, not literally true, because even though the regiment that fights at Rorke's Drift will become a Welsh borderer regiment, in 1879, they are not a Welsh borderer regiment. So this is a case where it makes a good story, and the song's great, and I love the rap-off in the movie, so it's great. But this idea right here, the whole point in that film is this great moment where it's expressing what generates their will. And it's this notion that Welshmen never yield. And therefore, we will not, no matter what, okay? Now, some people might think, okay, there. So this is this great line. There's a point as the Zulus are surrounding them. You have Kola Sergeant Bourne, who's sort of like a first sergeant, is the equivalent, and he's standing there, and he's got one of these soldiers who's up at the wall, and he's kind of scared, and he asks this line, why is it us? And I love Sergeant Bourne and his answer. He's got that great voice. Because we're here, lad. Nobody else, just us. That's sort of my posh British accent, sorry. But that notion of it's our duty, and that's what we do because we're British soldiers. That line captures that ideology all by itself that you also get in the song. Now, I love the fact that consolidation of gains was bashed earlier. Okay, so what is funny about consolidation of gains is our doctrine tells us you must do it, but our doctrine does not tell us how to do it. Okay, this really bothers me. I had a student a couple years ago did their entire master's thesis on this issue. When he was talking about how narrative is a necessary component of consolidation of gains, which I agree. But the point is, consolidation of gains is what turns success at one level of war into success at a higher level of war. So I can clear a room. How do I turn that success into clearing a building? That's consolidation of gains, okay? How do I turn winning a battle into winning a war? That's consolidation of gains. That's the part we struggle with most. Part of why I would say that's narrative is what you have to do is convince the local populace that you have in fact won the war. That's why it's a narrative adventure, because if you don't do that, and this has been Israel's problem for 50 years, is because they have not convinced the Palestinians that they have in fact lost to the Israelis, then why stop the struggle? Until you do that, the enemy will continue to fight. That was our challenge in Iraq. That was our challenge in Afghanistan, that we did not convince the Taliban they had in fact lost. Okay, it's not enough that we think we've won. The enemy has to think they've lost. And if they don't, then the war goes on. Okay? So this is the apex expression of this. Okay. Now Lawrence is talking about this in the sense of advising and assisting an insurgents. By the way, The Evolution of a Revolt, look it up. The best 20 pages of military theory you will ever read, because Lawrence will explain why he comes up with the logic he comes up with. And that logic all by itself is worth your 20 pages of effort. Okay. So if you're like, oh, I don't want to do Clausewitz, it's a big book. It is a big book. Okay, it's not flipping. Flip. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here's my last movie reference. So TRADOC no longer exists. But before TRADOC ceased to exist, TRADOC published this document about the future of war. And one of the things it challenged or said that we were going to face is this notion that the future that we have to deal with this difference between annihilation and exhaustion. Okay, now this is a Hans Delbruck expression. We've talked a lot about attrition. I want to emphasize exhaustion. Annihilation is defeating your enemy by like the one-punch knockout kind of thing, okay? Attrition is defeating your enemy by the 15 rounds, Rocky, the original one, 1976, going that whole 15 rounds, that's attrition. Okay, doing it in one punch, that's annihilation or something close to that. Exhaustion is attacking the enemy's will, usually over time. Dislocation is breaking their will instantly or very quickly. Exhaustion is taking time to do that. And TRADOC acknowledged that this is something we have to wrestle with for the future of war, is what is it going to be? Is it going to be annihilation or is it going to be exhaustion? You've heard multiple people talk today how exhaustion or attrition, as they characterize it, is sort of the thing, okay? Now, for those of you guys who are like, oh, I don't really understand what this is, I would say watch the movie Warrior. Hopefully, many of you have already seen it. And if you have, what you would recognize is that Tommy, played by Tom Hardy, wins every one of the fights he wins by annihilation. And Brendan, played by Joel Edgerton, wins every one of the fights he wins by exhaustion. So go rewatch that movie, tell your spouse or significant other that, hey, it's an assignment, had to do it, and look for what is the difference between exhaustion and annihilation and how do you do it, okay? Now, here you have an example. Both of these are quotes given to Brendan. The first one is a governance one about what do you run, okay? The fact that that's his ring. Okay, feel the Beethoven, if you're familiar. And then the bottom one is the ideology. That's why he's fighting. That's his source of will for the fight. Okay, of course, for Brendan, it's all about saving his house and his job, and anyway, it's a little melodramatic, but hey, it's why you buy popcorn. Okay, oops, last one. Okay, so why did the outnumbered win? I gave you 6 examples where the outnumbered won. Okay, first, they were all soldiers and not warriors. Now, you could make the argument for a couple of the sacred text examples, maybe some of those guys were warriors, fine. I'll give you that, okay? But for all the modern ones, the winners were all soldiers. Why? Because the individual soldier is better than the individual warrior, okay? Soldiers know they are better, or you ought to anyway, because you are better trained and you are better disciplined, because fighters and warriors are not. And soldiers have a unit and a formation that they work within, and soldiers have a stratagem. I didn't really talk about that word. So we talk about strategy a lot. Strategy really is the big problem-solving method. A stratagem is like the little trick that you're going to use, okay? Almost all of you have that. If you don't, and you have small children, they all have that. They have little stratagems that they employ to stay up later or to do whatever. Okay, and soldiers are better armed, armored, or supported. Okay, there we go. Now, any questions?
everybody get to your seats. We got our last speaker. I know you heard General Sellers and Colonel Broyles talk about Dr. Jim Greer. Hopefully you had an opportunity to read about his bio in your program. Back again for a second year, sir. Welcome back. Without any further ado, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thanks. Yeah, I guess I'm getting a redo, so we'll see how it goes. So we passed out some tactical decision exercises. What I'd like you to do is either individually, or if you don't have one, somebody next to you, pair up and take a look at just the first one, the mission orders one. And so each of the tactical decision exercises has a page with some writing on it, which is the kind of the situation and the task, and then the flip side is the map. So for the mission orders one, read through the scenario, and then come up with, take a look at the map and what are you going to do? Assuming that you are the battalion commander for the 3rd Battalion, then what orders would you give? So what are you going to do? Let's take about 5 minutes to do that. Okay. All right. So tactical decision exercises are a quick, simple way to teach something, right? And so we're going to do 3 of them today, and those are on mission orders, surfaces and gaps, and the Schwerpunkt, or main effort. And those are 3 of the key principles in maneuver warfare. So this one right here was mission orders. And so General Agudo mentioned the LPDs that we used to do. When I did an LPD, every single LPD we did started with a tactical decision exercise. Something, you can knock it out in 5 minutes, then another 5 minutes on discussion, but it's a way to get reps and things. It's also a way to exercise your brain in terms of seeing terrain and things like that. So they're all on maps. So that way you're getting that exercise and experience. So a couple things about mission orders. The first one is, or rather about tactical decision exercises. If you make them easy, the learning goes down. So you want to make them as hard as possible. So we put you in a situation where everything's falling apart. You can't talk to anybody. You don't know anything. So you got to come up with a solution on your own. And one of the things about training is the harder you make the training, the more learning occurs. And the same is true for leader development. So in this particular case, we did that because you're, as a officer, NCO, soldier, supposed to be able to think 2 levels up. So what we did was we gave you the intent, but then after that you had to figure out everything on your own. The only thing you knew was, hey, I can't let them go past the 32 easting, and that was the intent, but you don't have a whole lot of information, so you got to figure it out. There's no single correct solution to a tactical decision exercise. If you make a tactical decision exercise where there's only one solution, then you made a bad tactical decision exercise. What you want is people to have to wrestle with multiple options and think through things, because that does a couple things. One, it exercises their mind, and then when you start talking about it, then you get that discourse back and forth of, a kind of a recon pull-oriented solution over here. I'm going to go find out what's going on, and then I'll make a decision. Versus, hey, the way I read the battlefield right now, my visualization of it is, I'm going to go ahead and go north. Again, there's no correct solution. There's all sorts of ways that you could do this. So, tactical decision exercises are a great way to train or develop leaders with regard to how to fight outnumbered and win. So let's see if this will work. Yes. All right. So something that, again, General Agudo and a couple others emphasized, I think Amos Fox did also, is, the basics matter. If you're not good at the basics, you can't do all this maneuver warfare stuff. You're just going to collapse in on the side of yourself, and you'll fail miserably. I'm going to talk later on about some different battles where people did fight outnumbered and win and did employ maneuver warfare. In every case, they were better trained than their opponent. So training matters. The ability to know your doctrine matters. So this is FM30. This is our whole doctrine on one slide. You got the warfighting functions. You have to know how all those work. Ultimately, you got to be able to get to the domains, if they're at the battalion or the brigade level. You have to know the defeat mechanisms. What's the difference between dislocate, disrupt, disintegrate, isolate? You do that at the platoon level. At the platoon level, you may try to isolate a portion of your enemy so that you can focus on one. You may try to disrupt what they're doing disrupt their plan before it can take place. So these are not things that only corps commanders do. It happens at every level. And then, one of the things that we've emphasized throughout the day is the physical, the mental, the moral, or in our doctrinal terms, physical, information, and human. And you have to think and operate in all those spheres. So excellence in our current doctrine, the nuts and bolts of how we fight, that's the starting point. If you're, if you guys were real soldiers like me and you were armor, then your ability, if you can't qualify a tank, nothing else matters. Doesn't matter, you can be like the world's greatest leader, but if you can't qualify your tank, you can't fight your tank, nothing else matters. So you have to understand and be excellent at the basics. That is the point of departure for maneuver warfare. That's the point of departure for fighting outnumbered and winning. All right, so I'm going to run through three theorists. We've talked a little bit about John Boyd today. I pulled three of his slides out that I think are particularly important because of what they tell us about how you fight maneuver warfare. And first thing, just so everybody knows, Amos Fox is like one of my best friends, and we talk all the time, almost every single day. And I give him a hard time on Twitter, like I did last night, but that's just back and forth. There are certain things that we disagree on. One of them is the role of philosophy. And philosophy, I don't mean like, Plato or somebody, but you have to have a philosophy. The philosophy of this brigade is to fight outnumbered and win. That is your philosophy. And your philosophy guides the way that you act. So if you don't have a philosophy, you have no chance of winning. Now, your philosophy may be attrition, and that's fine. If that's what your approach is, then that's all well and good. But if you don't have a philosophy, the way that we think about warfighting and the concept that we're committed to, then you're just wandering around in the wilderness. So what John Boyd is laying out is this philosophy. And we talk about the OODA loop. I won't talk about it a whole lot because, again, as Ian mentioned, he is so much more than the OODA loop. When I was interacting with him, he always said that it was the point of departure and that what came after that was more important. And so it is there. But the part in the middle, like enmesh your adversary in amorphous, menacing, unpredictable world of chaos, right? So let's imagine that you're executing the way that the commander says he wants this brigade to fight. And so he wants every engagement, every battle to turn into what? into an ambush, right? So how in an ambush, if you're doing an ambush, how would you do what's right there in the middle? How do you enmesh the adversary in this amorphous, menacing, unpredictable world of uncertainty, doubt, et cetera? How do you do that? Okay, an ambush better be unexpected. If it's not unexpected, it's not an ambush. So that's one thing. What else can you do? Say again? Okay, you can mass fires. What else can you do? All right, electronic warfare, you can take out his comms so he can't react to it. What else? Run through a little mental checklist of the warfighting functions and branches. Yeah. Say again? Okay, you draw them into your kill zone. Yep. What else? Say again? Okay, psychological ops kind of things. What else? Yeah. Say again? Oh, deceive. Yeah, deception. Absolutely. Right? You guys have all taken the oath already? Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, yes. So Colonel Broyles first took the oath several years ago, one of many that has taken it. But yeah, all warfare is based on deception, et cetera. So all of these, maybe having hidden minefields, et cetera, all of these things are ways to do that, right? And mental or moral, mental, physical. The order matters. You are attacking their will. And there's almost no better way to attack somebody's will than to ambush them, because they are immediately mentally on the defensive. Another thing that Amos mentioned this morning where we also disagree is there is cognitive paralysis. And I have seen it. Because I can tell you, when you execute an ambush in combat, which I have, people stop. The first thing that happens is they stop because they are cognitively paralyzed. What just happened? The better troops overcome that very rapidly, or the more experienced ones. The poorer troops or organizations, it takes them longer, and more of them get taken out. The same thing happens with us, because we're often surprised, particularly, those of you that might have been in Iraq or Afghanistan. Every time the IED goes off, there is that moment of cognitive paralysis. It's how quickly can you overcome that. So cognitive paralysis is a thing. So you're attacking the will first, then you're attacking their brain, and then you go after the physical stuff. That's how you win the fight. So let's keep going here. So the next thing is, one of the things that John Boyd used was, he used the example of blitzkrieg. He's often criticized for spending too much time on the Germans, which if you look at his body of work, as Ian has, like 95% of it isn't about the Germans at all. Particularly in patterns of conflict, there's a certain amount of it. Destruction and creation, there's nothing in there about it at all. Organic design for command and control, which we'll talk about, there's a little bit. The conceptual spiral, which we didn't talk about today, which is, again, one of his pieces on how you think, nothing about the blitzkrieg at all, et cetera. But there is a lot we can learn from blitzkrieg. And so create and exploit opportunities. Create many opportunities. So he's talking about opportunities. What do you have to do in order to create an opportunity? What kind of decision do you have to make? And this is extremely important. You have to take risks somewhere, exactly. There is a one-to-one correlation between opportunity and risk. In order to take advantage of an opportunity, you have to accept risk somewhere else, right? So the ability, you have to teach yourself to take risks. It is not something that our Army Joint Force is very good at right now, because we haven't fought outnumbered and we haven't had to fight outnumbered. If you are outnumbered, you cannot win without taking risk. Period, end of sentence. If you think you're the best army and you have the most people and you have the best kit, then there's no reason to take risk. which means that you don't take advantage of the opportunities that may be out there. So again, there's a lot of tactical decision exercises or other ways to develop leaders to take risks, to make a risk decision, to see there's an opportunity for me over here, but in order to do that, I'm gonna have to do economy of force over here and take a risk over here. And whether that's the platoon level, it's the squad level, it's the battalion level, doesn't make any difference. There's this relationship between risk and opportunity. And you cannot do maneuver warfare if you are not willing to take risks. Then it's just attrition, right? Okay, this piece down here, infiltrate or penetrate or get inside the adversary's system. You have to see the enemy as a system. A platoon is a system. It's a system, by the way, that's connected to a fire system because they can call back for fires. It may be connected to the aviation system if they've got a JTAC or somebody like that with them. They're connected to the logistics system. So there's these systems of systems. And so you have to be able to get inside the system and then get the system to work against itself. So when he talks about non-cooperative centers of gravity, that is not a term that we typically use. We talk about centers of gravity in the Clausewitzian sense of the hub of all power, et cetera. But that's not the way that Boyd is thinking about centers of gravity. What he's saying is that there's these different capabilities or locus of power, and that you can get them to either be non-functional when you isolate it, so it can't contribute, or you can get it to actively work against it. So here's the example that I used from 2022 in kind of the March, April timeframe after the Russians started their special military operation. The Russians had the intent, as General Gouda talked about with the Black Sea and all that, of taking Odessa and the Black Sea coast there through amphibious operations. So they had about 5 brigades of naval infantry, which is what they're trained to do, that were down there. They had the helicopters to be able to do the air assaults. They had the ships that were down there. They had the Air Force that was supposed to support it. So they had all the pieces there, right? So, but what happens? First thing is that the Ukrainians basically shot all the airplanes out of the sky, and because they went after the will, because they used social media to, if we shot you down, take a picture of you, find out where you came from, send it back to your parents and say, hey, this is what happened to, let everybody in your town know that what happened. So they used this PSYOPs piece of it so that the pilots are like, hey, I'm not flying over there. So they took the Air Force out of it. Then, because the Ukrainians were able to hold on in Mariupol, another port city on the Sea of Azov, the naval infantry, some of them had to bleed off and go there. So what's going on is because the conventional forces, a center of gravity, needed help, they pulled from the naval infantry another center of gravity so that they no longer had the sufficient strength over there. Then the other thing that the Ukrainians did is that they sunk the Moskva. What does that do? Well, then the Navy goes, okay, well, we're going to hang back here. We're not going over there. So they created these non-cooperative centers of gravity. They actually work against each other. That's different than multiple dilemmas. We talk about multiple dilemmas, and we say, okay, the enemy's going to have to either go this way or he's going to have to go this way. Those are dilemmas. Non-cooperative centers of gravity is like that on steroids, because now they're actively working against each other. And that's the height of success. So, that's what he's talking about there. Let's go to the next one here. Okay, so he's got a number of what he calls keys to success. One of them is Schwerpunkt, or the focus of main effort. We're going to do a TDE on that later on and explain a little bit on what that is. The next one, flexible command. When we get to the set of battles and that represent, that are illustrative of maneuver warfare, one of the things that you're going to see in every single one of those was they built flexibility into their command. So mission orders provides flexible command. The fact that a lieutenant can come up with a decision for what a battalion would do, that's mission orders, that gives you flexibility. ISR, very, very important all the time. Fast tempo, fluidity of action, over and over again throughout. If you're going to do maneuver warfare, one of the things he's always talking about is, in fact, tempo. Tempo being different than speed. Speed is this, tempo is relative. So if you're operating faster than the enemy, or in the case of like the Taliban and other people, if you slow it down, if you're controlling the tempo, you're controlling the battle. And then, the logistics piece makes sense. Okay, so that's John Boyd. Now, there's a whole lot more that he goes through, and I know you guys have the discourse on winning and losing, and it's all available online, as Ian said. So if you're going to be a professional who thinks in terms of maneuver warfare, you have to study John Boyd. You have to go slide by slide, because every one of his slides, you can do a whole LPD on any slide he has, or even a part of a slide. And you have to study it, and you have to learn it, and you have to then be able to translate it into, okay, what does this mean for me as a logistician? What does this mean to me as an engineer? What does this mean to me as an infantry, or whatever you happen to be? Because it's only when everyone understands what their role is in maneuver warfare that you truly have maneuver warfare. It doesn't work any other way, right? Okay, so he's one. Then Bill Lind, we haven't talked about today, I think, much. So Bill Lind was around the same time as John Boyd. Everybody knows, Boyd was a fighter pilot and all that kind of stuff. Bill Lind was the exact opposite, non-military. He was a historian, and he was actually a staffer for Senator Gary Hart, who was very influential military reform congressman at the time. But Bill Lind, because he was a historian, was able to take the lessons of history and derive from them some principles, if you will, for maneuver warfare. And so the first thing was, because he talked to Boyd all the time, he is a firm believer in the OODA loop and outcycling the enemy. And again, that's important, but it's not, solely the only thing. Couple of key points. Because he was a reformist, he was critical of the military a lot. And that's important. If you're not self-critical, then it's very difficult to move forward. So he said, hey, only a decentralized military can have that fast OODA loop and do maneuver warfare. You have to be willing to let go of control in order to execute maneuver warfare and mission orders. If you're a battalion commander and you have to direct everything, then there are no mission orders, and therefore there's no maneuver warfare. So then he said, it's not enough just to say, hey, I can live in confusion and disorder. The question is, how do I bring that on the enemy? One of the books on that you have on your reading list is Nicholas Taleb's Anti-Fragile. And that's what Anti-Fragile is all about. Anti-Fragile is, how do I not just get by when there's a lot of chaos, but how do I thrive in it? How do I use it to my advantage? And he's saying the same thing there. And then the part about all patterns, recipes, and formulas are to be avoided. Because human beings do pattern recognition, and so much of the military, an IPOE and templating is all about pattern recognition. But if you do something different every single time, then the enemy can't discern a pattern because there is no pattern. And then that accrues to your advantage. So, and then the filters he uses, mission orders, we already did the PE on that. Schwerpunkt, we'll talk about that when we do that PE. And then surfaces and gaps is the third one. And we'll talk about that. Okay. I think a lot of you heard Bob Leonard last year when he was here. If you didn't, he is probably, in my opinion, the last military theorist we've had in the United States, okay? Because he's, he followed Boyd and Lind by about, and Warden by about a decade or so. He's written 3 books that every military professional should read. The first one is Fighting by Minutes, which is about time and how do you leverage time. The second one is The Art of Maneuver, and that's pretty much what it's about. He studies maneuver warfare, lays out what it is, and then he takes air-land battle and he compares air-land battle to maneuver warfare to be able to draw the comparisons. And then the third one is the Principles of War for the Information Age. And, because if there's a deficiency really with kind of Lind and Boyd, is they're closer to World War II and not the information age than they are to where we are today. And whereas Bob Leonard kind of splits the difference and he's leaning into the information age. So those are 3 books that I think y'all should read. But having said that, again, he says maneuver warfare is a philosophy. He lays that out. And then he says, here's the 3 things you have to be able to do: preemption, dislocation, and disruption. And we'll talk about those a little bit more when we get to the example that I'm going to talk y'all through. He takes a different view of the center of gravity, and he says that whatever the enemy's center of gravity, their source of strength, is also their chief vulnerability. So a good example for that is the Russian army. Their center of gravity is what? What's their source of strength in the Russian army? Their artillery, exactly, right? And so what he would suggest then is their artillery then is also their chief vulnerability. Again, if you go to the summer of 2022, when we introduced the HIMARS and the Ukrainians were able to start using them, what did they do? They went after the artillery. And so the Russians were shooting about 20,000 rounds a day to about 5,000 rounds a day that the Ukrainians were able to shoot. After the HIMARS started hitting all their ammo and their artillery command posts and their logistics, their artillery-related logistics, then that 20,000 went down to about 8,000. So not quite parity, but much more manageable than where they were before that. And then, again, war is viewed as a clash of wills. So, again, Leonard also approaches it from the standpoint that will, then mental, then physical. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do now is, having talked about those 3 maneuver warfare theorists, we're going to use the last year's incursion by the Ukrainians into Kursk as a way to illustrate the things that they are saying, which does not mean that the Ukrainians sat down and read Lind and Boyd and said, hey, let's go do this at all. In the same way Gustavus Adolphus never read Lind or Boyd. But rather, we learn from history because we can maybe see things in history that suggest things to us. And this is history, even though it only happened last year. But I think it's important. And the other thing is, there's this tendency to think of the war in Ukraine as just, 1915, World War I, 2 guys facing each other across no man's land. And it's not. I mean, there's a lot of dynamism in that war that's going on right now. One of the things I should have mentioned before is, if you want to develop leaders for maneuver warfare, first you have to establish what maneuver warfare is and what it looks like. So this is an example of what it looks like. So if we take what Bob Leonard says, and we look at the beginning of the operation going into Kursk. So he says, if you look down here at the bottom, he says the first thing you ought to try to do is to preempt the enemy and preempt the enemy's plan. So what the Russians are trying to do here, this is their economy of force area. in Kursk so they can mass over in Kharkiv, where they actually have an ongoing offensive operation, which is about, if you look at this thing, it'd be about right here. If you take that purple, which is the border, it'd be about right there. So they preempt. What they do is because they go through deception and surprise, they do something that's unexpected. They strike first. He uses the thing that it appears rash, because it is a risk. And so it's the moment that the Ukrainians started to invade, all the West said, hey, this is really stupid. You shouldn't be doing this. This is a big gamble. We'll see. And then, if possible, win without direct fire. And they tried to set conditions to be able to do that. So then the second thing is dislocation. So dislocation means that you render something, whatever you're dislocating, irrelevant to the fight. And so they did that, again, thinking in terms of the Russian strength being their artillery, their manpower advantage that they had, as well as they had learned the Ukrainians had learned in 2023, and the counteroffensive that General Gudo talked about was how powerful Russian mines and obstacles were. So what they did was, through deception, through counter-UAS, through these SF recon guys who not only did recon, they actually did clandestine breaching of the minefields. They did the dislocation piece right there. And then disruption. The enemy center of gravity, again, going back to this artillery, or because you have to target with artillery, it's their recon strike. And so the Ukrainians had just developed the ramming drones, the drone-on-drone counter things. And they really hadn't tried them out a lot. But what they did the week before they did the actual attack was they started ramming all of the Russian targeting drones. Their Zalas, their Supercams, their Orlan 10s. And because they knew that every time they got an advantage to the Russians and did something the Russians didn't expect, or some new capability, the Russians would pull back and they would figure out what the counter was, and then they would come back with the counter. And so they did that, again, for about a week, knocked down a whole bunch of those, and then, as expected, the Russians then basically grounded all of their recon, their ISR UASs while they were figuring out the counter, and that's when they struck. So, preemption, dislocation, disruption, all those things are taking place here. Now, some other things, very superb deception. So the whole time leading up to this, for months, they kept saying, hey, we're worried the Russians are going to attack us in the vicinity of Sumy. Sumy is right underneath that deception, fear of Russian attack. It's a city on the Ukrainian side, Ukrainian city. And so they were feigning defense while they were actually getting ready to attack. And so that was part of their deception plan. The other part of their deception plan was that they kept talking also about, we have to get our reinforcements into Kursk. And so what they do is they would send a couple of strikers, because actually the lead guys were strikers, we'll get that in a minute. And they would send them visibly to Kharkiv. And they'd say, hey, reinforcements are coming in, we're going to be good to go, we'll hold here. And then what they would do at night, they would drive those exact same strikers and hide them in some barn up here in Sumy, and so they're getting them. They're E&Eing them in there to be able to do that. They did an air defense ambush, and so the way the Ukrainians do air defense ambushes, because the Patriot is so effective, but it's also, the Patriot's effective, but it's a relatively soft target, and also it has a huge signature. So when you turn on a Patriot radar, there's nothing else in the world that looks like that. So the way they do Patriots a lot is they'll do an ambush. So they brought the Patriots forward, and they shot down the Russian airplanes, shot down two of them that are the glide bombers. And so when they do glide bombs northeast of Kursk, they'd come to about there, and about 40 k's away, then they'd launch these glide bombs that would then land on this side. So again, because they know how the Russians work, they shot down 2 of those with this ambush. As soon as they did that, they pull a Patriot back so it's going to be safe. But they know they bought themselves a time flank of about a week while the Russians would figure out, okay, we got to move the launch basket where we're throwing these things from to somewhere else. So all of that stuff is going on at the same time to set the conditions for the actual attack itself. Maybe not. There we go. All right, so now we'll take a look at it from Bill Lynn's standpoint, right? So Bill Lynn talks about mission orders. Well, mission orders was a necessity because so much of the Ukrainian comms runs off of Starlink. But we, Elon Musk and his team, had turned off Starlink in Russia. So as soon as you cross the border, you have no Starlink. So you're not going to have all the comms you're used to, which means pretty much once you go across the border, you're mission order territory. You've got to understand the intent, understand what the plan is, and you're going to have to make decisions on your own. So they were definitely doing that. Surfaces and gaps. So a surface is a place where the enemy is strong. A gap is a place where the enemy is weak. Now, that is, again, physical, mental, moral. It's also not just straight combat power. It can be other things like logistics or whatever it happens to be, right? So Kursk, if you went further to the southeast and then where all the contact was, the Russians are very strong. But they were relatively weak up here. There was just border guards, the FSB, which is their internal state security, which is a lot of that. And then there was a lot of conscripts up there because by their law, conscripts can't attack into another country, but they can be used for guards and things like that. So it was weak from that standpoint, and it had a very small or limited obstacle belt. And then the last thing was the Schwerpunkt, or the focus of the main effort. And so they massed all of their enablers to be able to do one thing, and that was to actually do the initial penetration. Because what they had learned down south, and in particular during the counteroffensive, was if you can't penetrate the obstacles and if you can't get through, there's no sense even doing the fight. So they massed all of their enablers, all of their capability, all of their focus to be able to do that one thing. So when they actually begin the attack, as I mentioned, 2 striker brigades are the lead because the Ukrainians love strikers because lots of firepower, good protection, great comms, and they're mobile. But in order to make those succeed, they did a FPV, I think somebody earlier today would call it a flock. A lot of FPVs that go up there to try to clear out the bad guys. They massed their fires there. They actually jumped their electronic warfare forward, first just south of the border to jam the initial comms, and then they flew using bigger drones, smaller but powerful EW platforms forward, so they could jump their electronic warfare and push that bubble out of protection. And then they used those air-to-air UASs, and they went after the helicopters. Because one of the things that they had learned, again, from the 23 counteroffensive was that the Ka-52s, their version of the Apache, had tore them up pretty bad. And so they had Ka-52s up there. They ram one of them, they take it out. They ram also an Mi-8, which doesn't actually get, it's damaged, but it manages to land. But again, what's the effect of that? The Russians then ground all their helicopters until they figure out what's going on. So they take the helicopters out of the fight, right? So again, going over here on the right. No pattern, because they've never done this before. So it's something that's completely unexpected that the Russians haven't seen. They generated this disorder, confusion through the deception, through the surprise, et cetera. And then they're able to you just cycle through the decision-making faster, in part because the Russians in this particular area actually had 3 command and control lash-ups. The border security guys, the FSB, internal security guys, and then the normal conventional forces that all overlap and argue among themselves over who's actually in charge of what. Okay, and then we get to, if we take Boyd and we apply him. Okay, so now they've done the penetration and they're in the exploitation piece. So again, the Ukrainians, and they did in fact do this, they looked at the systems that were there. They looked at the border security as a system. They looked at the FSB as a system. They looked at the conventional forces, and in particularly the recon strike as a system, and they figured out, okay, how do we get those to work against each other? And how do we, back to the non-cooperative COG kind of thing, how do we take them apart so they don't work anymore? Magnifying the friction, getting inside, okay, Boyd uses this term mind, time, space all the time. He uses it often. And what that means is, one, you get inside of their mind, you get in their head, so they're not sure of what's going on. But then you accrue a time advantage, which makes that even worse. And then you expand it spatially so that it's, again, multiplied. And so what happens is the exploitation, the strikers, again, as they're going out, and then eventually Bradley brigades also, as they're pushing out, they're just expanding that overmatch that they have in terms of the mind, time, and space. And so the Russians are always behind. They're always in the wrong place in terms of their reactions. And the other thing they did was, because they foresaw the Russian reactions, because they knew how they worked, they had already set up the HIMARS interdiction for the forces that are coming in. They knew that if they blew the bridges over on the river here on the left-hand side where it says, I don't know where it says it. But anyway, they blew the bridges on the left-hand side there so that, or hit them with their own GBUs. Oh, that's it right there. Where it says GBU isolate, that's the Ukrainian GBUs going after those bridges to isolate the battle space. Because their intent all along, and again, we go back to intent for mission orders and stuff, was grab 1,000 square kilometers of Russian territory and then transition to defense and make them come at us, which means we have the tactical advantage and they'll start to lose more people than we do. It's the exact same thing Robert E. Lee did for 3/4 of the Civil War, is a strategic offense with a tactical defense. And that's what they did, operational tactical defense. That's the way they did it. You get in here in the kind of characteristics. So again, Boyd talks about the 4 qualities that you want to be able to have and exploit. So harmony. First thing is everybody knows what they're doing and they're all working in concert together. That's harmony. Then variety. And they had the variety because there's all these different things that are hitting the Russians all at the same time. Whether it's electronic warfare, the Ukrainians had very rarely used their own air in a interdiction standpoint. So they're doing that. All of these different capabilities. The striker, from their perspective, the strikers and the Bradleys are fundamentally different brigades. The striker relies on its speed and its mobility because basically, they have the same weapon systems. The Bradley relies on its protection. And so they're using them differently for different purposes at the same time. And then, be amorphous, be menacing, be unpredictable. They're doing all that. The rapidity, the speed with which they operated. All of these things. And it did, if you go to that last one, uncertainty, doubt, mistrust, fear, disorder. If you look at the way that Putin was reacting, the way that Gerasimov was reacting, and so, the first day, Putin's like, hey, this is nothing. The second day is, oh, hey, this is important. I'm going to put the FSB in charge. Then, I think about the 4th day, he goes, well, the FSB can't carry it off, so I'm going to put the conventional guys in charge. But there's no actual conventional command and control system there. So then about 3 or 4 days later, they go, well, now we're going to set up a group of Russian forces, Kursk. And so there's all of that confusion and disorder and everything is there. So this, I think, is a great operation to illustrate maneuver warfare in action in the 21st century, at this point in time in the 21st century. But there's a caveat, and it's right down here. Just like the Blitzkrieg, tactical and operational maneuver warfare success does not necessarily guarantee victory. Now, I would suggest that the Ukrainians accomplished everything that they wanted to accomplish strategically here. It took the Russians 6 months and untold number of casualties and everything else to push them back to the border. And they also got the strategic advantage of it at an important time to show that they weren't just on the defense, which helped them to get renewed Western support, et cetera. So as an operation, it was very successful, but it didn't necessarily guarantee that they're going to win the war, because that remains to be seen. Any questions on this so far? Okay, good. All right, so everybody go to the second one of your tactical decision exercises. Which one's the second one? Yeah, okay, surfaces and gaps, exactly. Which, of course, we talk about here. So I want you to take 5 minutes, again, either individually or in pairs or whatever, and do that one and come up with what your actions and orders would be. So again, there's no solution. There is one thing that I would point out, though. Again, when Boyd and Lind and all of the maneuver warfare folks were developing this concept of surfaces and gaps, there weren't any FPVs, and there was relatively little electronic warfare. Not that it wasn't there, but it certainly wasn't to the amount that is present in today's battlefield. So even though the northern part up here only has that one platoon, because it has 2 platoons of FPVs and electronic warfare, this could still be a surface. So don't think only in terms of physical, but because remember, electronic warfare goes against the mental. It goes against the cybernetic, the ability to do command and control. So anyway. Okay. I'm going to go quickly through this. So one of the things that, again, Ian made reference to was the organic design for command and control. And if you are going to do maneuver warfare, then the way that you approach command and control has to be different than the way that we traditionally do command and control, which is relatively rigid and hierarchical and focuses probably more on control, control measures, control, whatever, than it does on the command or the ability to be flexible and adaptive, et cetera. And so one of the things that he talks about is in the OODA loop, orientation is the most important thing. So you observe, you see things that are going on, but then you have to put them in context. And that's the orientation thing. And so you are forming these images, views, impressions. When we talk about visualization in our doctrine, That's literally creating a picture in your mind of what's going on. And that picture is set in the context of whether you're a logistician or your armor or your scout or whatever you happen to be, and in the current OE and threats, et cetera. So then the other thing is pattern recognition. Human beings are pattern recognition animals. And it's through these patterns, Boyd calls it patterns of conflict. It's through recognizing these patterns that we see what's going on and we can make sense of it. But, one of the things is there's lots of different perspectives, there's lots of different approaches, lots of different mental models. And so the more different ways of seeing that you have, the better off you're going to be. So that's one of the things with regard to organic design. Now, what that leads us to then is decision point tactics. And General Gudo referenced those, and the 11th ACR, the Op4 is superb at those. Where they actually created the term and the doctrine for it. And I've got the link there for decision point tactics. But decision point tactics is actually tied to the way that we make decisions. And so the idea of naturalistic decision making, we see a pattern and we make the decision off of a pattern, then leads to our ability to make those decisions at the decision points. But then that leads to what Boyd says, here's the real purpose of command and control. It's not about command, it's not about control, it's about appreciation and leadership. Appreciation is seeing everything that you see, understanding, putting it in context, visualizing it. That's what appreciation means. Recognizing the importance or the value of what you are seeing. But then it's about leadership. And that's where we get into the described direct side of things. Because, the great commanders, yes, they're able to plan and they're able to make decisions, but at some point they're able to actually lead execution. Organic design for command and controls. But in order to be able to do that, you need two things. You need harmony and you need trust. Harmony means we're all acting together. And trust means exactly what it is, trusting each other, up, down, sideways, et cetera. Where do those come from? They come from our SOPs, that lets us have harmony. They come from using the same doctrinal language, same thing, training, leader development. Because it's in training and leader development that we develop trust. You're a platoon leader, you're a platoon sergeant, I'm gonna trust you to do what you do, and then you do it. And after I see you do it, I go, yeah, I truly can trust that person. And then similarly, they can trust you, the commander, to make the right decisions, et cetera. Because out of harmony and trust flows the stuff in the gray box there. You can't operate faster and better and more effectively in a maneuver warfare sense than your enemy if you don't have that harmony and trust. Because where we get into, what do you call it when you're like directive on everything? Micromanagement, yeah. Micromanagement is the enemy of maneuver warfare. It's the enemy of all the things we're talking about. But people micromanage because they don't trust and because there's not harmony. All right, so some examples. Again, we're talking about leader development. So you want to develop leaders, use case studies, just like Dr. Steed did there. And so there's lots and lots of battles where the outnumbered person won, and the outnumbered person used a lot of the things that we would call maneuver warfare today. Gustavus Adolphus. Another example is the Southern Campaign, combination of Greene, Marion, Morgan, three commanders working together in harmony. Napoleon's Austerlitz, where he was outnumbered, but thought his enemy. Stonewall Jackson's Valley Campaign, which I was glad to see is on your placemat there. Palestine, we talked, I think, Brian, was that you? I can't remember. Did you talk about Lawrence? Yes. Yeah, exactly. So Lawrence and Allenby, again, working in harmony. in the Palestine campaign in 1918, Slim in Burma, Sharon and the IDF at Abu Aghila in the 67 war. You know, bad guys can do this stuff too. The IED campaign against us is a great example of maneuver warfare. The 7 October attack by Hamas is a great example of maneuver warfare. And then we talked about Kursk. So there are lots of case studies out there that you can, with your team, take a look at and talk through. What can we learn from this to be better practitioners of maneuver warfare? So there's a whole bunch of leader development tools here. And I think the key is every single thing you do is a leader development opportunity. And every one of those leader development opportunities has to not necessarily try to get at everything that you say you have to do to be able to do maneuver warfare, but has to contribute to it in some way. Again, trust is the most important thing. So what are you doing every single minute of every single day to help generate trust across the entire brigade? Because it doesn't matter if you're a specialist or you're a major, you contribute to the degree of collective trust that the brigade has within its units and between its individuals. So what can I do to do that? How do I develop leaders to be able to do that? Master the basics, I talked about that before. Training design. So the TDEs, you know, like I talked to you about, putting the people in situations that are uncomfortable, that are very adverse, that there's no easy answers, that's training design. And you can do the same thing in a sticks or something else. If you just make the sticks the standard, hey, here's the task, here's the normal conditions, here's the normal standards, then there's not that much learning going on. If you start to throw in all these complicator things, deception by your opposing force, et cetera, then you're contributing to maneuver warfare. Just having brown bags or getting together and talking about it is so important. SOPs. If you develop your SOPs together on here's how we're going to fight the way that the brigade is going to fight, then that contributes to it. Sand table exercises, those are easy. TDEs, map problems, which again, I think you can never look at maps too much. How to read a map is a lost art. War games, whether it's the one that Ian developed or so many more war games that can be used for that. Terrain walks, there's a difference between a terrain walk and a toot. A terrain walk is you just grab 8 or 9 subordinates to you, whatever, and you go out and you talk about something. It's simple, it doesn't cost anything. You can go right out here and there's a ditch and you can talk about river crossing. Just use the ditch for a river. That, it's informal. Whereas a toot is a more developed, structured thing. And so those are different. They're kind of the same, but they're different. Staff X's, staff rides, et cetera. We do staff ride of Shiloh and from Shiloh down to Vicksburg at Sam's. Hornet's Nest, a great tactical fight. There's all sorts of things that you can learn from that. And then your standard kind of CPX, FTX kinds of things. So every single one of those is an opportunity for leader development for maneuver warfare. And then since we're about out of time, I think we'll not go through the Schwerpunkt one, but you guys have it, so you have a third example of, maybe that's one that you get together with whatever your element is that you're in, and you work through it on your own when you get a chance. My last point, I've spent 48 years. I spent 48 years since I graduated from West Point with my single overriding focus has been leader development. As Tony mentioned, General Gudo mentioned, the very first engagement I ever did when I took command of my task force was an LPD. The very first thing I did. No unit is any better than its leaders. The best a unit can ever be is as good as its leaders. So if you want to be great, you need to have great leaders. And you get great leaders through leader development. So it doesn't matter if you're, again, a squad leader, platoon, company, whatever, the first thing that should be on the training calendar, or the first thing that's your effort is leader development. Not training, not anything else. It should be leader development. Because if you get that right, everything else will flow from that. Your subordinates can figure out the training if you've developed them as great leaders. If you have bad leaders and you're really, really good at the basics, all you're going to do is get a whole bunch of people killed. Because the leaders are going to make bad decisions, and then they're going to execute those bad decisions well, which is not what you want to have happen. So, leader development, leader development, leader development. And with that, I'll shut up.
All right, thank you. I thought long and hard how I wanted to end this, and frankly, I don't know, how do you contribute? The more that's been said, and I'm really humbled that we had the talent here that we had, that you chose to spend this time. It's meaningful to me, right? I've been here 27 years, man. 27 years I've been in the military. Started out with the pup, little specialism, all that. I saw in the Army, all the things. I'm already good. We gotta win. That's what it's about. It's about winning. In the end, it's just about winning. We're the most competitive profession. It really drives me crazy to see how the NFL operates. I play a lot of football. And I see how college football operates. How they look at everything. You watch film. They analyze every last thing to gain an advantage. Why don't we have that same mentality? Our lackadaisical attitude, our kind of all that. When does it stop? The difference between our profession and football is permanent. Right? And so, being a veteran of the GWAT, I'm not sure we won that. I'm just not sure. That was pretty hard watching us get out of Afghanistan. Pretty hard. The one thing that, Jim Greer said something to me, I've told some of you, but I'll say it again. We were doing teaching together. He talked about, the Gulf War, in 91, right? 91 Gulf War, he was in there. And, he talked about, how, and I asked him, what made that Army so good? And he said something I thought about. He says, because our senior leaders believed in the 80s that we could lose the next time. And they weren't going to happen. Folks, that is our oath that we need. All of us need to think the same. There needs to be a sense of urgency. I'm telling you, it does not matter if you're on the active component of national guard. This is your profession. If we went to war right now, we're about 3-4 weeks from being over there, right? Because how quickly things would go. You have to have that mindset and have that sense of urgency. We could lose the next war. So who's going to be the agent of change? Who is it? Nobody's coming to save us. It is us. It's you and I. Why fight outnumbered and win? Rifle 6. Do you have full platoons and squads? Highlander 6. Do you have full platoons and squads? Red Leg 6. Got everybody in there in battery? Where's Maverick 6? You pull up? Dolphins, pull up. Are we under men? Hey, are we under-equipped? No, we have everything, right? We don't have any strikers. Drones? A drone right we have you. Talent wins. Talent wins. It just does. I'm a big student game of football. I love football because I see a lot of similarities between football and warfare. The competition, the teamwork, the team play. What I'm convinced of is if you invest in the players, you invest in the soldiers, which is what this was all about, to invest in you, then you put your talent in the position and just let them make plays. Talent will win. You'll figure it out. And that's what I love about what we invest in today is this is your opportunity to build talent in you. You need to take from this You need to sit there and think about, reflect, and learn all things, right? Because there's just so much information. But understand, we prioritize you. We prioritize investing in you because building the talent will win in the end of the day. It just does. Talent wins. Put you in there, let you make plays. That's how it goes. And regardless of circumstances, it'll never be enough. It'll never be enough. You'll never have enough soldiers. You'll never have enough stuff. You'll never have enough food. You'll never have enough. What you don't have enough of is talent. And that's what this is about. So I hope you take from this a model, a mental model of successful folks who have thought deeply about it, and them being able to give their gift of years and years and years of study, give it to you. But what do you do with it? That's on you. You have to own it. Every one of you. Take responsibility for this profession. And vow that we're not going to lose the next war. Because there will be. And it's on you and the moment you have with your individual soldiers to not let that happen. And that's our responsibility. So with that, again, appreciate everyone's being here. It's a great event. Look forward to the next one. We're going to try out something precise. I'm going to, because we always kind of goof this up, so I'm going to say Cascade Rifles, and you sound off with find out how we're going to win. Okay? All right, here we go. Cascade Rifles. Fire.